Chapter 2238. Is it really only the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciple who can light the 12 ring scars? What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound heaven's Holy Sun and the universe origin Dao Sun. It really is Great Master Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen, who had been tripped by the beggar, felt disheartened. He lay face down on the ground, unwilling to get up. Great Master Yuan Zhen? The first Prince Wang Fei asked in a probing manner. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders found this incredible. Why did the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for no reason? Furthermore, he came with Xianxia. Could there be some other reason behind this? Princes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Now that Yuan Zhen had been recognized, he could not run even if he wanted to. He stood up with a bitter smile. When Yuan Zhen stood up and the three princes saw Yuan Zhen's face, they immediately felt stifled. Their final hope vanished. It really was Yuan Zhen. The three princes could not help feeling worried. The three princes looked at the crack in the pavilion ceiling, then at Xianxia, who held Heavenly Slayer, and at the side, who did not know Yuan Zhen's attitude. The three princes immediately felt that killing this Xianxia was much more difficult than they had imagined. The instant Yuan Zhen was recognized, the peak's sovereign emperor aura hovering above Xianxia's head vanished. That peak's sovereign emperor, who was hiding somewhere, still felt mysterious and unfathomable. Unblockable. What was a peak sovereign emperor? Sovereign emperors had 9 divine veins. 1 to 3 divine veins could only be considered small perfection. 3 divine veins were great perfection. Only 6 divine veins were peak sovereign emperors. Divine vein realm sovereign emperors had 1 heaven per vein. It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was even more difficult. Great perfection sovereign emperors were already extremely rare. It was no exaggeration to call a peak sovereign emperor peak. As long as this peak sovereign emperor remained, the veiled woman would firmly grasp the Smiling Daughter Pavilion situation, regardless of whether he had 7 divine veins or 8 divine veins. However, a peak sovereign emperor would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you already stand at the peak. The consequences of casually killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be unbearable. In the past, there were 3 inspectors who had died, but they were all unsolved cases. No one knew who had killed them. Now, Xiaoqian's saber light that broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's roof had already startled the entire imperial capital. It was almost impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen suddenly appeared. The peak's sovereign emperors already had to be wary of them, so they had to be much more careful. That was what most people thought. They were not surprised that the peak's sovereign emperors did not make a move to kill Xiaoqian. A strange look flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. She looked at Yuan Zhen and said through clenched teeth, "Interesting. My Smiling Daughter Pavilion has seen all sorts of people come here before, but not a monk. Grandmaster Yuan Zhen, you came at the right time. Do you want me to call a few heads over to accompany you?" Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together before Pavilion Master Yang's clear mockery. Then he smiled faintly and said, "My Zen heart is already stuck in the mud, no longer chasing the wild spring winds. This humble monk thanks Pavilion Master Yang for your kind intentions. This time, I was only invited by Benefactor Xiao to attend the Pavilion Master's banquet with him. I have no other intentions." When the veiled woman heard that, she felt enraged. This damn bald monk spoiled her plans. Yuan Zhen's casual words easily resolved the awkwardness. "My Buddhist heart is calm, like a willow in the mud. Grandmaster Yuan Zhen truly lives up to his name. Just a casual chant from his mouth shows a Zen heart." However, Grandmaster Yuan Zhen is with Xiaoqian. Could it be that Xiaoqian has a deep connection to the Hidden Spirit Temple? Interesting. It looks like he might not die in this certain death situation. I have long heard of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqian's fame. When he first arrived, he killed that arrogant and despotic monarch Yu. Today, 3 princes gathered before him, but they could not gain an advantage over him. I feel that it is better for such a person to live. Indeed, it would be a pity if he died. You did not see it earlier. He killed the smiling daughter pavilion's 3 vain sovereign emperor with 1 saber strike. He mainly relied on that saber in his hand, right? Haha, even if I gave you that saber, would you be able to do it? The originally certain death situation suddenly turned around after the beggar pulled off Yuan Zhen's hood. Yuan Zhen was very strong, but he could not turn the situation around. However, he had the hidden spirit temple behind him. Everyone had to reconsider. A light flickered in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes. He was an intelligent person, an outstanding talent of the royal clan. Xiaoqian's earlier performance already made him feel threatened. He would either use such a person or kill him early. Even if he did not kill Xiaoqian, he could not make him an enemy. However, he had already thoroughly offended this person today. Even if Yuanzhen was here, he would still kill him if he could. Venerable Yuanzhen, it has been a long time since we last met. Allow me to ask, what is your relationship with Benefactor Xiao? The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt that the relationship between Yuanzhen and Xiao Chun might not be as solid as iron. This was somewhat strange. Earlier, Yuanzhen wanted to run. In the end, that drunken beggar tripped him, forcing him to stay. Yuanzhen smiled faintly and said, I have no relationship with Benefactor Xiao. However, Benefactor Xiao has a deep connection to my Buddhist sect. He has the highest gift of the Buddhist sect, a page of the golden letter personally drawn by the Kasayapa Buddha. As long as he shows this page, the Buddhist sect monks will have to help him. What a joke. How can I have a relationship with this fellow? Yuanzhen, who suffered terribly at Xiaoqian's hands, hoped that Xiaoqian would die here today. Since Yuanzhen met Xiaoqian, he had always been tricked. Fortunately, Yuanzhen was smart today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined here. However, if Xiaoqian was willing to show the golden letter, Yuanzhen would not mind helping Xiaoqian resolve this calamity. After all, taking back the golden letter gift would be very beneficial to Yuanzhen. Golden letter gift? Will young Master Xiao please show it? If you really have the Buddhist sect's golden letter, this prince will turn and leave immediately, not staying. When the 8th prince heard that, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. He might not be able to take care of Xiao Chen today. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If I can really show the golden letter and resolve this calamity, it might be possible. Boom! However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen would show the golden letter, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This sword light was as resplendent as the sun. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks already appeared in his Dao domain. The person who arrived was an expert. This expert was at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen had been keeping his guard up against that mysterious peak sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, there was such an expert hidden. By the time Xiao Chen discovered this, it was already too late. This sword strike could not be dodged. Such a change happened in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be shocked. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this sword strike had stored up power for a long time. Its might was so great that even a 4-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block it. Xiao Chen was in danger. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters asked the monarch's heart. A saber light appeared, and a figure seemed to leap out of a painting of the lush mountains and clear waters. Kassier. The saber light broke the sword light and knocked back the mysterious, black-clad person. Wuxia. The black-clad person who attacked grunted as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen looked carefully and saw that the person was fiendish saber Shi Mu's disciple, Lu Benwei. He could not help exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Benwei landed and smiled. When Master found out that you came to the Yinwu dynasty, he was very worried. So, I took the initiative to ask for permission to come. The moment you set foot in the Yinwu dynasty, I followed. Who is fiendish saber Shi Mu to you? The mysterious, black-clad person shouted as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Binwei smiled faintly and replied, "This untalented one is my master. You should be the Divine Sword Pavilion's Supreme Elder, right? What a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of a righteous sect. To think that you are so shameless." The eighth prince's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Duqian. Duqian lowered his head, not saying anything. However, his eyes filled with pity. "Senior Dao, Yin actually failed. It is none of your business who I am. Xiaochun, I'll take your head another day." After the black-clad person's identity was exposed, he did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Lu Binwei wanted to give chase, but Xiaochun stopped him. "Let him go. Eighth Prince, do you still want me to show the golden letter?" The Eighth Prince's supporters were the sects and factions in the Yinwu dynasty, with the Divine Sword Pavilion at the forefront. Xiaochun's question countered the other party. The Eighth Prince's face trembled slightly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was one thing for the Eighth Prince to sneak attack, but he had not succeeded. To think that he still hadn't succeeded. If he continued to stay here, he would really have no place to hide his face. However, the Eighth Prince could not swallow this frustration if he just left like that. "Cut the crap. Quickly take out the golden letter. We still do not know whether it is real or fake," Wang Feng said sullenly, a dark look flashing in his eyes. The Eighth Prince was shedding all pretense of cordiality. "Is that so? In that case, there is no need for me to take out the golden letter." With a thought from Xiaochun, the black and white eggs leaped out of the divine universe steel. Boom! The black and white eggs figures flashed, and they stood on either side of Xiaochun. Their auras soared, rising from 4-vein Sovereign Emperor to 5-vein Sovereign Emperor. "Anyone who wants to kill Egg will have to ask us, the black and white eggs, for permission first." The two used Xiaochun's strength as a benchmark, then adjusted their own strength. Now, Xiaochun activated the alloy dragon armor and could rival a 4-vein Sovereign Emperor. According to the rules that their master left, the alloy dragon armor could advance to 5-vein Sovereign Emperor without any difficulty. It was not over yet. Suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out from outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then a huge hole opened up with a loud boom. The Misty Rain Pavilion's Su Yi arrived, leading dozens of women. Zither, pipa, flutes, ancient bells, and dozens of other ancient musical instruments played at the same time. Under the majestic and elegant music, a group of unparalleled beauties descended under Su Ye's lead. Su Yi hugged her Zither as she stood beside Xiaochun. Then, she looked at the veiled woman and smiled. "Little bitch, you laid a good trap. However, it is not that simple to kill my Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector." Su Yi was indeed not simple. At the very least, no one dared to be careless when they saw the group of women behind Su Yi. The veiled woman seemed to have an old grudge with Su Yi. When she saw Su Yi, she was even angrier than when she saw Xiaochun. She shouted, "Su Yi, to think that you came to my Smiling Daughter Pavilion to mock us. You're seeking death. Where are the azure lotus fairies?" Coming like thunder, withdrawing in rage. Leaving like the clear light of the river and sea. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One cold sword light 14 provinces. A bright moon slowly rose above the Misty Rain Pavilion. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of white-clad women arrived together with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's inherited soul tool, the Fairy Girl Basket. 10,000 flowers bloomed, 1,000 shades of purple and red. The white-clad women held swords, looking like fairies descending from a moon. Damn, why is there such a huge commotion? The Misty Rain Pavilion's legendary 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Azure Lotus Sword dance actually appeared at the same time. What are they doing? Heavens, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. I must be dreaming. Such a large lineup stupefied the guests in the surrounding pavilions. They found this scene unreal. The Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 Soul Tool grade musical instruments. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Fairy Girl Basket had been passed down for a long time. It could fight against 100 alone. The azure lotus fairies' white-clad swords danced, looking unparalleled in the world. No matter who won, both sides would have to pay a huge price. Chapter 2239. According to the legend, the Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 beautiful headliners holding soul treasure-grade musical instruments. They were known as the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. However, no one had seen them or performed them publicly. There were only rumors. Everyone knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was founded by the Azure Lotus Fairy. She was also known as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Since the establishment of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, there had been an unparalleled sword dance passed down. However, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's consummate skill, the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, rarely appeared. This was because this Azure Lotus Sword Dance required 100 talented women to perform it at the same time. Only then could it achieve the scene of an azure lotus blooming and breaking out of the moon. Today, these two legendary existences suddenly appeared and stood at loggerheads. This caught everyone off guard. To think that such a scene, which they had never imagined, would appear before them by chance. Although these two factions could tear down half of Yin City if they fought, many people felt that the commotion was not big enough. However, who knew how many people felt that it was not lively enough, hoping for a fight to break out? The atmosphere turned tense. It was like a fight would break out at a moment's notice. The black and white eggs protected Xiao Chun at his sides. Liu Binwei stood in front of him, a fiendish light flickering on the tip of his saber. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden each held a soul treasure-grade musical instrument as they stood there. All of them were beautiful women with unparalleled grace. Yuan Zhen stood in the middle, and Ling Yu supported his drunkard beggar. They stood far away, frowning heavily. The lineup on the other side looked even more horrifying. The three princes gathered together, the elders of the four ancient noble clans, the many Smiling Daughter Pavilion's sovereign emperor guards, and a group of white-clad women descended with flowers. The first Prince Wang Fei, the 13th Prince Wang Yi, and the 8th Prince Wang Feng all showed extremely unsightly expressions. The three were already in a predicament. Originally, they thought that nothing would go wrong, that they could easily deal with Xiao Chun. To think that they caused such a huge commotion, not to mention killing Xiao Chun, the three might not even be able to retreat safely. Xiao Chen's saber strike startled the entire imperial capital, Yin City. It would definitely startle the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. If the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs could not kill Xiao Chun before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived, this operation would suffer a great loss. At this moment, the veiled woman completely ignored Xiao Chun. She stared at Su Yi and said coldly, "A bunch of bitches. Get out of the Smile Pavilion now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Yi sneered and said, "Bear the consequences? Go ahead and try. Let's see whose consequences will be more severe." After Su Ye's appearance, the situation, which was supposed to force Xiao Chun into a corner, turned into a confrontation between the two women. Yuan Zhen, who was the focus of everyone's attention earlier, was immediately ignored. The speed at which the situation changed was simply flabbergasting. The three princes exchanged glances with one another. They could feel the anxiety and impatience in each other's eyes. Su Ye's gaze met the veiled woman's. She could clearly feel the enmity between the two of them, as well as their unyielding auras. "Fine. Since you don't want to leave, then don't even think about leaving." The veiled woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly spoke. The 100 white-clothed women behind her pointed their swords forward at the same time. Dang! The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden scattered, holding flutes, jade flutes, pipas, all sorts of sounds rang out at the same time. A battle that was destined not to end peacefully started. The hundreds of soul tool instruments played at the same time. The fairy basket bloomed, and the white-clothed women danced with the swords. Boom! In just an instant, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which had stood for many years, shook. The shock waves spread out, shaking half of the imperial capital. The many powerful experts hidden in closed-door cultivation in the imperial capital all opened their eyes at the same time. Doubt flashed in their eyes as they looked at the smiling daughter pavilion. Whoosh! However, when the two sides clashed, they were suppressed for only an instant. A sword fell through the cracked roof of the smiling daughter pavilion, looking like a flaming star. When the sword landed and stabbed into the ground, the 100 fairies of the pear garden and the white-clothed women all moved back at the same time. Yin Imperial Sword. When the three princes saw this sword, their complexions instantly paled. Without much thought, they knelt on the ground with a plop. Only one person in the imperial capital Yin City could swing this sword, the current Yin Huang. This sword flew in from the imperial palace. Yin Huang did not show himself, but it felt like he was there in person. The flaming Yin Imperial Sword trembled slightly, and a hazy sword intent spread out. Everyone in the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion felt a huge pressure. They could not help wanting to prostrate and kneel. The might and pressure contained in the sword intent was not just the sword itself, but the dynasty's accumulations. Plop, plop. More people knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Wanting to face this superior grade soul tool containing the dynasty's luck in Yin City was simply too difficult. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to endure the dynasty's might and pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as this sword intent was about to reach its peak and make everyone submit, it suddenly hummed and fell silent. Doubt flashed in the three princes' eyes at the same time. However, there was no time to think. A group of stern-looking old men appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The leader had white hair and a white beard. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a vast imperial might that deterred others from looking at him directly. "Greetings, imperial ancestor," the princes said respectfully at the same time. This group of old men were the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs, who had arrived late. The leader was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, a royal court patriarch who was even more senior than Yin Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Lock them up. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will whip them. None of you can escape." How embarrassing. Right after the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Xianxia. Then he walked over. "Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" As the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor spoke, the group of patriarchs tied up the three princes with special chains. As soon as the chains wrapped around their bodies, electricity crackled, and the three princes let out blood-curdling screams. No matter what, Xiao Chun was the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. He represented the Heavenly Alliance in the Yinwu dynasty. No matter how weak the Heavenly Alliance was in the imperial capital, Yin City, it was a bona fide superfaction. Its overall strength surpassed that of the Yinwu dynasty in the Great Thousand Realms. If they could kill Xiao Chun silently, it would not be a big deal. However, publicly killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be equivalent to slapping the Yinwu dynasty's face, placing the Yinwu dynasty in an extremely disadvantageous position. Hence, the moment the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared, they immediately detained the three princes, not giving them any face at all. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived before Xiao Chun, they were very polite. Although the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs were polite, they were very shrewd. The moment they spoke, they directly handed this matter to Xiao Chun to deal with. As long as Xiao Chun was willing to deal with it, this matter would not startle the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, and it would not be a big deal. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He knew that the situation was now reversed. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. "It's fine. The three princes and I were just drinking and chatting. Our words were somewhat intense, that's all. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion slandered me, saying that I stole their imitation holy tool and tarnished my reputation. They even attacked me. This truly chills this Xiao." Xiao Chen knew very well that while this Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict and merciless to the three princes, in reality, it would not hurt them at all. In reality, it wouldn't hurt him at all. It was just for show. The one that could truly be suppressed was still the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. All right, I understand. I'll help you make the decision. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor turned his head and looked at the veiled woman. Pavilion Master Yang, since you are responsible for this matter, you need to make up for it. If you feel dissatisfied, you can tell me now. The white-haired old man clearly wanted to keep the peace. Since Xiao Chun had already placed the blame on her, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor turned his head back and looked at the veiled woman. Under such circumstances, there was no way for her to explain herself, no matter how unwilling she was. Could she really say that this was planned by the three princes? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs appeared strict to the princes, but in reality, they were the most protective of their own. Even Xiao Chun said that the three princes were not wrong. Even if she did not want to take the blame, she had to. Under the veil, Pavilion Master Yang gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her face nearly turned black. After calming herself for a long time, she said, "This Pavilion Master is not dissatisfied. Lord Xiao is right. This little girl did slander Lord Xiao. I apologize to Lord Xiao here. As for the shock that Lord Xiao suffered today, I am willing to compensate Lord Xiao with 30% of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's monthly income." Before Xiao Chun could say anything, Su Yi smiled softly and said, "In that case, I will reluctantly forgive you on behalf of Lord Xiao. Pavilion Master Yang, you have to pay attention to your mouth in the future." Ha ha! As Su Yi's bell-like laughter rang out, this storm finally came to an end. However, based on the veiled woman's gritted teeth, it was clear that this grudge would not end here. Chapter 2240. The blazing yin imperial sword shocked everyone present. Kneeling on the ground were the three princes bound by lightning chains, and Tower Master Yang, who was forced to apologize. There was also the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's ceiling crack, which no one knew when it would be repaired. No one expected a mere one-vein sovereign emperor to cause the three princes to suffer, forcing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to apologize and make amends. The Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiao Chun, would definitely shake the imperial capital tonight. It was hard to imagine that if not for the yin imperial sword that flew over, this storm would not have happened. If not for the flying yin imperial sword, what would have happened in the end? The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" After all, it was only Su Yi who expressed her opinion. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor needed Xiao Chen's opinion first. Pavilion Master Su's opinion is my opinion as well. Xiao Chen managed to survive a certain death situation and even made the veiled woman suffer and apologize. Xiao Chun did not feel any dissatisfaction. This already exceeded his expectations. In reality, even if Xiao Chun wanted to ask for more, he could not ask for too much. After all, it was the yin imperial sword that was stabbed into the ground. The ones in control of the situation were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor. The imperial capital Yin City belonged to the royal court, after all. Although Xiao Chun was righteous, this was a world where the strong ruled. It was already not easy to gain such benefits. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the three princes went for wool and came home shorn. They would definitely become a laughingstock and would not dare to make a move on him for the time being. The 7 merchant associations would also have to reconsider. However, Xiao Chun looked at the dejected Ling Yu. He had wronged his martial nephew. He could not interfere with headliner Ling Long's matters. If Xiao Chun used this opportunity to force the veiled woman to give up on the wedding, it would be too rude. Xiao Chun remained rather calm. The accumulations of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance were not as simple as he imagined. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's apology was to give the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor face, not Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun pushed too hard, it might have the opposite effect. Even now, Xiao Chun did not know how many trump cards the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had revealed. Goodbye. Many thanks to Senior for upholding justice. This Xiao will remember this. Xiao Chun cupped his fists to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Take care." The Yinwu dynasty has always had a good relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. This little favor is nothing. Xiaoqin's group left the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Of course, they didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, they went through the hole that the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden created with their musical instruments. Yuanjin thought for a moment before following them. Then, the 3 presidents who had signed a new contract with Xiao Chun left at the same time. Tower Master Yang, I have wronged you this time. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch asked softly as he glanced at the veiled woman. This time, everyone could tell that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion took the blame for the royal court, pushing away all responsibility. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could only apologize and swallow their anger. The veiled woman said indifferently, "Ancestor is too serious. This time, I was rash and didn't handle things properly. Let's drop this matter for now. I still wish for Sect Ancestor to preside over the wedding of the first prince and headliner Ling Long." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I agree to this. This could be considered a form of compensation." The Imperial Ancestral Temple was on the same side as the first prince in the first place. However, it was inconvenient for them to preside over the wedding. If not for today's matter, the white-haired old man would not have appeared in public for this matter. Take the 3 princes away. After whipping them, ground them for half a month. Yes, the royal court's people left. Before they left, the white-haired old man drew the Yin Imperial sword. Just as he was about to put it in the sword box, his expression changed. Unexpectedly, a tiny crack appeared on the Yin Imperial sword. The crack looked unremarkable, but it was clearly new. It was normal for a soul tool to crack. As long as one fought, it would be hard to avoid damage. Even the Yin Imperial sword was no exception. Historically, the Yin Imperial sword had even shattered. However, as long as the dynasty's luck did not decline, it could always be repaired. However, the problem was, when had anyone clashed with the Yin Imperial sword in this place? The veiled woman looked suspiciously at the white-haired old man. However, the other party hid his expression well and left in a rush, not saying a word. After the royal court's people left, the extraordinarily bustling Smiling Daughter Pavilion slowly quietened down. The veiled woman instructed. Then, she quickly headed for the depths of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with a rushed expression. Unlike what many people imagined, the outside world was filled with lush mountains, clear waters, and drifting white clouds. The depths of the core seemed to be filled with a sinister aura that made one shudder. A moment later, at the core of the small world, the veiled woman saw 9 old men guarding the core of the formation. There was a total of 9 people. The leader was a peak sovereign emperor, and the other 8 were peak 6-vein sovereign emperors. With these 9 people guarding this place, as long as the core formation was not completely destroyed, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not fall. This was just the Smiling Daughter Pavilion strength. The accumulations of the entire Pleasure Quarter Alliance were even more terrifying. The veiled woman looked at the black-clad old man leading the group and said, "Senior Feng, I already told you to kill him at all costs, even if he really has the Buddhist sect's golden letter. Why did you not do so?" When Yuan Zhen appeared earlier, although the veiled woman was startled for a moment, she still made up her mind to kill Xiao Chun. She had already reached the point where she had to kill him. If she did not kill him now, she would not have another chance to do so. It was as the veiled woman expected. First, the fiendish saber disciple Liu Benwei appeared. Then, Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to charge over. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch appeared, she lost her chance. If Senior Feng had listened to the veiled woman, there might not have been so much trouble. At that time, Xiao Chun would have died, and everything would have been set in stone. Even if the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch arrived, no matter how angry he was, he could only bear the burden in the end. As for how much rage the Heavenly Alliance would feel for a one-vein sovereign emperor, it might not be as terrifying as one imagined. At most, the Heavenly Alliance would come to a compromise and give some benefits to the Heavenly Alliance in the Yinwu dynasty. Pu Xi, the black-clad old man, who was about to speak, vomited a mouthful of blood instantly turning incredibly pale. The veiled woman immediately felt shocked. She quickly asked, "Senior Feng, when were you injured?" Senior Feng was a seven-vein sovereign emperor, a bona fide peak sovereign emperor. How could he have gotten so severely injured without anyone noticing? The veiled woman immediately felt somewhat afraid. Although she felt angry from the start to the end, she had never felt afraid. This was because she knew that the situation had been under her control all along. However, Xiao Qin's resistance was much more intense than she had imagined. However, no matter what, even if Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden over and fought, the veiled woman would not be able to defeat Xiao Qin. She was confident that she would be the winner. But now, Elder Feng had been severely injured without anyone noticing, which made her feel that it was too inconceivable. The black-clad old man shook his head and sighed. "I was severely injured the moment Yuanjun appeared. I did not scatter my aura because Yuanjun appeared. My soul was injured, and I could barely protect myself. If I had not retreated, my divine seal would have been destroyed." "Who attacked?" "I don't know. I really don't know." Shock flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. To think that a bona fide seven-vein sovereign emperor did not even know who injured him. Could it be that an expert stronger than a seven-vein sovereign emperor had been in the small world of mountains and rivers from the start to the end? "I will report this matter to the Saintess and let her handle it. Elder Feng, you should focus on recuperating. There is no need to think too much." For the first time, the veiled woman felt that things were out of her control. Tonight's events were more unusual than she had imagined. However, it did not matter. The wedding between Ling Long and the first prince had already been announced. All that was left was for the holy daughter to complete her task. Most importantly, the first prince's betrothal gift was in his hands. A key appeared in the veiled woman's hand. It was the key to the Immortal Palace. We can forget about today's matter. But no matter what, we cannot allow anything to happen to this wedding. Outside, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Qin took out the ethereal Immortal Palace key and handed it to Yuanjun. He said softly, "As you wish. I'll return this key to you." Yuanjun smiled faintly as he received it and carefully put it away. "Benefactor Xiao is indeed straightforward. I did not accompany you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. This little monk will take his leave first." After glancing at Xiao Qin, Yuanjun pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name before turning to leave. "This monk is a little odd," Su Yi commented softly as she watched Yuanjun leave from his side. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "He is indeed very strange. He is different from all the monks I have seen. Sometimes he does not seem like a monk. Sometimes he seems more like a monk than anyone else. I cannot understand him. However, I have to thank you this time. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden really put in a lot of effort for me. Ha ha ha. If it were someone else trying to kill you, I might not have helped you so much. However, if it were that little bitch from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I would help you even at the cost of my life." Xiao Qin thought to himself, "Speaking of strange people, you're actually rather strange as well. Speaking of strange people, there is actually a very strange person beside me. Uncle, stop pretending to be drunk." Xiao Qin looked at the beggar that Ling Yu was supporting and shook him. In the end, the beggar fell to the ground like mud. Xiao Qin bent over and checked the other party's breathing. Then he frowned slightly. "You are really drunk." Chapter 22:41. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Qin's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. He was indeed drunk. Xiao Qin's entire body reeked of alcohol. The after effects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. After Xiao Qin checked and verified that he was fine, he felt it was somewhat unfortunate. Xiao Qin drank so much from heartburn without circulating his cultivation technique. It would be a waste. Big brother, big brother. Ling Yu shook the beggar, who remained drunk. He could not help looking at Xiao Qin helplessly. "Martial uncle, big brother's drunk again. That's normal. The number of people who can remain sober after drinking heartburn can be counted on one hand." Xiao Qin found this slightly strange. This beggar was truly strange. Even now, Xiao Chun felt curious about how the beggar tricked Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen was a sovereign emperor. Even Xiao Chun could not figure out the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. If they really fought, although Xiao Chun was confident, it would be hard to say who would win. After all, Xiao Chun did not know Yuan Zhen's strength or how many trump cards he had. However, Yuan Zhen easily tripped such a top true inheritor. It would be too much of a coincidence to say it was accidental. Originally, Xiao Chun wanted to ask the other party about it after he came out. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting drunk. Something's wrong. Is someone paying attention to me? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He activated his divine seal and infused his soul energy into his body. Many people came and went on the streets, watching him from behind. However, very few people could make Xiao Chun feel threatened and activate his divine seal to protect himself. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "Pavilion Master Su, please help me send Ling Yu and this uncle back to the Misty Rain Pavilion first. You helped me a lot this time. Thank you again." Sui did not deny it. She smiled softly and said, "You are too polite." Xiao Chun thought of something. Then, he bent over and whispered something into Su Ye's ear. Su Ye's gaze immediately fell on Ling Yu. Her eyes wandered as she revealed a shocked expression. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Then I'll leave it to you." After watching the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Ling Yu, and the beggar leave, Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. He was not very good at persuading Ling Yu, so he could only ask Su Yi for help. Perhaps she would have some ideas. When the group of people completely disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight, Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he turned around to look. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, he saw the owner of that gaze. On top of a tall building, there was a man dressed like a scholar. He looked gentle and refined, and he was waving a folding fan in his hand. With a faint smile, his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Xiao Chun in the distance. The Heavenly Book Scholar? I forgot that he is also in the Yinwu dynasty. What does this guy want from me? If he doesn't want to expose himself, there are many ways to do so. Since he had chosen to let him sense his gaze, it was clear that he wanted to see him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiao Chun passed through several streets and arrived at a riverside inn. He went straight to the 7th floor. Whoosh! At the railing, the Heavenly Book Scholar closed his folding fan and turned to look at Xiao Chun. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Sit." When Xiao Chun sat down, the Heavenly Book Scholar handed him a cup of tea. Then, he smiled and asked, "Would you like to read strategy?" Xiao Chun took a sip and said indifferently, "Never mind. I don't want to see you vomit another 3 liters of blood." Xiao Chun recalled that the Heavenly Book Scholar could not read his fate at all. Instead, he ended up significantly injured. "It's fine. This is just a casual reading. I will not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. I will only read the words." The Heavenly Book Scholar took out his brush, ink, and paper. Then, he showed an expression of reluctance. Xiao Chun picked up his brush and hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to write. Previously, Xiao Chun wrote the word moon. What about this time? Up to you. Write whatever you want. Xiao Chun thought of Ling Yu's matter. Then, he stopped hesitating and wrote the word love. Love? The Heavenly Book Scholar took a look and smiled. This is a good word. A heart accompanied by a green. As the saying goes, if one's infatuation does not die, the sky will not grow old. At first, you hesitated. However, after you wrote, you did not hesitate at all. This means that you wrote this word on behalf of a friend. Hence, you did not feel any burden and appeared calm. However, you took a long time to finish. This means that you are the same, trapped by love. In the end, you still ended up asking for it yourself. Xiao Chun asked softly, "What was the result?" "I did not observe the heavenly Tao or read fate. Naturally, I could not get a result." The Heavenly Book Scholar shrugged with a smile, appearing helpless. Xiao Chun immediately lost interest. Not wanting to waste words, he asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Originally, I was preparing to look for you today. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge commotion in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It can be considered a coincidence, right?" I would like to ask if you still have an ethereal immortal palace key. Are you willing to give it to me? We can discuss any price. A bright light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Then, he said in understanding, you are a diviner. You should know where the ethereal immortal palace will appear, right? The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, the diviners of the various dynasties can predict that the ethereal immortal palace will appear in the Yinwu dynasty. Naturally, I am no exception. What is the exact location? The heavenly book scholar smiled but did not answer. If you know, someone will take the initiative to tell you. If you cannot, no one will tell you. The heavenly book scholar spoke in riddles, similar to what Yuanjin said. Xiaochun thought to himself, to put it bluntly, I do not have the conditions. However, one of the conditions is definitely the ethereal immortal palace key. As for the other conditions, I do not know. The heavenly book scholar asked, how about it? Have you considered giving the key away? This ethereal immortal palace key is not that important to you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor had used the wings of time sealed in the ethereal immortal palace. How could it not be important? However, there were rumors of the ethereal immortal palace appearing from time to time. However, the prophecies had never been accurate. Indeed, Xiaochun did not value the ethereal immortal palace, so he tried to get some information out of the other party. That's right. This ethereal immortal palace key is not that valuable to me. However, it should not be that important to you. I can give it to you. However, you have to tell me who you are buying it for. The heavenly book scholar frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, I can't say that. Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Now, that the heavenly book scholar said that this was equivalent to telling the other party that he, the heavenly book scholar, was buying the ethereal immortal palace key for someone else. Xiaochun smiled and said, in that case, let me guess. Who instructed you to do this? It looks like there is no need for further discussion. Brother Xiao has no intention of giving it to me. Consider it as my intrusion. Please go back. I will visit another day. The heavenly book scholar interrupted Xiaochun. Then, he smiled faintly and stood up to send off the guest. You are too polite. The Misty Rain Pavilion welcomes you at any time. Xiaochun revealed a smile and turned to leave, heading downstairs. When Xiaochun reached the blind spot, his expression suddenly changed. The instant he put on the death god mask, he executed the life bestowal spell. Immediately, the dust in the air formed a figure as Xiaochun's hand seals changed. This figure looked exactly like Xiaochun, a fake. Up in the pavilion, the heavenly book scholar watched as Xiaochun left. He frowned heavily in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Xiaochun showed no intention of selling it, not even stating a price. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps rang out, and a person in battle armor walked over from behind. This person looked valiant and had a resolute face. This person exuded an intense killing chi. This strong killing chi even suppressed the heavenly book scholar's sovereign might. Can this person be trusted? The person asked as he stood beside the heavenly book scholar, looking at Xiaochun's back as well. His voice was hoarse and grave. The heavenly book scholar turned to the side and fanned himself with his folding fan. Fortunately, I met him once 10 years ago. He is a person of character. However, he has a cautious nature and hides his pride. He has a pure heart. I expected him to reach where he is now. However, I sensed the aura of a demonic Tao cultivator from him. The person said, enunciating every word. The heavenly book scholar felt slightly startled. Ninth Prince, why do you say that? The person who arrived was the Ninth Prince, who often led troops to guard the borders. No wonder his killing chi was so intense. The heavenly book scholar felt slightly startled. Ninth Prince, why do you say that? I frequently fight with the people of the abyssal underworld and the Shu dynasty's demonic Tao experts. Sometimes I do not need much evidence, just my intuition, the Ninth Prince explained. Is that so? In that case, it looks like it is correct. However, there are many righteous Tao cultivators who cultivate demonic Tao techniques. He is still a choice, The Heavenly Book Scholar said slowly as he tapped his left palm with the folding fan in his hand. Big brother, for the sake of obtaining the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's support, he actually used the ethereal Immortal Palace keys as a betrothal gift. This is simply unexpected. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. The Ninth Prince sighed, worry flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "Hence, I feel that time is tight. The 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys already have owners. In the end, Xianxia is still a choice." The Ninth Prince frowned and said, "In the end, I still do not trust people who cultivate demonic Dao techniques. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not choose him. I will have to trouble you to continue searching for me." The Heavenly Book Scholar sighed softly. "I will do my best." As the two spoke, they were extremely careful, using their soul energy to check the surroundings. However, the two had not expected Xianxia, who had not left, to hear all this. Chapter 2242. In the shadows of the pavilion, Xianxia, who had heard the conversation between the Heavenly Book Scholar and the Ninth Prince, did not linger, leaving quietly. Now that it was daytime, the Death God Mass effect was much weaker. However, Xianxia used a trick to make the Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar think that he had already left. That was why he hadn't been discovered. If he continued to stay here, it would be hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. To think that the Ninth Prince is behind the Heavenly Book Scholar. However, I know nothing about the Ninth Prince. On the way back to the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xianxia thought to himself, feeling that he had grasped some clues. The Crown Prince's betrothal gift was a key to the ethereal Immortal Palace, and now the Ninth Prince was also searching for a key to the ethereal Immortal Palace. Could it be that the ethereal Immortal Palace was under the control of the ethereal Immortal Palace? It was very likely that there were two conditions. One was to possess the key to the ethereal Immortal Palace, and the other was to obtain the help of a prince. Only by fulfilling these two conditions could one know where the Immortal Palace would appear and obtain the opportunity to enter. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to be involved in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. In this era of great competition, we have to fight even if we don't want to. Xianxia thought to himself, thinking that it was time to make a choice. The Ninth Prince did not think highly of him. However, the Ninth Prince was not the only one in the imperial capital, Yin City. There were many people that he could work with. He returned to the Misty Rain Tower. When Xianxia saw Su Yi, she was trying to console Lingyu. However, based on Lingyu's expression, the effect was not good. The beggar was sleeping on the bed. Imo-chun, Bauer, and the others were at the side. "Big brother Xiao, you're finally back." Imo-chun stood up to welcome Xianxia. Clearly, they already knew what happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "I met an old friend and was delayed for some time. However, I unexpectedly learned some things." "Lingyu, do you want to hear them?" Xiaoqin said softly as he looked at Lingyu. "Martial uncle, does it have anything to do with me?" Xiaoqin nodded. "It does have something to do with you. I just learned that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion married headliner Ling Long to the first Prince Wang Fei because of an ethereal Immortal Palace key." "Immortal Palace key?" A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. She said in realization, "No wonder, no wonder." Although the first prince had a close relationship with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Pleasure Quarter Alliance was far from fully supporting him in the fight for the position of Crown Prince. His relationship with the other princes was also not bad. It looks like this wedding has to go through. Headliner Ling Long will have to marry the first prince, even if she doesn't want to. She is a chess piece representing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Lingyu smiled bitterly, remaining silent. This news was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. However, Imo Chin's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Lingyu, did you not understand what Big Brother Xiao meant?" Somewhat confused, Lingyu asked, "What do you mean?" Imo Chan smiled softly and said, "That is to say, headliner Ling Long did not covet the first prince's position and authority. She was forced to do so because of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's agreement with the first prince. Since the first prince handed over the ethereal Immortal Palace's key, he definitely wants the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to make a statement, to let everyone know that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance is on the first prince's side. Hence, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion withdrew headliner Ling Long. This wedding is a ceremony for both sides to form an alliance. Hearing that, Ling Yu revealed a look of joy on his face. However, it quickly dimmed. Even so, what can I do? Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you something. What is your relationship with headliner Ling Long? Xiao Chun asked the question that everyone was curious about. Many gazes immediately landed on Ling Yu. This was especially so for Su Yi. She seemed to be very interested in this matter. She propped up her chin with both hands as she watched without blinking. Back then, Martial Uncle brought me to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When I saw headliner Ling Long, I had a good impression of her. Later, I stayed there and learned the Pipa from elder sister Ling Long for 3 months. It was just 3 short months, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. I was very happy during that period. However, I still had to return to the sect. The night before I left, she entrusted her life to me. I agreed to come to the imperial capital Yin City to look for her 5 years later. At this point, Ling Yu blushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, his face showed joy from the memories. Thinking about it, that period of time was indeed a beautiful time for him, one that was hard to forget. What happened after that? What happened after that? Su Yi asked in anticipation, her eyes bright like pearls as she smiled. 5 years later, I became the youngest star venerate in the Grave Sea Cluster. Martial Uncle Sect Master tried to get me to stay. As long as I stayed, the Purple Flame Sect would make me the Sect Master. However, I fell in love with elder sister Ling Long, so I rejected Martial Uncle. At that time, I was very spirited and very cocky. Many of the older generation experts in the Grave Sea Cluster could not last 10 moves against me. I wanted to give her a surprise, so I did not tell her and came to the imperial capital Yin City alone. At this point, the smile on Ling Yu's face slowly disappeared. His grave expression contained a trace of regret and intense bitterness. Xiao Chun and the others exchanged glances. They more or less understood some things. In hindsight, Ling Yu was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Grave Sea Cluster. Ling Yu also had a rather thin, great desolate Ian bloodline. At such a young age, he already advanced to Star Venerate. At that time, he would have been brimming with confidence. He wanted to come to the imperial capital Yin City and show off his abilities, making a name for himself and obtaining beauties at the same time. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the imperial capital Yin City was the most bustling city of the Tian Yuan Empire. With Ling Yu's talent and strength in the Grave Sea Cluster, he instantly paled in comparison when he came to the imperial capital Yin City. Even sovereign personages did not dare to speak loudly in the imperial capital Yin City. What more an insignificant Star Venerate? One could easily imagine how disappointed Ling Yu was. I sneaked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and saw Ling Long. She stood in the clouds. After she finished her song, the applause rang out endlessly. Countless primeval, heavenly pills flew over like ribbons. There was no lack of nobles, holy venerates, sovereign personages, and even sovereign emperors. At that time, I felt somewhat timid. I could only afford a seat in the corner, where I could only look up at her in the clouds. I left her a letter and left. I wanted to come back and look for her 5 years later. I felt that a mere Star Venerate was not good enough for her. Ling Yu's voice sounded somewhat choked. At that time, he must have been incredibly depressed. Back in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he had not sensed the position of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Only after coming to the imperial capital Yin City did he realize what kind of height Ling Long, whom he had an appointment with, stood. However, I did not expect elder sister Ling Long to find me outside the city. I was so stupid. Back then, I was really stupid. She said that she was willing to leave with me, but I felt that I was not good enough for her, so I made her wait for 5 years. However, when I returned 5 years later, she was not even willing to meet me. At this point, Ling Yu's face filled with pain. His eyes had long since turned moist. You are really stupid. Huh, I don't even know what to say about you. You deserve to regret it now. After Su Yi heard that, she frowned and cursed Ling Yu. Xiao Chun remained silent. However, he could understand Ling Yu. When he came to the imperial capital Yin City from the Gravesea cluster, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a city. It was like a country bumpkin entering the city. Su Yi, who had never experienced it, found it hard to understand the huge impact and incomparable disappointment. The pain was indescribable. And Mo Chun said calmly, "In my opinion, headliner Ling Long should still be concerned about Ling Yu. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already." Sui nodded softly and said, "That's right. You repeatedly went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and caused so much trouble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died several times already. Headliner Ling Long must have instructed them not to harm you. Brat, you are really fortunate. Headliner Ling Long disregarded everything and was willing to leave with you. How much courage does this require? To think that you did not agree. Now that she is not seeing you, she must still be angry." Ling Yu said sullenly, "No, I have to meet her. I will only give up if she tells me personally." Ling Yu's sudden outburst startled Su Yi and Mo Chun and the others. "If you want to meet her, tonight is the best time. Right now, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is in chaos. Everyone is very busy. It is best to sneak in," Su Yi analyzed calmly. Xiaochen stood up and said, "I'll bring you there." "Martial uncle." Ling Yu immediately felt so touched that he wanted to cry, not knowing what to say. Xiao Chan said softly, "Since you address me as martial uncle, I will definitely be the matchmaker. Back then, I prepared to give you a pipa as a token of love. I still hope that you can personally give it to her. I want to go as well." Sui rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. "Visiting a brothel? I want to go as well. Ha ha ha. You people are all very bad. While this uncle is drunk, you want to visit a brothel again. Hee hee. This uncle is awake. Ha ha ha." The beggar, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, suddenly said as he stood up. Xiaochen did not find this strange, so he looked at Mo Chun. Mo Chun said softly, "Bower, and I will not be going. Elder sister Su Yi already handed most of the matters of the Merchant Association to me. Later, I still have to discuss it with the association chiefs of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and Linlang Pavilion." Xiaochen looked at Su Yi with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Su Yi relinquished her authority so early. "Don't look at me. Why would I be unhappy if I could be more free?" Su Yi smiled faintly, confusing everyone, not knowing what she was thinking. "Let's go then." Chapter 2243. The Imperial Capital, Yin City, Smiling Daughter Pavilion. In the past, the lights would never go out, and the traffic would always be heavy. But tonight, the bustling scene no longer existed. Xiao Chun broke the roof of the pavilion with one saber strike, opening a crack in it. The various auras also damaged the interior of the pavilion. Repairing it would take some time. Now that the place was empty, the place was very busy. Everyone cleaned up the rubble and tidied up the debris. As for the roof, it would take at least 3 days to repair. Such a chaotic situation had not happened in many years. Now that they were cleaning up the mess, several guards even joined in. Xiao Chun, Su Yi, the beggar, and Ling Yu arrived outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion again. There was a large hole at the side of the pavilion. This was the hole that Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to break open. When looking at it from the inside, it did not seem like much. However, from the outside, it looked very exaggerated. Su Yi looked at her masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. This hole will take at least 10 days to repair. The Misty Rain Pavilion's business should be several times better in the next few days. I have to consider increasing the price. Xiao Chun soared into the air and quickly circled the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the dark night. He came and went like the wind. By the time he landed, he had already found a breach. "Come with me." Whoosh! The figures of the group flashed as they followed closely behind Xiao Chun, dodging the waves of guards and restrictions. Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. It would be impossible to enter so easily. Yet, the group managed to break in so easily. "Which floor is Headliner Ling Long on?" Xiao Chen asked. "The east side of the top floor. I know which room it is." The beggar smiled and said, "Brat, you are quite thoughtful. You did not get beaten up for nothing. You finally figured out the room. This time, you can go in boldly. If anyone dares to beat you up, Big Brother will help you chase them away." Ling Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Big Brother, it is better for you to stay here. I fear that something might happen to you." The beggar smiled happily and said, "Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Big Brother will not peek. I still have that much character. Let's go." Seizing the gap between the two waves of guards, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he passed through. The few of them hurried to catch up with him. Following Xiao Chen's footsteps, they ascended to the top floor. It could be seen that even though it was a mess at the moment, it was extremely chaotic. However, the smiling Daughter Pavilion's guards did not relax much against these headliners. When he was about to reach the top floor, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. There was an array formation. If he didn't have any identification, then he would have to pay a visit. As long as one stepped onto the top floor, they would immediately be discovered. This was a type of formation used for scouting, so it was difficult to evade. Xiao Chen had the Death God mask, so he could go up. However, Ling Yu and the other two would have a hard time. This is enough." The beggar uncle took out a few tokens, and upon closer inspection, he realized that they were the waste tokens that the guards carried with them. It was unknown when he had stolen them. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. What did he make a move? Even he did not sense it. That's amazing. What happened? Su Ye's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, she directly took out a token. "It's just SOSO. It's just some small stuff, unorthodox. You won't be interested in it." The beggar uncle smiled happily as he shoved the other two tokens to Xiao Chen and Ling Yu. With the tokens, the group safely made their way to the top floor, not startling anyone. After making many turns in the complicated corridors, they arrived at a room with Ling Long's room token. This is it. Now that they reached this step, Ling Yu felt somewhat hesitant. He could vaguely see a delicate figure through the door and window. "Let's go in." The beggar uncle pushed hard, and Ling Yu barged in. "Who is it?" Just as he closed the door and turned around, a long sword was pressed against his neck. The owner of the sword wore a long white dress. Her pretty face appeared pale and haggard. Headliner Ling Long's complexion was much worse than when she performed in the clouds during the day. With one glance, one would feel heartache. Upon seeing Ling Yu's face, Ling Long was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, she startled awake and said, "Why are you here? Quickly leave. Today, the Tower Master is already angry. If you don't leave now, she will really kill you." "Sister Ling Long, come with me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." Ling Yu's heart ached, and he could not help but ask. Ling Long sheathed her sword. She could not bear to look at Ling Yu. She was afraid that if she took a few more glances, she would not be able to control herself. "You can leave." With her back facing Ling Yu, Ling Long sighed softly. "The matters between you and me are already in the past. 5 years ago, I gave you a chance. 5 years later, it's too late. I don't care. No matter what, I will take you away today." Ling Yu did not know where he got the courage to step forward and grab headliner Ling Long's hand tightly. Ling Long still did not turn around. She said softly, "You should leave quickly. The Pavilion Master will be here soon. I'm taking you with me. What right do you have to bring me along? You are just a mere sovereign personage. How can you compare to the first prince?" Ling Yu was stunned when he heard that. Then his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. "How stupid. Can't you just carry me away?" The beggar uncle and Su Yi, who were watching from outside, immediately felt incredibly anxious. If Ling Yu only said these 2 sentences, "Come with me. You have to come with me," they would definitely come here for nothing. Clearly, not saying anything and just carrying her away was the way to go. "However, you do not like him," Ling Yu said with a somewhat trembling voice. "Who said that I do not like him? He is the current first prince and has the support of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Now, he has the help of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Soon, he will be the crown prince, and I will be the Yinwu dynasty's empress," Ling Long said in a self-mocking manner. When she thought of Ling Yu's laughable reason from 5 years ago, her heart ached again. Back then, Ling Yu's words were very hurtful. Although Ling Long was a girl from a pleasure quarter, she was not someone who coveted glory and the strong. Ling Yu gave up on her efforts just because he could not compare to others. Ling Long really could not think about it. Every time she thought about it, she felt like needles piercing her heart, feeling extreme pain. That's impossible. You are lying to me. Ling Yu was too straightforward and could not make out the resentment in Ling Long's words. His voice even trembled somewhat. Why is it impossible? In your opinion, have I not always been such a person? The people outside felt very anxious, thinking to themselves that they were in trouble tonight. It's over. This fool is too stupid, Su Yi said softly with a heavy frown. The beggar uncle said, this won't do. We have to kidnap him. Given my foolish second brother's intelligence, he really cannot continue watching. Just as the three were considering whether to charge in and kidnap Ling Long, soft footsteps rang out from below. The three's expressions changed slightly, and their figures immediately flashed, vanishing quickly. A person came up from the top floor. It was the veiled pavilion master Yang. Her expression did not change, like she was not overly angry over tonight's storm. Soon, the veiled woman arrived at headliner Ling Long's door. Just as she was about to knock, she frowned slightly. Ling Long quickly looked up and immediately paled in shock. She saw three people stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. Three smiling faces looked at her helplessly at the same time. Su Yi smiled provocatively. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and helplessly, and the beggar uncle teased her like he always did. Plop! Before Ling Long could react or scream, the beggar uncle fell and pressed her to the ground. The two faces were less than half an inch apart, and the tips of their noses were even touching. Hee, how fragrant! The beggar uncle said as he revealed an intoxicated smile after sniffing. The veiled woman was utterly frightened. She reacted only after a while and roared, Die! Bang! The strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor instantly erupted as she landed a palm strike on the beggar uncle's chest. Pussy-eye! The beggar uncle vomited a mouthful of blood as the impact knocked him back. However, before he flew away, he grabbed the veiled woman's leg with one hand. Then, he gently pulled in the air and carried the veiled woman horizontally. The enormous and vigorous force sent the beggar flying far away. As the beggar flew backward, blood still dripped from a corner of his lips. He smiled and said, So, you like me hugging you? You should have said so earlier. I'll just hug you. Why did you use so much force? You nearly broke my bones. Dong! 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 Such a commotion immediately alerted a large group of guards nearby, and a group of guards instantly rushed over. When the guards saw the beggar uncle hugging the pavilion master, who was leaning against the wall, they were greatly startled. Let go of the pavilion master. Quickly let go of the pavilion master. The guards showed nervous expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to act rashly. The veiled woman in the beggar uncle's embrace felt indescribably strange. When she saw the beggar's smiling face at such a close distance, she was surprised to discover that he was not as unkempt as she imagined. You want to hug me as well? It's very comfortable. I'll let you try as well. However, just as the veiled woman wanted to take a closer look at the beggar uncle's smiling face through his messy hair, the beggar uncle laughed loudly. The beggar uncle laughed heartily and threw him towards the group of guards. All the guards reflexively rushed forward to catch her. However, they suddenly recalled the pavilion master's esteemed status. If they touched her, the consequences would be dire, so they retreated in fright. Bang! The veiled woman fell heavily to the ground and grunted in pain. Ha 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 ha! I'm dying of laughter. Little bitch, to think that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha! When Su Yi, who was at the side, saw this scene, she bent over and held her stomach. She laughed without restraint, nearly tearing up. The beggar uncle showed an innocent expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Only Xiao Chun cautiously looked around. The surrounding guards were already rushing over. Chapter 2244. The top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. The strange commotion immediately attracted the experts of various places. Soon, they surrounded the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Even with a veil covering her face, Pavilion Master Yang's complexion still showed how dark it was. Normally, She was aloof and aloof. To think that a beggar toyed with her like this. She was as embarrassed as she could be. Capture them. Don't leave a single one alive. The veiled woman did not have any patience at all. After falling to the ground and getting up, her first words were filled with rage. At the same time, she activated all sorts of formations and placed heavy restrictions on her body. Xiao Chan immediately felt heavy pressure on his shoulders. A ferocious beast image appeared in the air. The ferocious beast gave off an ancient and great desolate Ian aura. Its entire body was scarlet, and its eyes were especially horrifying, looking like huge red lanterns. It had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its body was covered in green moss, withered trees, and desolate wood. Its belly was rotten and rotten. The instant the ferocious beast appeared, chains immediately wrapped around the blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool. There were a total of 8 chains. At a glance, there were the 8 snake-like bodies of that strange snake. The 8 heads opened their mouths, looking like they would bite the azure dragon seal to death at any moment. However, the dragon seal gave off a vast dragon might, preventing it from biting down. It could only let out loud roars. Xiao Chen's soul immediately got locked down. No matter how the 3 divine veins under the blue dragon divine seal struggled, they could not break the chains. Oh no, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, he had been too careless and underestimated the smiling daughter pavilion. Unless he completely refined the 3 soul energies under the divine seal, he would find it hard to break free of the other party's soul sealing formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 6 figures quickly appeared from the darkness. They were all great perfection, sovereign emperors. The weakest was a 4-vein sovereign emperor, and the strongest was a 6-vein sovereign emperor. However, that mysterious and unfathomable peak sovereign emperor still did not show up. However, even if the peak sovereign emperor did not show up, it would still be difficult to break free. Xiao Chun could activate his great desolate Ian bloodline and break out while wearing the alloy dragon armor and holding the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer. However, it would be hard to say for the beggar, Su Yi, and Ling Yu. 8-branch soul locking array. Su Ye's expression was unsightly as she looked at the veiled woman. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The veiled woman said faintly, "That's right, it's the 8-branched soul locking array. I perfected the soul locking array that your cheap mother failed to set up. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to kneel properly after entering this primal desolate soul locking formation. You bitch, don't mention my mother." Su Ye's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Her pretty face appeared somewhat crazed. He wanted to charge forward, but after taking just 2 steps, he found himself unable to move an inch forward. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. It was as if an invisible snake tail was strangling her neck, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Seeing this scene, the veiled woman revealed a disdainful smile. "Why can't I mention it? You keep saying that I'm a bitch, but your mother is the real bitch." As the smiling daughter pavilion's pavilion master, she was shameless and shameless. She chased after love and married into the sword god's noble clan. In the end, the sword god did not even give her the status of a concubine. In the end, he even chased her out. "Tell me, isn't your mother a bitch?" As the veiled woman spoke, she walked over to the feudal Su Yi. Then, she teased softly, "This is especially so for you. Back then, when you were suffering from a terminal illness, your mother knelt before the Su residence for an entire month to save you. In the end, the Su residence's gates remained closed, and your mother died from anger. Tell me, isn't that bitch? The only reason you're still alive is because of..." "Enough!" Xiao Chan suddenly spoke up, expressionlessly at the side. The veiled woman shifted her gaze and smiled. "What qualifications do you have to interrupt now? With just a word from me, I can kill you right now. I said that's enough. Do you hear me?" "Pa!" The veiled woman instantly activated her great desolate Ian bloodline, and an azure-colored dragon roar appeared in her soul pool. "Kassier! Kassier!" The 8 chains instantly broke. Xianxia stepped forward and directly slapped the veiled woman, sending her flying. Blood flowed on the veiled woman's face, and a scarlet handprint appeared. The veiled woman screamed, "Kill him!" Whoosh! 6 figures immediately charged at Xianxia at lightning speed. These were the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors who had already arrived. Xianxia's heart sank. It's over this time. Even if there is only one great perfection sovereign emperor, it would be more than enough to deal with. There were 6 of them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was in dire straits. This could be considered the price of being rash. However, even if the price was his life, Xianxia would not regret slapping the veiled woman. Bitches should be ruthlessly slapped. However, just at this moment, a figure walked over from behind with large strides. This figure placed 2 hands on Xiaoqian's and Su Ye's shoulders. Then, he gently patted Su Ye's shoulder, and the chains in her soul pool immediately shattered as if they had never been there. The 2 of them were gently pulled back by the beggar. Bang! The peak strikes of the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors layered over each other and landed on the beggar. Wuxia. The beggar vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying again. Uncle! This greatly startled Xiaoqian. He quickly helped the beggar up. If the beggar received the peak strikes of 6 great perfection sovereign emperors, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. You can just leave the beating to Uncle. The bodies of you youngsters are very precious. Unexpectedly, the beggar grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He looked like he was heavily injured and could die at any moment. But his mental state was surprisingly good, as if nothing had happened. Not dead. The 6 great perfection sovereign emperors frowned heavily as they guarded the veiled woman. Exchanging glances with one another, they both felt a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Katja, headliner Ling Long, opened the door and took a look. She asked softly, "Pavilion Master Yang, can you let them go?" When the veiled woman heard that, she turned around and looked. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Yu, who was beside Ling Long. "My wedding will be on the 15th of next month. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I hope Tower Lord Yang can respect Ling Long's wishes." Ling Long bowed and said softly. The veiled woman understood Ling Long's meaning. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since Ling Long said so, I will not pursue this matter. Big brother, are you all right?" On the other side, Ling Yu was startled to see the beggar's dying appearance. Then, she quickly walked over. The beggar smiled and said, "Ha ha, I won't die yet." Whoosh! The veiled woman tossed a jade bottle to Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and caught it, finding it somewhat heavy. This is the compensation that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor promised you. There is a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. Young Master Xiao, I hope that you will take care of yourself, the veiled woman said through clenched teeth. The scarlet handprint on her face had yet to fade, yet she still wanted to give the origin liquid to Xiaoqian. Needless to say, it was quite humiliating. However, she had to endure it now. Everything focused on the first prince's wedding. This wedding was very important and involved too many things. She absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong. No matter how much humiliation and dissatisfaction she felt, she had to endure it for now. Xiaoqian looked at Su Ye's condition. Then, he looked at the beggar, whose fate was unknown. There was no longer any need for him to remain in this smiling daughter pavilion. He had already met Ling Long. Now that he achieved his purpose, there was no reason for him to remain. He no longer lingered, turned around, and led the group away. The veiled woman turned around and said with a smile, "Ling Long, go in first. There is no need for you to worry about the wedding. I guarantee that you will have a grand wedding. At that time, all the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will dance for you. Your wedding will not only shake Yan's city, but also make the entire world envious." Ling Long did not show any joy on her face. She forced a smile and returned to the room. After Ling Long left, the veiled woman's expression changed drastically. She turned around and cursed, "Bunch of bastards. What are you all doing? You sneaked into the top floor without anyone noticing. Do you think that you have not embarrassed yourselves enough? What is the point of me raising you? This subordinate knows his mistake. Pavilion Master, please punish me. Useless things. The veiled woman was so angry that she remained silent. She looked at the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors and said, I will leave the remaining 1.5 months to you. Please stay here and guard the door. I do not want any more accidents to happen. Pavilion Master, rest assured. With us around, nothing will go wrong. Sui nodded slightly, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She said softly, if they come again, Xiao Chun and Su Yi can teach them a lesson but not kill them. However, Linglong's lover must be killed for me. Yes. Chapter 2245. Outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Ling Yu carried the beggar on his back, appearing dispirited, like he had lost his spirit, like a walking corpse. The beggar fell asleep again, snoring away on Ling Yu's back, sounding startlingly loud. As Xiao Chan walked together with Su Yi, he glanced at her expression. It was not much better than Ling Yu's. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were still bloodshot, inspiring pity. Thank you for earlier, Su Yi said softly. Su Yi asked in a low voice. She was referring to Xiao Chun helping her slap the veiled woman. Xiao Chun replied calmly, It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Su Yi smiled bitterly and said, Just a small matter? In my opinion, it is not a small matter. I have long wanted to slap this bitch, but cannot do it. Sometimes I really envy you. You dare to challenge the entire 10 merchant associations for Wu Meng. Even when you're in dire straits, you still do not lower your head, turning the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion upside down. As long as you do not go against your heart, you do not seem to fear anything. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, all he needed to do was be a listener. There was no need to interrupt or say anything more. You have always wanted to know what my relationship with the Su clan is. She's right. I am the abandoned daughter of the Sword God's noble clan's current clan head. Back then, my mother made a mistake, marrying this ingrate, this beast that is worse than a beast. After he became the clan head, he divorced my mother. That day, I nearly cried until I went blind. My mother hugged me and kept saying, Little Ye, don't cry. Mother will bring you home. However, when I arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, this little bitch, the adopted daughter my mother adopted back then, not only did she not accept my mother, but she even humiliated her. I really saw how sinister the human heart was. Back then, my mother treated her so well, even leaving the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to her management. However, she repaid kindness with enmity, working with that beast of the Su clan to bully my mother. I really can't accept this. I really miss my mother. I still remember that when I was young, she often brought me to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to watch fireworks and watch performances. Whenever I had any requests, she would excessively fulfill them. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. She would fulfill all my requests. However, I did not know that she had already suffered a lot in the Su clan's residence. He even said that when I grew up, he would teach me how to play the zither and how to practice the sword. Su Ye's voice gradually became choked with sobs. Her eyes were red from crying, but no tears fell. Her tears kept swirling in her eyes and never flowed down her cheeks. Ling Yu, who was in front, turned around. When he saw this scene, he did not know what to do. What are you looking at? You're also a coward. Why don't you bring her out? Can't you see that she's in pain? Su Yi glared at Ling Yu, scolding him for not living up to expectations. Ling Yu's face twitched. Suddenly, he cried out in pain, I want to as well. However, how do you expect me to do so? How am I supposed to do that? I do not have a high cultivation like Martial Uncle. I do not have a great faction like you. I am just a minor character. Without Martial Uncle's care, I would not even be able to enter the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. How could I not understand what you're saying? However, what can I do? I am in more pain than she is, but I'm just a nobody. What can I use to fight with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? What can I use to fight with the first prince? After saying that, Ling Yu broke down and started crying bitterly. Who wouldn't understand this logic? Was Ling Yu really stupid? Ling Yu was not stupid. However, what was the use of that? It was as Ling Yu said. Ling Yu was just a minor character. He did not even need the first prince to make an appearance. Anyone in Yin City could trample him to death. What was the use of passion and hot-bloodedness before reality? An impulse welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. It was an impulse that he could not control. After this thought appeared, it became like a great fire, unextinguishable with the wind. Lingyu, Martial Uncle wants to ask you something. Do you want to marry her? I only want an answer. You don't need to say anything. Just look at me. Not much of an expression could be seen on Xiao Chen's calm face. Only his eyes revealed his expression. Only his eyes, reflecting the cold moonlight, were as hot as fire as he stared at Lingyu. The instant Lingyu raised his head, he met this gaze, which stunned him. Lingyu wanted to say many things. His martial uncle already treated him very well and helped him a lot. He really did not want to make things difficult for his martial uncle. However, before Lingyu could say anything, Xiao Chen said, "All right, I know your answer. Don't say anything else. Go back and rest well tonight. Don't run around during this period. Just stay in a misty rain pavilion and help Pavilion Master Su." Before Xiao Chen could retort, Xiao Chen took the lead and left. After exploring the Smiling Daughter Pavilion that night, the group felt somewhat dispirited. After a night of silence, Xiao Chen split half of the 50 tons of origin liquid with Wu Meng and the others, keeping 25 tons for himself. After 3 days of closed-door cultivation, he used the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art and the 10,000 dragons art to absorb 25 tons of origin liquid. If it were anyone else, trying to absorb and refine 25 tons of origin liquid in 3 days would be impossible. One would not even dare to think about it. This number was too vast. However, for Xiao Chen, who dual cultivated righteous and demonic, as well as 2 inherited cultivation techniques, this was not difficult. Be it the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art or the 10,000 dragons art, they both required a large amount of origin liquid. After the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's transformation, Xiao Chen's body was different from that of ordinary people. The amount of origin liquid he needed was several times, even dozens of times that of others. After absorbing 25 tons of origin liquid, Xiao Chen's cultivation did not improve much. His divine energy cultivation remained at 1 divine vein. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He continued to focus on refining the 3-vein Sovereign Emperor's soul energy. As long as he refined the true God soul energy left behind by the ancient demonic sovereign, his divine energy cultivation would increase naturally. With the increase of divine essence cultivation, everything would follow naturally. The more he accumulated now, the more terrifying the eruption would be when the time came. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art reached a bottleneck. Now, with a casual strike, he could materialize the 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. The blue dragon in the middle was even more eye-catching. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the blue dragon image had become much more realistic, like it could walk out of the picture. The blue dragon image also changed slightly from the initial blue dragon. The most obvious change was that it went from 3 claws to 4. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that as he cultivated the 10,000 dragons art, the potential of his bloodline was continuously dug out. As for the bottleneck, Xiao Chen knew that it was due to the lack of a follow-up cultivation technique. Xiao Chen needed to make time to return to the Blue Dragon Ancient Palace and barge into the Inheritance Hall to obtain the follow-up cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. The 10,000 dragons art would continuously advance, eventually turning into the unprecedented Ancestor Dragon art. However, according to the Dragon Spirit, no one had truly cultivated the Ancestor Dragon art in the martial epic. Xiao Chen did not know how strong he was now. Since coming to Yin City, Xiao Chen had not truly fought all out with others. He had not been able to fight to his heart's content. Xiao Chen estimated that if he brought out all his trump cards, an ordinary 4-vein Sovereign Emperor would not be a match for him. However, it would be somewhat difficult for Xiao Chen to kill a 4-vein Sovereign Emperor. One would need to be at least a 5-vein Sovereign Emperor to suppress Xiao Chen. Furthermore, one had to be a Sovereign Emperor who cultivated a divine vein cultivation technique and possessed a medial grade soul tool. Otherwise, Xianxia could easily leave at any time. As for a six-veined sovereign emperor, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. His chances of victory were slim. A six-veined sovereign emperor was the highest cultivation of a great perfection sovereign emperor. One more step, and he would be a peak sovereign emperor. Before condensing a three-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy, it was best not to fight with a six-veined sovereign emperor. Otherwise, an uncontrollable accident might happen. As for a peak sovereign emperor, Xianxia did not dare to think about it. Right now, he was not a match for any peak sovereign emperor. If he ran into one, he would definitely die. His chances of victory were 0. Even if he brought out all his trump cards, he would only be able to severely injure the other party at best. He would not be able to truly deal a heavy blow. I need a killing move that can truly protect my life. Xianxia entered deep thought. Be it Dermic World, the Taiji Inyang Flame Diagram, the Fiendish Saber Inheritance, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Firmament's Rage, or the Supreme Dragon Fist. Although they possessed great offensive power and horrifying might, making them unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, they could not allow him to fight against a peak sovereign emperor. Outsiders would definitely be shocked to see such a thought. To them, Xianxia's powerful techniques and secret techniques were all killing moves. With these killing moves, even great perfection sovereign emperors would not dare to be too arrogant before Xianxia. However, Xianxia was too picky. He was only a small perfection sovereign emperor, yet he wanted to deal with a peak sovereign emperor. Xianxia needed to find another killing move to take the initiative. Chapter 2246. Xianxia needed to make preparations for his trump card. However, thinking too much was useless. The inheritance hall was not a treasure trove for nothing. It was hard to say whether it existed or not. Xianxia set aside his thoughts for now. Then, he returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and saw Su Yi, who was rehearsing. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden competed with each other in beauty. There was a dazzling lineup of various musical instruments. There was a vermilion zither, a jade flute, a chime bell, a flower drum, and many others. There were all sorts of musical instruments that one could imagine, both obscure and popular, present. Aside from these, there were also some instruments that Xianxia had never seen before, such as the suona, cymbals, and eru. These were rather rare instruments. More bluntly, they were not of high enough quality. They would not appear in the Misty Rain Pavilion or the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Lord Xiao. Su Yi had good eyes. She noticed Xianxia the moment he entered, so she walked over with a faint smile. Suona, cymbals, eru. I don't remember these instruments being here the last time I saw them. Xianxia asked out of curiosity. Su Yi smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, there are none. I did not add them on purpose. It's just that very few of these instruments are soul treasure grade. I have been searching for them for many years. Finally, I found them all. You are very persistent. When my mother was alive, her greatest wish was to merge the 10 great ancient music pieces together to create a new piece. My mother actually left most of these instruments to me. I want to fulfill her wish. However, it is very difficult to achieve perfection. Su Yi sighed. If the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden performed any of the ancient music pieces individually, they would be very good. However, when merging the 10 great ancient music pieces, they found it hard to achieve harmony. There were too many flaws. Many times they thought of giving up, but they persisted. Xianxia took a look and said, if the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden could perform it once a month, the Misty Rain Pavilion would be able to rival the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, you hit it, practicing it day and night, perhaps never completing it. Is it worth it? Su Yi frowned heavily. Then, she replied softly, Of course it is worth it. This is the only thing I can do for my mother. Unfortunately, I just can't do this well. I don't know when I can perfect the Laughing Saber and Sword. Laughing Saber and Sword? Xianxia recalled that the last time he watched it, the finishing touches were the two women who each held a sword and a saber. The clash of sabers and swords brought out the vast aura of many musical instruments playing at the same time. Su Yi looked at the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, who were currently tuning their zither. Then, She whispered, "That's right. I have already named the song that combines the 10 great ancient music scores, unsheathed saber and sword's laughter. Unfortunately, my bladesman and swordsman are still lacking. Unfortunately, the true crux of this laughing saber and sword is the bladesman and swordsman who appear at the end. Otherwise, it would not be perfect." Xianxia fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Pavilion Master Su, if you trust me, I can help you solve this problem." "How?" "For example, I'll personally go on stage and play the role of the last machete man. As for the swordsman, I'll be looking for someone who's on par with me to complete the final theme, the clash of swords and sabers." Su Ye's eyes lit up. She asked incredulously, "Are you sure?" It was indeed too inconceivable. In the end, the path of music was not mainstream in the eyes of cultivators. Those nobles and sovereign emperor experts might like to listen to music, but it was just like how they liked beautiful pets. But this was just like how they liked beautiful pets. If you asked them to perform on stage, it was almost impossible for them to appear. They might even think that one was insulting the other party. Hence, Suyi had been having a headache over this. She could only think of ways to nurture them herself. The clash of swords and sabers was the finishing touch. In order to improve the song, one needed to display the highest saber Dao and sword Dao. The other problems were easy to solve. It was just a matter of time. However, this final problem had always been a sore point for Su Yi. "I'm very sure. However, Pavilion Master Su, you have to agree to a request of mine." Xiaoqin showed a serious expression as he looked at Su Yi. "Please speak." Xiaoqin stepped forward and whispered a few words into Su Ye's ear. Then, he looked at her quietly. However, Su Yi did not hesitate. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. This is not a problem. Even if you do not help me, you just need to say the word, and the 100 fairies of the pear garden will listen to you at any time." "All right, it's a deal then." Now that the agreement was made, Xiaoqin would help Su Yi complete the laughing saber and sword, and she would help Xiaoqin with something else. Take a look first. This time with the Suona, symbols, and Eru, it is closer to the laughing saber and sword that I have in mind. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. Then, she returned to the 100 fairies of the pear garden and sat down with her zither. Just as Xiaoqin felt puzzled, the row of women standing behind him started to play their Suona. A majestic tone that Xiaoqin had never experienced before appeared suddenly. There was no prelude. That intoxicating rhythm that filled one with anticipation arrived, catching them off guard. Dang, dang, dang. When the Suona reached a low and deep tone, the sound of cymbals rang out. Lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness instantly ignited. Soon after, pipa music rang out. The fingers of the 8 beautiful women moved rapidly. The pipa music surged endlessly like a surging river, one wave louder than the one before, faster than the one before. The lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness ignited by the Suona and cymbals were pushed to a new peak. The tempo of the entire piece reached its peak at the very beginning. Mountains howled and seas roared. Huge waves surged, soaring to the clouds, and hot-bloodedness blazed endlessly. The sound of the Eru rang out at an appropriate time, turning this hot-bloodedness solemn and stirring. However, it did not appear desolate. This was because the zither music, the flute, and the jade flute followed closely behind. As an outsider, Xiaoqin was pressured by this majestic music until he could not catch his breath. He felt his blood vessels swell, and his heart pounded endlessly like it would leap out of his chest at any moment. At the very last moment, when the hot-bloodedness was completely ignited and the flames burned his entire body, a saber light appeared. A flash of saber light appeared, followed by a flash of sword light. Saber and sword clashing. The 2 women each held their sabers and swords. Everyone's anticipation lingered in the majestic and surging music as they presented the final theme. When the piece ended, the many beauties of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were already somewhat fatigued. Clearly, the performance of such a great piece drained not only their minds, but also their energy and veritable essence energy. Xiaoqin clapped his hands in praise. The laughing saber and sword, with the addition of the swana and symbols, was completely different from when he first saw it. Although it still had flaws, it had already improved significantly. Over the next few days, Xiao Chun worked with Su Yi to complete the laughing saber and sword. At the same time, Su Yi sent 3 letters. One to the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter, one to the Universe Origin Sect's Chu Chaoyan, and the last to the Golden Crow Empire's Ao Jiao. At this moment, news of a major matter spread throughout the imperial capital Yin City, inciting heated discussions. Everyone, from the royal family to the ordinary martial artists, were discussing it. What was it? Naturally, it was the wedding between the first Prince Wang Fei and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long. Since ancient times, there had never been a prince marrying a brothel headliner. Who was the first prince? He was a prince with overwhelming authority and power in the Yinwu dynasty. In the end, he might become one of the princes participating in the wedding ceremony. The headliner Ling Long's skills with the people were unparalleled in the world. She ranked first among the 10 headliners and was famous in the imperial capital. Countless people loved her. No matter who she was, everyone in this imperial capital, Yin City, knew about her. However, no one had expected such 2 people to become husband and wife one day. It would be hard for such a wedding not to attract attention. The many princes were definitely thinking about how to deal with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's alliance with the first prince and how it would affect them. As for the ordinary cultivators, most of them were just here to watch the excitement. They were happy to see it happen, treating it as a story that would spread far and wide. Everyone was looking forward to the day of the wedding. Xiaochen did not know about all this. He only focused on working with the 100 fairies of the pear garden to complete the laughing saber and sword. This was how Xiao Chun was. No matter what it was, as long as he promised it, he would do his best to do it. 7 days later, Xiao Chun finally reached a tacit understanding with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. He only lacked one person to exchange swords with the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Then, he would be close to completing the laughing saber and sword. Xiao Chun took his leave for now. Then, he prepared to head to the Blue Dragon's old lands to search for his trump card. The 100 fairies of the pear garden could not gain a firm foothold in the imperial capital Yin City. He truly had to rely on himself. Chapter 2247. The blood moon hung high in the Blue Dragon's old land. The scattered moonlight illuminated this desolate world. It felt like even the air felt somewhat sorrowful. A figure suddenly appeared in the moon. It was Xiao Chun, who had passed through the divine universe steel. Xiao Chun arrived at this land of the blood moon. However, this was a coincidence. Not long after he appeared, a strong pressure came from behind him. A huge pressure came from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a wall as tall as a small mountain. When he looked up again, he discovered that this was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper held chains in its hands, and several corpses hung from its metal hooks. Without exception, they were all sovereign emperors. This was not Xiao Chen's first time seeing this scene. However, he still felt somewhat startled and curious. Where did Soul Reaper kill these sovereign emperors? There seemed to be many dragon race ancient tombs in the desolate sea. Aside from staying in the Blue Dragon's ancient city, Soul Reaper probably guarded the ancient tombs as well. However, Xiao Chen did not know where this dragon race ancient tomb was. Xiao Chen recalled that the first time he saw Soul Reaper was when he met the Geomaster Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin had just come out of a dragon race ancient tomb. Qin Zhuolin had obtained the dragon race's excellent brew, Heartburn, from the dragon race, which ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper left Xiao Chen's body. It landed on the ancient city's wall before Xiao Chun. Then, it turned its head back and stared at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could not understand what it meant. Just as Xiao Chun felt bewildered, the desolate slave Soul Reaper suddenly extended its hand. Soul Reaper held up the sky with one hand and caught Xiao Chun. Then, it turned around and gently landed Xiao Chun on the Blue Dragon's Dao platform. Thank you. Regardless of whether this Soul Reaper could understand him or not, Xiao Chun still thanked it. Rumble. A loud sound rang out from the spirit mountain in front of the Dao platform. The blue dragon statue appeared before Xianxia like a huge snake coiling around the mountain. The statue opened its huge mouth and pushed open the door. Xianxia entered. After making many turns inside the statue, Xianxia saw the mysterious dragon spirit guarding the inheritance. It has only been 3 months, yet you've returned. Could it be that you intend to challenge the great inheritance hall? The dragon spirit looked at Xianxia and said slowly, "With your current strength, you will not be able to clear the 2nd floor. You need to be at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor." Xianxia smiled faintly and did not say anything. Although Xianxia was still a 1-vein sovereign emperor, he had already completely refined the faux god flame that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign. The soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor now belonged to Xianxia. At the same time, it contained the power of a true god. In terms of true combat prowess, Xianxia was only stronger than a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Cultivation is just a facade. Senior Dragon Spirit, don't be deceived by it. The Dragon Spirit smiled and said, "Is that so? You seem to be very confident. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Looks like you have a trump card that I don't know about. Go, I'll wait and see." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. I would like to ask if the Blue Dragon's inheritance has a secret technique that can allow me to severely injure a small perfection sovereign emperor to a peak sovereign emperor." When the dragon spirit heard that, it revealed a cautious expression. After some thought, it said, "Your way of thinking is not good. In the end, cultivating the martial Tao requires gradual progress. You are very talented and have excellent comprehension ability. You should understand this principle, right? A peak sovereign emperor is 2 major grades away from a small perfection sovereign emperor. Having a goal is a good thing. However, if you bite off more than you can chew, you will easily end up going to the extremes." Naturally, Xianxia understood what the dragon spirit said. Sovereign emperor, 1 heaven per vein. Xianxia could reach his current strength because he could fight across realms. He had many trump cards, including the Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, the Royal True Dragon Blood, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Heavenly Slayer, and the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's Blue Dragon Body Tempering Art. With so many trump cards, Xianxia had the capital to fight a great perfection sovereign emperor. A 1-vein sovereign emperor fighting a great perfection sovereign emperor was already sufficiently exaggerated and shocking. Furthermore, Xianxia wanted to fight a peak sovereign emperor. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If he was not careful, he would suffer a backlash. I understand. However, my enemy already has a peak sovereign emperor. Before that peak sovereign emperor, even my soul feels heavy pressure. I can't even breathe properly. This feeling of helplessness is very despairing," Xianxia said seriously as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit entered deep thought. Then it sighed softly. "I'm just thinking about what you were thinking. Forbidden arts." "Forbidden arts?" "It is impossible for you to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with a secret technique or martial technique, no matter how strong the martial technique is. Due to the limitations of your cultivation, you cannot injure a peak sovereign emperor. In reality, the Firmament's Rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist that you cultivate can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. It is just that your cultivation is too low." The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. "Aside from forbidden arts, there is no other way to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor with your current cultivation. Any forbidden art would definitely be extremely horrifying. However, its side effects and consequences will be very scary as well." Indeed, Xianxia had taken it for granted earlier. This made sense. How could there be any shortcuts to severely injuring a peak sovereign emperor as a small perfection sovereign emperor? Aside from forbidden arts, there was no other way. You understand the price of forbidden arts without me saying it. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, but also oneself 800 times. A forbidden art that can severely injure a peak sovereign emperor might injure the enemy 1,000 times, but oneself 2,000 times. The dragon spirit said seriously with a grave expression. Xianxia remained silent. He had already experienced the pain of forbidden arts in the Kunlun realm. Forbidden arts could not be used carelessly. There had to be a price. Sometimes, one cannot even bear the price. Don't think about this for now. I think that you have already reached the peak of the 10,000 Dragons Arts first layer. Go and clear the trials first. Obtaining the second layer is the most important thing. The dragon spirit turned around and led Xianxia to the inheritance hall. Not long after, the five-floor inheritance hall appeared before him. Xianxia did not hesitate to enter the first floor with large strides. It was empty. There was nothing there at all. Then, Xianxia glanced at the entrance to the second floor. He did not know what the so-called test would be. Feeling some anticipation, Xianxia moved quickly and entered the door of light. As the light flickered, space and time changed. The scene turned blurry and overlapping images appeared. When the overlapping images merged, Xianxia found himself in a winding corridor. Drip, drip. The ceiling above Xianxia's head was injured, and blood dripped down. He smelled horror. Qi. This was the essence blood of the dragon race's natural enemy, the Ho. Xianxia could not help showing a grave expression. The blood stopped dripping and wriggled on the ground. After a while, it gathered into a row of armored three-veined sovereign emperors. These three-veined sovereign emperors looked exactly like Xianxia. It looked like they were 10 of Xianxia's clones charging at him. Candle dragon eyes. 2 strands of candle flames appeared in Xianxia's eyes, flickering. A candle dragon image appeared behind Xianxia, opening its eyes at the same time. Immediately, Xianxia focused his Ice Dao's Great Dao energy on the candle dragon. In the next moment, the 10 Ho blood clones burned with a cold flame. Their movements stiffened. To think that they did not freeze. Xianxia muttered to himself. He rarely saw ferocious beasts that did not freeze under the candle dragon eyes. However, this was fine. Xianxia summoned out the alloy dragon armor and left behind a purple electric mark as he instantly charged over. Then, he circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his divine energy sea. A dragon image immediately leaped out. Following that, thousands of dragon images gathered at the blue dragon image. In the next moment, a 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center appeared behind Xianxia. Bang! 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 Xianxia instantly executed the supreme dragon fist. Fighting 1 against 10, he easily dealt with the 10 stiff Ho blood clones. Although these Ho blood clones gave off the aura of a three-veined sovereign emperor, Xianxia dealt with them rather easily. He did not need to draw the tyrant's saber on his back. Xianxia could handle the situation with ease with just the supreme dragon fist, suppressing the 10 Ho blood clones by himself. Bang! Xianxia punched again. However, he was shocked to discover that he did not manage to knock this Ho blood clone away. Just as Xianxia felt confused, the other 9 Ho blood clones attacked at the same time. Leaderless dragons. In a rush, Xianxia used leaderless dragons to face the enemies. Fist lights flickered in the heaven dragon image. Xianxia had already moved fast enough, but he still got struck several times. Fortunately, the alloy dragon armor protected him. Xianxia only got knocked back and did not suffer any severe injuries. Xianxia wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. A bright light flickered in his eyes. Has the candle dragon eyes effect weakened? That's not right. The effect is still there. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as getting struck 4 times. What was that? Xianxia squinted and looked carefully. Then, he discovered that the 10 Ho blood clones were actually peak 3-vein sovereign emperors. Blood-colored light radiated from his body and connected together, actually suppressing his dragon might. When did he become so strong? I didn't even realize it. Images flashed through Xianxia's mind as he tried to recall the details of his fight with the hateful blood clones. So that was how it was. Xianxia's eyes lit up. These sacrificial blood clones could absorb his soul power and divine essence. The longer the battle dragged on, the more terrifying the opponent's strength would be. A never-ending increase. For a moment, the sacrificial blood clone, which he thought he could deal with easily, became somewhat terrifying in Xianxia's eyes. I didn't have a chance to test whether my idea was correct. Xianxia could only take advantage of this moment to kill the other party in one move. Otherwise, when the 10 whole-blood clones reached the level of a 4-vein sovereign emperor, they would not be able to survive. Their chances of winning were a little bleak. Chapter 2248. Killing 10 enemies in one move. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Xianxia's mind. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind in the time it took for a spark to fly. The candle dragon flames on the 10 whole-blood clones slowly extinguished. Once the flames extinguished and the 10 whole-blood clones regained their freedom, they would grow even stronger. This was just the beginning, and the test was already so difficult. No wonder the dragon spirit said that only 3-vein sovereign emperors could pass. The inheritance hall's test was truly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Xianxia came to his senses in time and did not cause a huge disaster. One move, then. Xianxia stretched his right hand above his shoulder and tightly grasped the tyrant saber's hilt. Then he closed his eyes. Xianxia's heart became as still as water, entering a state of martial and soul as one. His entire being became ethereal, martial and soul as one, perfectly merged soul energy and divine energy, bringing out 100%, even 150% of one's combat prowess, exceeding one's limits. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and the 10 whole-blood clones entered his vision. The berserk auras pressed down from such close proximity, making Xianxia somewhat unsteady. Xianxia wondered what this corridor was made of. Despite the pressure of 10 3-vein sovereign emperors, it did not even crack. It was completely intact, looking ancient. Draw the saber. When the tyrant's saber was drawn, the world immediately plunged into darkness. Only the resplendent saber light remained eternal. Mahamaya abstinence, violation saber, an immortal realm. In that instant, a supreme, killing Buddha transcended the limits of time, arriving from ancient times, and descended on this ancient corridor. As the resplendent saber light descended, the entire corridor trembled. When the ancient Buddha attacked, the 10 whole-blood clones all got knocked back at the same time. However, as these whole-blood clones retreated, their strength soared despite being severely injured. The strength of these whole-blood clones soared, looking like they would break through 3-vein sovereign emperor and advance to 4-vein sovereign emperor. At that time, their injuries would recover in an instant. Now, it was like a lotus flower that could not melt, like the sun and moon that could not be in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, illuminate my immortal heart, dazzling 3 lives. Kill. Xianxia used the 7-kill seal to condense a 7-fold killing intent to execute the 3-life flower. When Xianxia swung his saber, a lotus flower bloomed. Light and shadow twisted, turning the scenery blurry. Slash, slash, slash. Xiaoqian's figure flickered in the blue lotus as if he was teleporting, and he slashed out 10 times in a row. Clang! The moment Xiaoqian landed, he casually sheathed his tyrant saber. A drop of blood splattered on the ground. The 10 whole-blood clones had all dissipated. Xiaoqian closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, Xiaoqian exited the state of martial and spirit as one. He had not turned his head back to look. Without saying a word, he continued walking forward. Along the corridor, Xiaoqian, who had experienced it before, encountered many house blood clones. He did not panic and continued to deal with the other party. He did not attack, but when he attacked, he would definitely kill. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to endure his strength and soar. Xiaoqian was unimpeded by this somewhat dull slaughter. His face was expressionless as he arrived at an empty hall. It should be a small world. Xiaoqian muttered to himself as he sensed the fluctuations of an array formation around the hall. When Xiaoqian stepped into the hall, he found himself in a vast and boundless sea of sand as expected. The bright sun hung high in the azure sky, making it look like a play. Xiaoqian looked around. Aside from the yellow sand, there was no one else. Come through my stage, and you can enter the second floor. 5,000 kilometers away, the yellow sand shattered, and a person emerged from the ground as dust flew about like snow. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw a black-clad person with a saber on his back, facing him across the sea of sand. This person is a peak 3-vein sovereign emperor, the same as me, a peak 4th-layer saber Dao domain. If that were all, it would not be difficult to deal with him. Only one vein separated a 3-vein sovereign emperor and a 4-vein sovereign emperor. However, that was the difference between small perfection and great perfection. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Xianxia entered deep thought. However, he could not make out the other party's strength for now. Whoosh! The black-clad bladesman crossed the distance of 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Then, he appeared before Xianxia and threw a punch at Xianxia's face. A 10,000 dragons picture coalesced behind the black-clad bladesman. A brown dragon image appeared particularly eye-catching. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He materialized the 10,000 dragons picture and executed the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The fist lights clashed. It was like two worlds colliding. Xianxia grunted. Blood leaked out of Xianxia's lips as he got knocked back. His eyes revealed heavy doubt. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly not much higher than mine. I have a supreme dragon fist to support me. How'd I lose in one strike? Whoosh! 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 However, the black-clad bladesman did not give Xianxia a chance to think. He pressed forward and punched repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia executed the Divine Firmament 9 transformation technique to its limits. His figure flickered, instantly creating thousands of afterimages. However, that black-clad bladesman's fist lights were relentless. The afterimages shattered like glass. This forced Xianxia to the point of breathlessness. In the end, he could not dodge in time and got punched in the alloy dragon armor. Roar! Electric light flickered. At the critical moment, 2 electric images in the alloy dragon armor formed a lightning shield. Although Xianxia managed to block most of the force, he still found it extremely unbearable as he went flying back. When Xianxia landed on the ground, boundless yellow sand kicked up, forming a terrifying sandstorm. Whoosh! That black-clad bladesman spread his arms and fell like a meteor. He stored up power on his right fist, releasing a resplendent star-like light. His figure seemed to merge with the sun, looking incredibly dazzling. Divine Lightning Eye. As Xianxia lay on the ground, he ignored the blood on his lips. Dozens of purple flower petals spun in his right eye and overlapped. Dozens of tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. However, just as the thunderclouds were about to gather, they met with resistance and could not merge. Bang! The resplendent fist light landed. Xianxia did his best to dodge, but the shock wave still struck him. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled in the air. When he landed, he bounced up and down a few times before falling far away. How can it be like this? To think that the tribulation lightning could not gather, Xianxia felt shocked and confused. It looks like you're not prepared yet. Did Lord Dragon's spirit not explain clearly to you? The black-clad bladesman asked as he hovered in the air and looked at Xianxia. I'd like to hear the details. Xianxia said after some thought as he struggled to his feet. Earth Dao Domain, Peak 10th Layer. The black-clad bladesman said calmly. When Xianxia heard that, he was stunned for a while. Then he smiled bitterly. So that is the case. When one's Dao domain reached peak 10th layer, it could advance to a small world. This was the other party's small world. Unless one's cultivation suppressed the other party's or had a peak 10th layer Dao domain, one would not stand a chance of victory in this small world. Initially, Xianxia thought that this was a small world formed by a formation. Now, it looked like this small world was materialized by the other party's peak Dao domain. That explained why the tribulation clouds could not gather. Naturally, one would face resistance when one attracted the tribulation lightning outside in the other party's small world. I've learned something. I lost. Xianxia sighed. Even though he still had Heavenly Slayer, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Such a suppressive advantage could not be made up for with a soul tool. Huh. Don't tell me that you think that you have to kill me to pass. When the black-clad bladesman saw the situation, he laughed hoarsely. Then, he said softly, "You already passed. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass." This stunned Xianxia. Happiness came too suddenly. Wasn't it too easy? The black-clad bladesman replied calmly, "That's not it. Along the way, I spent most of my energy dealing with the whole blood clone. It would already be pretty good if you could last 3 moves from me. It is not too easy. Rather, you are too strong. The whole blood beast does not seem to pose much of a threat to you." Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm already used to it. Now that I have activated my royal true dragon bloodline, and our cultivation is not that far apart, I no longer feel much fear. No wonder. I'll send you to the 2nd floor, then." The black-clad bladesman stretched out his hand, and a door of light appeared in the yellow sand, leading to the inheritance hall's 2nd floor. After performing a cup fist salute, Xianxia walked over with large strides. Xianxia had cleared this stage somewhat bafflingly. However, no matter what, he had finally passed the test. The instant Xianxia entered the inheritance hall's 2nd floor, beams of light directly encased him. "Congratulations, Blue Dragon Disciple. The inheritance you obtained on this floor is Divine Energy Infusion." Feeling somewhat confused, Xianxia saw many dragon race powerhouses walking out from the ancient era. His divine essence cultivation rose rapidly, but he had yet to react. Before he could react, he revealed a helpless smile. "Kasie." Xianxia successfully broke through to Two-Vein Sovereign Emperor. After a while, Xianxia startled awake, revealing a helpless smile. The inheritances in the inheritance hall appeared randomly. If he could choose, he would not have chosen the divine energy infusion. Secret techniques, cultivation techniques, or natural treasures that could raise his Dao domain were what he urgently needed. After exchanging moves with the black-clad bladesman, Xianxia already understood that the so-called cultivation realm was just a reference. The divine energy infusion that others sought was not suitable for cultivating in the Sovereign Emperor realm. However, Xianxia viewed it as useless. He had to admit that he had been somewhat greedy. Aside from the Deep Abyss infusion, the 2nd floor was empty. There were no other treasures left. Xianxia could not hide his disappointment. After Xianxia took the 10,000 Dragons Art's 2nd layer, he left in a hurry to meet the dragon spirit again. "I've already considered it. I need the forbidden art that Senior mentioned." Xianxia revealed a serious expression as he spoke calmly, without hesitation. The dragon spirit remained silent, not in a rush to answer. Chapter 2249. You need a forbidden technique that can severely injure peak Sovereign Emperors. Naturally, the Inheritance Hall has it. However, have you really thought it through? The senior dragon spirit asked as it looked at Xianxia. "I already thought about it before coming. Senior dragon spirit, please grant me my wish." "All right." The dragon spirit handed a jade strip to Xianxia. After some thought, it said, "The situation is special, so I'll make an exception this time. Take this jade strip properly." Xianxia received the jade strip and placed it on his forehead. Ancient divine characters immediately appeared in his mind. Xianxia did not recognize the divine characters. However, when they appeared in his mind, he naturally understood their meaning. 9 Heavens God Demon Body Unsealing Technique. Xianxia looked at the senior dragon spirit in confusion. Then, he said, "This does not seem to be a forbidden technique unique to the dragon race. This is a forbidden technique that has existed since the Great Desolate Aeon. Now, in the martial epoch, only the dragon race grasps it, probably the only one. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of this forbidden technique. If you execute it with your blue dragon bloodline, you could trace it back to its origin, allowing an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If you are strong enough, it might even be possible to transform into a Great Desolate Aeon ancestor dragon." This revelation startled Xianxia. He asked, "What's the price?" "Once executed, one's divine energy and soul energy will burn, unstoppable until they burn out. If one is not careful, one will exhaust their chi and blood and die. One needs extremely strong willpower to control it. The dragon spirit sighed softly. Hence, I hesitated for a long time before giving it to you. No one has cultivated this forbidden technique for many years already. The price to pay is a small matter. However, many people do not have strong willpower and cannot endure it. After returning to their ancestral roots, they are unable to reverse it and tire themselves to death. Many of the seniors who executed this nine heavens god demon body unsealing technique were prepared to perish together. I'll take note. Xianxia showed a grave expression as he realized how terrifying this nine heavens god demon body unsealing technique was. This is for you. A primal essence heavenly replenishing pill, a rank 8 heavenly pill. After using a forbidden technique, if one didn't have a good supplement, it would leave behind a hidden injury, and one would regret it for the rest of their life. You must remember, if you do not have a tier 8 heavenly pill or above, you must not use this forbidden technique. Otherwise, even if you injure your opponent, you'll still be crippled. The dragon spirit said to Xianxia with a grave expression. Now, not counting the juniors of the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate, you are the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. I do not wish for you to die like this. Xianxia smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't die. After leaving the land of the Blood Moon, Xianxia returned to the Misty Rain Pavilion and continued his seclusion. The Nine Heavens God demon body unsealing technique was much more profound than he had imagined. When he studied it carefully, he found it to be boundlessly profound. It wasn't just a forbidden art. It was that simple. According to the records, this martial skill wasn't a forbidden technique during the primordial era. As long as he could find the complete remains of a divine dragon or an ancestral dragon, he would be able to execute this technique without any damage. He could even refine the ancestral dragon true body or the inferior divine dragon true body into his avatar. He could freely switch between his true body and an ancestral dragon clone. However, the remains of ancestral dragons and divine dragons were everywhere during the Great Desolate Aeon, so they were easy to find. Now, many epochs had passed. However, ancestral dragon remains, divine dragon remains, and even true dragon remains were hard to find. At best, one could find some broken limbs. If one wanted to find complete remains, one would have to target mixed blood dragons. Let's not care about this for now. I'll study it thoroughly first. When necessary, I can protect myself and the people around me. After making a trip to the Blue Dragon's ancient land, Xianxia received a divine source infusion and advanced to 2 Vain Sovereign Emperor. Obtaining the second layer of the 10,000 Dragons art was a significant harvest. After thinking about it carefully, Xianxia was somewhat surprised to discover that the 9 Heavens God Demon Body unsealing technique and the 10,000 Dragons art seemed to achieve the same result through different means. The 10,000 Dragons art had 5 layers. After advancing each layer, it would eventually evolve into the Ancestor Dragon art. The 9 Heavens God Demon Body unsealing technique used blood to revert to ancestry. In the end, it also sought to become a Great Desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. However, the two were very different. One was a cultivation technique, and the other was a martial technique. One focused on gradual progress, while the other focused on rapid progress. The two also had different directions. The 10,000 Dragons art was mainly used to cultivate and temper the body. However, the 9 Heavens God Demon Body unsealing technique was mainly used to injure the enemy. More importantly, the 9 Heavens God Demon Body unsealing technique was not created by the dragon race. Anyone with a Great Desolate Aeon bloodline could also cultivate it. Perhaps there was some connection between the two. However, this was not the time for Xianxia to consider. Right now, he only wanted to focus on studying this forbidden art in case he needed it. The most important thing now was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art's second layer. He had already delayed the first layer for a long time. Now that he obtained the cultivation technique, he naturally had to do his best to make up for it. Time passed. The outside world was in chaos. The imperial capital Yin City continued its glory and prosperity day and night. However, time seemed to stop in the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xianxia practiced his saber during the day, trying to master the final move, merciless killing. At night, he worked on the 10,000 Dragons Art second layer. With the aid of the 2 divine veins, his 10,000 Dragons Art improved rapidly. The 10,000 Dragons picture with the blue dragon in the center of Xianxia's divine energy, see, already completely materialized. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 days passed. There were less than 10 days left to the first Prince Wang Fei's wedding. The entire imperial capital Yin City started to brim with a festive atmosphere. The first Prince Wang Fei used all his strength to maximize the influence of this wedding. In the past few days, feudal lords from various places headed to the imperial capital Yin City. Naturally, the feudal lords belonging to the first prince's camp arrived early. Some of the neutral feudal lords and noble clans saw that the first prince and the smiling daughter pavilion formed an alliance behind this wedding. These feudal lords started to waver in their stance, wondering if they should stand on the first prince's side. Soon after, they rushed to the imperial capital Yin City to congratulate the first prince. Wang Fei was the eldest son in the first place. Furthermore, he had the support of the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs. Now, he also had the support of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Now, he had another trump card in the succession race. This wedding caused Wang Fei's influence to soar, surpassing that of the 8th prince, who had the support of Sect and the Yin Emperor's favorite 13th prince. This did not seem to have any tangible effect. However, luck was something that was hard to predict. When one side's luck increased, the other side's would definitely decrease. Before the wedding took place, the first prince already gained the initiative in the succession race. Xianxia did not overthink. He remained in closed-door cultivation by the Mirror Lake, not bothering about right or wrong. He left everything to Su Yi and Mo Chun. However, today, the peaceful days were broken by the arrival of one person. The Heavenly Book Scholar came to seek an audience. Right now, the imperial capital Yin City is extraordinarily bustling. Various factions gather here. Feudal lords come every day. It is not peaceful for even a moment. This place of yours is unexpectedly quiet. It really surprises me. This is truly surprising, the Heavenly Book Scholar said with a soft smile as he fanned himself with his folding fan when he saw Xianxia. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression remained the same, his bones delicate and his spirit carefree. Xianxia retorted indifferently. What else? What did you think I would be like? A brilliant light flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. He smiled and said, I thought that you would at least join in the excitement. On the surface, it looks like a wedding. However, behind it is the succession race. As long as one is ambitious, they will be recruiting soldiers and buying horses, making their final preparations. This is because everyone knows that this wedding has already changed the situation of the succession race. After the wedding, the succession race will start immediately. Xianxia smiled and said, I've disappointed you. Let's not talk about this for now. One does not come to the temple for no reason. Why are you looking for me? Just tell me directly. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, I am not the one looking for you. The one who wants to meet you this time is someone else. Who? He has been waiting for a long time in the Mirror Lake. If you are willing, you can come with me. Xianxia knew who was waiting for him. He said softly, lead the way. Chapter 2250. Behind the misty rain pavilion, on the surface of the vast Mirror Lake, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, walked on the surface of the water as if they were walking on flat ground. One of them held a white paper fan in his hand. His demeanor was elegant and dignified, as if he was alive. He appeared somewhat weak, like a pale-faced scholar. The other person was dressed in white. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely in the water. Needless to say, the leader was the Heavenly Book Scholar. Naturally, the other person was Xianxia. After passing through a group of blooming water lilies and a few more ups and downs in the misty water, the Heavenly Book Scholar fell like a meteor, landing firmly on a lone boat. Then, he turned his head to look at Xianxia and made an inviting gesture. The sky was clear and blue. The clouds were light and the wind was gentle. It was almost noon. The mist was hazy and a lone boat was in the middle of the river. Xianxia glanced at it and didn't suspect anything else. Like a leaf falling from a pine tree, he landed steadily on the bow of the ship. Looking forward, there was already a table of simple dishes and wine in the cabin. The small space could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The person on the other side was dressed in embroidered clothes. He had a handsome and masculine appearance, and there was a faint murderous aura between his brows. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not hide the murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a prince who had killed many people. I have long heard of Lord Zhao's name. I finally get to meet you today. Please take a seat. The 9th prince smiled faintly and invited Xianxia to sit down. Greetings, 9th prince. After cupping his hands in greeting, Xianxia lifted the hem of his robes and slowly sat down. The 9th prince Wang Yin frequently guarded the borders, resisting the abyssal underworld's demons and the Blood Moon dynasty, a great threat. Xianxia didn't know much about him. He only had some understanding of him. He didn't know anything about his background or personality. Wang Yin was not surprised that Xianxia recognized him. After a simple understanding and 3 cups of wine, Wang Yin said, Lord Xiao has the strongest spirit in the world, heartburn. I wonder if the simple wine here is to your liking? Xianxia put down his cup and said, drinking also depends on one's state of mind. No matter how good the wine was, it was impossible to taste it. For example, right now, the small boat in the middle of the lake and the boundless mist. Although there is an artistic conception, it is not the time to drink. Wang Yin exchanged looks with the heavenly book scholar. Then he smiled and said, Lord Xiao is a straightforward person. I will not waste any more words. It was my idea that Changji asked you to buy the key to the Immortal Palace last time. This time, I personally came to ask if Lord Xiao has the intention to make a move. So, the heavenly book scholar's name is Changji. Xianxia thought to himself. Then, he put down his wine cup and smiled. Not selling. As expected, since you're not selling the ethereal palace key, I wonder if Lord Xiao is willing to sell it? Wang Yan's expression did not change as he looked at Xianxia. The lake rippled and the boat swayed. Xianxia's heart was as calm as still water. He did not move at all. He said calmly, What do you mean? The 9th prince wants you to help him fight for the throne. Haven't you always wanted to know where the Immortal Palace will appear in the prophecy? I can tell you, only those who help a prince fight for the throne are qualified to know. Aside from that, there is no other way, the heavenly book scholar said from the side. Then, he looked at Xianxia, observing his expression. However, the heavenly book scholar appeared somewhat disappointed. He could not make out anything from Xianxia's expression. It seemed like Xianxia had guessed it long ago. I know all this. Tell me something I don't know. The heavenly book scholar frowned slightly when he heard that. Then, he looked at the 9th prince. After the 9th prince nodded, the heavenly book scholar said, All right, during the succession race, all the princes will enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. This is a secret realm of the royal clan. It is also the place where the Yinwu dynasty's luck and dragon veins are stored. Aside from the tombs of the past Yin emperors, there are also all sorts of fortuitous encounters and inheritances. However, many of the places in this secret realm are forbidden lands. Even the royal clan has not explored all of them. This time, the various diviners who read fate and calculate luck all agree that the Immortal Palace might appear in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. However, as you know, this prophecy has spread thousands of times in the past 100,000 years. You can determine its truth by yourself. Xianxia thought to himself. After a while, he asked, Only the royal clan controls the entrance to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, and the tomb opens only during the succession race? The heavenly book scholar said, That's right. Even the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs are qualified to enter only after the late emperor passes away. You need to work with the prince to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the Immortal Palace key would be wasted in your hands. The 9th prince continued. The succession race is a test for all the princes to enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. The final victor will be the crown prince. Honestly speaking, I do not care about the crown prince position. I'm just worried, if the Immortal Palace really appears, the wings of time will fall into the hands of the Xiwu dynasty. Finding this strange, Xianxia asked, the Shu dynasty's people can enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? Previously not. However, it is hard to say after the wedding in the imperial capital, the ninth prince said indifferently. The ninth prince said indifferently. This wedding was clearly referring to the wedding of the first prince that had spread across the world. Speaking of which, Xianxia, what do you think of this wedding? The heavenly book scholar asked as he looked at Xianxia. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his question. Xianxia's expression did not change as he replied, "What opinion can I have? Is that so? In that case, it looks like you still do not know about the recent events. Aside from the imperial ancestral temple's patriarch, there is another person presiding over this wedding. The current clan head of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Qiming, is also the father of the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master." The heavenly book scholar explained calmly and unhurriedly. This stunned Xianxia. This meant that the first prince had gained another great helper. Is the transcendent, strongest, noble clan of the dynasty finally taking a side in this succession race? No wonder the heavenly book scholar asked for my opinion. I thought that the other party already knew some of my plans. The ninth prince showed a somewhat helpless expression as he said, "The noble clans, the sects, and the feudal lords are the three strongest factions in the dynasty. The Su family was the head of the world's aristocratic families. Regardless of his motives for choosing his eldest brother, it would definitely affect the choices of many aristocratic families. After this wedding, eldest brother has already taken the lead in the battle for the position of crown prince, breaking the original balance between the three." Xiaoqian's thoughts raced as he thought of something. He asked, "The ninth prince mentioned earlier that the Shu dynasty's demons can enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb after the wedding. Does that have anything to do with this?" The ninth prince laughed softly and said, "Big brother obtained such a strong support and seized the initiative, leaving 8th brother and 13th brother far behind. To obtain so many benefits, one naturally has to pay the price. It's just that the price paid is a little too great. If one is not careful, one will fall into their own trap." Smiling daughter pavilion. Xiaoqian pondered and pointed out the crux of the problem. That's right. In reality, the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Right now, the ancestral court is in the Shu dynasty. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church fought with the Buddhist sect. After they lost, they were labeled an evil sect. They could only go far away to avoid trouble. Instead, they developed in the Shu dynasty. However, the world does not know that the Azure Lotus Church's greatest business has always been in the Yanwu dynasty. Such a secret shocked Xiaoqian. To think that the Azure Lotus Church was behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. The Azure Lotus Church. This was not Xiaoqian's first time hearing about this. Back in the fiendish demon battlefield in the Grave Sea Cluster, he had a karmic connection with the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakia. The Nirmanakia was different from the clone. The Nirmanakia had its own thoughts and character, able to think subjectively. No matter how strong the clone was or how intelligent it was, it could not think subjectively, much less give birth to a new personality. However, there were similarities between the two. Be it the Nirmanakia or the clone, they were both under the control of the main body. Everything that happened between Xiaoqian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakia back then was under the observation of the main body. The other party knew everything. However, the main body was the main body, and the Nirmanakia was the Nirmanakia. The two were like two different people. Back then, after the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakia spoke, her physical body exploded, turning into a strand of 9-colored spirituality that vanished. Since the royal court knows that the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, why did they not eradicate the Pleasure Quarter Alliance? Xiaoqian asked out of curiosity, startling awake from his memories. The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "Xiaoqian, given your intelligence, you just need to think about it to figure out the reason. The Hidden Spirit Temple." Inspiration flashed in Xiaoqian's mind as he said seriously. The heavenly book scholar nodded and said, "That's right. The royal court did indeed think of using the Pleasure Quarter Alliance to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check. However, whether it would be effective or not is another matter. Another reason is that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance possesses deep accumulations. It is practically impossible to eradicate it completely. Furthermore, it has never shown any enmity to the dynasty, so we just let it exist. The ninth prince said, "This time is somewhat different. For the sake of the ethereal Immortal Palace, the Shuowu dynasty will definitely use the Azure Lotus Church as a connection to enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb." The first prince can't be that stupid, right? Wang Yin said coldly. He took benefits from others. Naturally, he has to pay the price. He is not stupid, either. He just thinks himself clever and wants to take a gamble. The prophecies have been false thousands of times. As long as this time is also false, it does not matter to him. After saying so much, I have said everything I know. Lord Xiao, you can see my sincerity. What do you think? Are you willing to help me seize the throne and enter the ancient Yin Emperor tomb together? Xiao Chun replied softly. I'll give you an answer 3 days later. Sure, this is such a major matter. If you agree to it now, I will feel suspicious. Wang Yin smiled faintly and stood up to send the three off. The three walked to the bow of the warship. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, the lake's surface turned scarlet at some point in time, and many black corpses floated on the water. Wang Yan's expression immediately changed drastically. These are my secret guards. Chapter 2251. Blood flowed in the clear lake water. Clearly, these 9 princes' secret guards had died not long ago. The heavenly book scholar and the 9th Prince Wang Yin showed somewhat shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, someone in the imperial capital dared to attack a prince. The three stood at the bow, not daring to act rashly. The 9th prince had killed so many elite secret guards right under their noses. At the very least, he was a great perfection sovereign emperor. Furthermore, his water Dao domain was very strong. As Wang Yin looked at the corpses of the secret guards soaking in the water, his expression turned increasingly unsightly. Wang Yin could no longer suppress the killing qi on his face, spreading it out wildly. Boom! When the horrifying killing qi burst out, the entire lake became like the sea. Waves roared and surged endlessly. Xiao Chan felt slightly startled. The 9th prince's strength somewhat surprised him. Just as killing qi was already so terrifying. This person must have taken the lead when killing enemies outside, leading the charge. Countless demonic Dao cultivators and abyssal underworld cultivators must have died at the 9th prince's hands. Otherwise, he would not have materialized such a vast killing qi. Xiao Chun vaguely saw a shadow of himself from back then in the 9th prince. The 9th prince walked the massacre Dao. If one was not careful on this Dao, one would enter berserking qi deviation and fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. However, the 9th prince had the dynasty's luck, so he was in a much better state than Xiao Chun back then. The dynasty's luck could suppress and refine this killing qi. However, the 9 princes' killing qi could also be used to refine the dynasty's luck. It all depended on the 9th prince's choice. I want to see who dares to kill my people in Yin City. The 9th prince raged. The lake water surged, looking like it would overturn the entire lake. Xiao Chan felt slightly surprised. With such a large lineup, it should have startled the outside world long ago. The Misty Rain Pavilion was located in the bustling area of the imperial capital. Any disturbance would startle the entire imperial capital. The city guards would rush over in 10 breaths. However, there was no movement at all. It was like the three were isolated in another world. Something's wrong, Xiao Chan said to the heavenly book scholar. Then he activated the alloy dragon armor. Purple dragon motifs adorned the silver armor, and a thunder dragon reverse scale pinned and hung on his forehead. His aura immediately changed drastically. The heavenly book scholar looked at the sky and said, "Something is wrong. We are already in someone else's small world." Pocket world. One could materialize a small world only after reaching the 10th layer of the Dao domain. This was somewhat problematic. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mouth appeared in the water and swallowed the entire boat with a bang. So. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, dodging to the side and looking back. In the lake below, A snow-white snake with a single horn on its head appeared. Vaguely, there was a trace of divine might. This was a huge snake with the bloodline of the divine beast base. Snow python. This stunned the heavenly book scholar. He recognized this snake. This was a ferocious beast that only the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal court possessed. A person stood on the snake's body. This person wore a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. He held a fishing rod in his hand. This person exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura, displaying the horrifying cultivation of a six-vein sovereign emperor. Doubt flashed in Xianxia's eyes. However, before he could think, that person swung the fishing rod in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fishing line seemed to have a life of its own, twisting in the air and drawing a curved path as it tried to entangle the three. Xianxia and the other two did not dare to be careless. Their figures flashed as they dodged the fishing line. However, this person was too strong. The fishing line was transparent and strangely fast. In mere moments, the fishing line wrapped around the leg of the heavenly book scholar, who was the weakest among the three. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fishing line continuously spun around the heavenly book scholar's leg, extending up and deep into his flesh. Blood instantly covered his entire leg. The fishing line was extremely thin and boundlessly sharp. It looked like it would cut off the heavenly book scholar's leg. The heavenly book scholar snorted coldly. Then he opened the folding fan in his hand, and a vast Confucian righteous chi spread out from his body. Kassier, Kassier. The fishing line, which was originally only wrapped around Xiao Chen's leg, instantly bounced off. Then he quickly extricated himself and fled far away. The straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python did not show any change in expression. He continued to swing the fishing rod in his hand. Immediately, the fishing line extended infinitely in the air, turning into transparent ribbons dancing in the air. Xianxia and the other two felt somewhat sullen. They could not bring out their strength and could only evade. This fishing rod was simply too strange. They could not do anything about it. They could only dodge. If they got careless and got entangled in the fishing line, that would be the heavenly book scholar's fate. At this moment, the most important thing was not to let this affect their mental states. The ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar felt somewhat frustrated. With their strength restricted, they could only dodge helplessly. This continuously affected their mental states. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water as he calmly observed the straw raincoat-clad man's actions. He showed a grave expression, not daring to be careless. A six-vein, sovereign emperor. Just this cultivation alone placed heavy pressure on Xianxia, making it difficult to defeat him. At the same time, Xianxia had several doubts in his heart. Were there no older generation experts by the ninth prince's side, guarding him in secret? Or were they already pinned down? Xianxia did not know if the expert who covered the small world in this mirror lake was the straw raincoat-clad man or another expert. Take the bait willingly, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly as Xianxia kept guessing. Then he quickly pulled in the fishing line and sank it to the bottom. Mysterious ripples immediately appeared on the water surface. The fishing line seemed to sink into another space and time, looking incredibly strange. In the next moment, a loud bang rang out, and a ferocious beast was actually reeled in. Fishing alone in the cold river snow, not returning to sleep when the moon sets, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly. Under the conical bamboo hat, a smile appeared on the straw raincoat-clad man's face. With the help of a slender fishing line, the huge ferocious beast was easily pulled up and sent flying towards the three. Even if a strong wind blows in the night, the shore is where my heart is at peace. Beyond the chilly wind and cold shadows, a lone boat accompanied by grass. As the straw raincoat-clad man chanted, not only did the ferocious beast get pulled out, but also flew around in the air, making the three miserable. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The night is still, the water is cold, and the fish do not feed. The boat is empty, and the bright moon returns. Boom! This was even more horrifying. A bright moon actually fell out of the water. As it slowly rose, it startled the three. Be careful. I know who he is. He is the White Marsh Beast Empire's imperial teacher, Xianxia. Xiaoqin showed a grave expression. Before this straw raincoat-clad man brought out his full strength, he had already forced the three into a dangerous situation. Now that this bright moon fell out, it was even more flabbergasting. Just at this moment, a strand of extremely strong soul energy silently shot towards Xiaoqin like a sharp arrow. Dang! When the soul energy struck the reverse scale on Xiaoqin's forehead, it gave off a crisp sound. A ferocious dragon roared and scattered this strand of soul energy. Xiaoqin's expression immediately changed drastically, as this soul energy attack targeted only him. The Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar were not affected. In the end, this assassination was actually aimed at him. Rage. When Xiaoqin understood, he immediately became enraged and snorted coldly. The divine energy in Xiaoqin's body flowed in reverse, turning into demonic qi divine energy. He activated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, and demonic qi immediately surged out of his body. The Shuowu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, instantly activated. A scarlet moon rose behind Xiaoqin. Then he faced his palms to the sky and held up this vast scarlet moon. Then he smashed it down. Bang! The two bright moons collided. The bright moon that the straw raincoat-clad man held up shattered amid a loud bang. Xiaoqin used the Shuowu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, to smash it into smithereens. However, the fishing line took advantage of this opportunity to wrap around Xiaoqin's ankle before extending upwards. In an instant, it firmly bound Xiaoqin. However, the sharp fishing line that could cut into the Heavenly Book Scholar's flesh could not penetrate Xiaoqin's body at all. He had the alloy dragon armor protecting him, so it could not injure him at all. Whoosh! The straw raincoat-clad man stared at Xiaoqin from under the conical bamboo hat on the snow python, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The straw raincoat-clad man pulled ferociously, trying to pull Xiaoqin over. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man was about to pull, electricity jolted his hand, nearly causing the fishing rod to fall from his grasp. A horrifying bolt of electricity moved along the fishing line, crackling as it flashed. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the straw raincoat-clad man's fourth-layer thunder, Dao Domain, reached the might of a fifth-layer thunder, Dao Domain. Even a six-vein sovereign emperor would suffer significant injuries from this lightning strike, which looked pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! The man in the woven rush raincoat, sitting on the snow python, gave a muffled groan. He, who had always been like an old fisherman, stood up for the first time. Boom! The instant the straw raincoat-clad man stood up, the horrifying aura of a six-vein sovereign emperor surged out together with the might of his divine seal. The Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar were currently dealing with the attacks of various ferocious beasts and mysterious phenomena. When they saw this scene, they were greatly startled. This was because the straw raincoat-clad old man's sovereign emperor aura headed for Xiaoqin. The two of them were only slightly affected. The straw raincoat-clad old man wanted to use the horrifying might and pressure of a six-vein sovereign emperor to shatter Xiaoqin's thunder Dao Domain. However, Xiaoqin smiled coldly. The royal blue dragon bloodline in his body surged endlessly like a surging river. He did not show any fear when facing this aura. The White Marsh Beast Empire's royal tutor already came out. Where are the experts of my divine dragon empire? Why are you still not coming out? Xiaoqin shouted coldly. Then he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and used the three-vein sovereign emperor soul energy that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign to detonate the divine lightning talisman in the depths of his soul pool. Immediately, thunderous sounds rumbled endlessly, shaking the entire small world. Up until now, Xianxia could only use the Divine Lightning Eye to activate the Divine Lightning Talisman that the Immortal Epic's Thunder ancestor left behind. However, the situation forced him to use his three-vein Sovereign Emperor Soul energy and take the risk to activate it. Rumble! The Divine Lightning Talisman instantly erupted. The Immortal Epic's Thunder ancestor's talisman burst out with a frightening might of divine lightning. Xiaoqian's every word became thunderous, turning into the sound of divine lightning rampaging in this small world. Electric light flickered all over his body. As the demonic chi, driven by the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiaoqian became as terrifying as an ancient thunder god punishing everything in the world. Chapter 2252. Rumble. Thunder boomed endlessly. The explosive power of a three-vein Sovereign Emperor detonating the Divine Lightning Talisman surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. The Divine Lightning Talisman even went somewhat out of control. Just the sound waves shook the small world. Cracks! A flaw appeared in the small world. The Heavenly Book Scholar looked up and discovered some cracks in the sky flickering with electric light. The Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes immediately lit up with joy. As long as he broke this small world, all the danger would be resolved. At that time, no matter how strong Sikong Shu was, he would not dare to linger. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the city guards captured him. When a straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python saw Xiaoqian's might, he felt slightly shocked. What surprised the straw raincoat-clad man even more was that Xiaoqian had guessed that there were other people here. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so arrogant. Xiaoqian, you really don't know what's good for you. Whoosh! Thunder rumbled as the lake water parted. A silver-haired old man emerged like a dragon emerging from the sea. He held a white pearl in his hand as he leaped out and looked coldly at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian could clearly sense dragon might in the aura that this old man gave off. If it were someone familiar with the dragon race, they would be able to tell that this was an expert of the silver dragon bloodline of the 6 color divine dragons. A strange look flashed in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. He whispered to the 9th prince, "This person is the Silver Dragon Palace's palace master, the clan head of the Silver Dragon bloodline. He is conferred the title of king in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Silver Dragon King." What? A surprised expression immediately flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. The Silver Dragon King. To think that the clan head of the Divine Dragon Empire disregarded his status and came to Yin's city to assassinate Xiaoqian. How much trouble did this Xiaoqian cause in the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiaoqian looked at the silver-haired old man with a cold gaze. Then he said sullenly, "Since when did the Silver Dragon Palace become the Golden Dragon bloodline's lackey?" The silver-haired old man retorted coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. If you are sensible, you will return to the Divine Dragon Empire with this king and meet the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, you'll be disobeying orders. Don't blame me for being merciless." The silver-haired old man saw that Xiaoqian had been tied up by the fishing line of the man in the woven rush raincoat. They only treated him as a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't give him any face at all. Xiaoqian laughed and said, "What a good disobeying orders. Old thing, listen up. I am now a rank 6 envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. Why do I need to listen to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's orders? It seems like you intend to resist to the end. Fine, then I won't waste my breath on you." The purpose of these two people was to assassinate Xiaoqian, so they had never thought of reasoning with him. Seeing that Xiaoqian did not comply, the Silver Dragon King's murderous, intense sword. "Stop." The 9th prince showed a sullen expression as he said, "One of them is the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, and the other is the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. However, this is the Yinwu dynasty. To think that they do not care about this prince at all, killing my secret guards on a whim." The man in the woven rush raincoat said calmly, "The two of us were only defending ourselves. The prince's secret guards discovered us and wanted to attack us. I believe the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs will understand. If we offended the prince in any way, We will personally apologize to the Yin Emperor. The moment Wang Yin said that, his face turned green with anger. Even if he was not favored by his imperial father, Wang Yin would not dare to offend him. Even if he was not favored by his father, he was still a prince. To think that these two did not give him any face at all, only saying that they would apologize to the Yin Emperor, completely ignoring him. This humble one is following orders to capture the dragon race criminals. I believe that the prince will not shield me on purpose. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure your highness, the Silver Dragon King smiled coldly. His tone showed that he did not care about the ninth prince at all. In the Silver Dragon King's opinion, this ninth prince was just a child of the younger generation, not qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the two of them came prepared. They knew this ninth prince very well. The person behind them even intended to teach this ninth prince a lesson, making things difficult for him. Hence, the two of them did not fear the ninth prince at all. I, Wang Yin, will interfere in today's matter. If you have the guts, then kill me. Wang Yin raged. His 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals. In that instant, his 10 fingers flickered with light, and space trembled. The image of the Yin Imperial Sword appeared in front of the ninth prince. However, it was different from the Yin Imperial Sword that Xianxia had seen before. Aside from containing the vast holy might of the dynasty, this sword image also contained an incredibly horrifying killing chi. Wang Yin had heard that the royal clan disciples could summon the sword image of the Yin Imperial Sword. Then, they could use this sword image to forge their own life secret treasure. In the future, when they ascended to the throne and became the Yin Emperor, they could immediately grasp the Yin Imperial Sword. At that time, their life's secret treasure would merge with the Yin Imperial Sword, allowing them to brand the Yin Imperial Sword with their own mark. Xiaochun felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince was willing to take out the life secret treasure he refined for him in a fit of rage. If the secret treasure was damaged, not only would it harm Xiaochun, but it would also affect his luck in the dynasty. Sikong, a crack has already appeared in this pocket dimension. We can't delay any longer. The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly as he sent a voice projection. He had not reached the 10th layer water Dao domain. This small world was formed by the pearl in Xiaochun's hand and his water Dao domain. Once a flaw appeared, it would be difficult to mend it. Understood. I'll stall the ninth prince, and you go kill them. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to kill a sinner of your dragon clan. The man in the raincoat said indifferently. The Silver Dragon King cursed in his heart. This Sikong Shu has not been putting in much effort. They were waiting for him to show up and kill Xiaochun. Forget it. None of this is important. What's important is that Xiaochun must die today. Gotcha. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man prepared to restrain the ninth prince, Xiaochun suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The fishing line wrapped around Xiaochun suddenly snapped. With a slight tremble, the fishing line binding Xiaochun broke free. Pucci, caught off guard, blood leaked out of a corner of Sikong Shu's lips. He exclaimed, "My fishing line!" The seemingly unremarkable fishing line was actually incredibly sharp. Small perfection, sovereign emperor. Small perfection sovereign emperors could not resist this fishing line at all. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could forget about struggling free. Even soul tools could not break it. Sikong Shu had gathered all the divine materials in the world and used his own soul blood to refine it for hundreds of years. However, Xiaochun managed to break it with one saber strike today. Most importantly, this saber could not be considered a soul tool. That's impossible. Even a medial-grade soul tool cannot break my fishing line. Disbelief flashed in the straw raincoat-clad man's eyes. He could not accept this at all. In reality, it was as he said. With just the tyrant's saber, Xiaochun would find it very difficult to break this fishing line. However, after Xiaochun used his soul energy to activate the divine lightning talisman in his soul pool, he continuously tried to use the power of the divine lightning to shake the fishing line. The ninth prince had bought Xiaochun a lot of time. By the time the tyrant's saber made its move, the divine lightning had already shaken the fishing line. The tyrant saber easily chopped down again. I can't care so much anymore. When the Silver Dragon King saw Xianxia in a daze, he snorted coldly and charged over alone. The Silver Dragon King held the treasure pearl with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a palm saber as he chopped at Xianxia. Boom! Before the Silver Dragon King arrived, the dragon might contained in the Silver Dragon King's terrifying cultivation caused Xianxia's qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to rupture. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Yin wielded the Scarlet Yin Imperial Sword and arrived before Xianxia. One saber and one sword attacked at the same time. The two blocked the Silver Dragon King's startling strike. However, the two still got knocked back, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. The Silver Dragon King was a six-vein sovereign emperor, only half a step shy of peak sovereign emperor. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, the resources and accumulations that he could use were not what an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. With just one hand, the Silver Dragon King easily knocked back Xianxia and Wang Yin at the same time. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Silver Dragon King's expression turned slightly unsightly. To think that he could not severely injure two juniors in one move. Although the Silver Dragon King knocked back Xianxia and Wang Yin, it was clear that the two still had strength to spare. Too strong. Xianxia and Wang Yin had the same thought at the same time. This Silver Dragon King's strength was somewhat boundlessly strong. An ordinary six-vein sovereign emperor could not compare to him at all. However, the Silver Dragon King still needed to maintain his small world and could not use his full power. This gave the two many opportunities. Dang! 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 The Silver Dragon King fought one against two with one hand, showing off his might. However, he could not seriously injure Xianxia and Wang Yin. After 10 odd moves, he actually started to feel fatigued. However, the Silver Dragon King could not put down his pride and asked Xianxia for help. This made him feel exceptionally frustrated. Silver Dragon King, you are only SOSO. You are far from comparable to the White Dragon King. You are not even comparable to the 3 palace masters of my Heaven Dragon Palace. You just live up to your reputation. Xianxia mocked the Silver Dragon King, trying to provoke the other party into giving up on maintaining his small world. As long as the Silver Dragon King let go, it would immediately startle the entire imperial capital. At that time, he would have truly dodged a calamity. Ninth Prince, you have repeatedly tried to stop me. This king could not bear to injure you. Since you want to force me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The Silver Dragon King was thoroughly enraged. However, he ignored Xianxia. Just take care of yourself first. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to attack without caring about anything, a voice suddenly came from the pearl in his hand. Who is it? The Silver Dragon King immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. Crack! The pearl suddenly shattered. Was a fiend. Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. A resplendent and strange saber light answered the Silver Dragon King. Then a figure leaped out, and the small world completely collapsed. Chapter 2253. What is a demon? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. Green mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. The person who came was Fiendish Saber, Shimu's first disciple, Lu Benwei. He finally broke the barrier of this small world from the outside. Gotcha! It looked like the saber would strike the Silver Dragon King and severely injure it. However, the Silver Dragon King was a famous expert after all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned into a silver dragon image. As if he had teleported, he dodged the strongest attack of the saber. By the time the saber light arrived again, its power had already weakened significantly. Bang! When the saber struck the Silver Dragon King's chest, it gave off a loud clang. However, the saber struck the armor, unable to advance any further. The Silver Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the lake. Another deafening explosion rang out. Before he could gather his strength to counterattack, Lu Benwei had already executed his second move. What is a demon? The fallen flower man stood alone. The tiny rain swallows fly together. A strong wind blew, and the petals filled the sky. The flying leaves fell like rain, walking in the wind, standing alone. This strike stood calmly as the wind and rain stirred up the falling flowers. As the two swallows spread out, it turned into a drop of rain and fell. Lu Benwei spread his arms, and two afterimages flew away like swallows. Then he turned into a drop of pure rain and fell towards the silver dragon king on the lake. Xiao Chan was slightly startled when he saw this scene. This scene seemed familiar, yet it was completely different from his memories. Be it the fiendish saber inheritance's first move or the second move, Lu Benwei's comprehension was different from his. The first style he had comprehended was all things rejoicing together. He wanted to be at peace with the clouds, wild cranes, green mountains, and clear waters. Everything in the world was at his disposal, and there was no distinction between them. Lu Benwei used this to question the heart of the ruler, to ask himself, and also to ask his opponent. In the second style, what Xiao Chan comprehended was a sense of pride, a sense of persistence, and a sense of tyranny that looked down on the nine heavens. Raindrop breaking the vault of heaven. Lu Benwei, on the other hand, comprehended a kind of indifference, transcendence from the mundane world. The wind blows, the clouds do not sway. My heart is like me, and does not follow the heavens. The two different comprehensions were evenly matched. As long as it was suitable for him, it was fine. After using it, there were two completely different images, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, given Lu Benwei's current cultivation as a six-vein sovereign emperor, the might of the fiendish saber inheritance was much greater than Xiao Chen's. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he executed the fiendish saber inheritance, he would find it hard to truly injure the Silver Dragon King. But Lu Benwei was different. Gotcha! When this saber strike landed, the Silver Dragon King's armor shattered. The saber light instantly struck the Silver Dragon King. Bang! In the face of adversity, the Silver Dragon King roared ferociously and sent a palm strike. His 5 fingers morphed into a silver dragon claw, and the 5 dragon claws pierced Lu Benwei's chest at the same time. Lu Benwei snorted coldly. He endured the pain and was about to attack again. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. His figure flashed, and an arc of light flashed. It disappeared from where the Silver Dragon King's head had been. Then, it swept up and bound the Silver Dragon King. It was Sikong Shu who calmly made a move and rescued the Silver Dragon King. Then, the snow python entered the lake and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Lu Benwei. When he saw the 5 bloody holes in Lu Benwei's chest, he asked sullenly, "Big brother Lu, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It won't take my life. I underestimated this Silver Dragon King's strength." Lu Benwei sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I'll find a place to treat my injuries first. The small world is already broken. Those two probably won't dare to come again." "All right." As Xiao Chan watched Lu Benwei's figure disappear, he entered deep thought. This big brother Lu is very elusive. Even Xiao Chan himself does not know where he usually goes. However, this is fine. Those who want to harm me will find it hard to detect Lu Benwei's existence. If not for big brother Lu making a move, I would have been in trouble. Xiao Chan had not expected the purple gold dragon emperor to be so deranged, sending the Silver Dragon King to kill him. Furthermore, this was in the imperial capital, Yin City, before the 9th prince. That should be fiendish saber Shimu's disciple, right? Unexpectedly, Lord Xiao has such an expert protecting you in secret, the 9th prince said as he watched Lu Benwei leave. The 9th prince said with a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he watched Lu Benwei leave. Xiao Chan asked doubtfully, could it be that the 9th prince does not have any expert guards by his side? This question put Wang Yin in an awkward position, not knowing how to answer. The heavenly book scholar smiled bitterly at the side and said, "Xiao Chun, even the royal clan has a limited number of great perfection sovereign emperors. How can they arrange for one for every prince?" Aside from a few favored princes, the royal clan will not arrange for a great perfection sovereign emperor to protect them. Actually, they use their own influence to recruit them. However, if you want to recruit a great perfection sovereign emperor, you will have to pay a significant price. Even if the ninth prince succeeds in recruiting the great perfection sovereign emperor, the ninth prince can only protect him at important moments. They cannot possibly be by the prince's side at all times. So that is the case. This dispelled Xianxia's doubts about why he did not see any experts by Wang Yan's side in the earlier battle. This made sense. Even in Yin City, how many great perfection sovereign emperors could there be? It would be even more difficult for a great perfection sovereign emperor to accompany a prince at all times. What a pity for my brothers. Their deaths were not worth it. Displeasure flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. When the shock waves from the earlier battle swept out, not even the corpses of his secret guards remained. Sorry, I implicated the ninth prince this time. Xianxia felt somewhat apologetic. Xianxia and the Silver Dragon King's target was him. Those secret guards were just collateral damage. It's not really implicating. In the end, it is because I do not have any authority in the imperial capital. If it were first brother or eighth brother, those two would not dare to mess around. Wang Yan showed a calm expression, not showing any intention of blaming Xianxia. The Heavenly Book scholar said from the side, "It is possible that there are other princes behind this matter. Without the princes taking care of this, the Heavenly Book scholar would not have been able to deal with this. Without the prince's help, Xianxia and the Silver Dragon King would not be able to silently lay a small world in the Mirror Lake. First brother's wedding is approaching, and there are more people from all walks of life in the imperial capital. This is probably just the beginning," Wang Yan said with a drawn-out sigh, not feeling surprised. After some thought, Xianxia said, "Ninth Prince, I think I can agree to what you said earlier." When Wang Yan heard that, he asked softly, "You mean you agreed to come to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb with me?" "Yes. However, I have a request." "What request? Speak." After Xianxia finished speaking, the ninth prince thought for a while before saying, "All right, I can promise you that. As long as you agree to come to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb with me, you will be my guest." "That's good. Goodbye." After Xianxia turned around, he quickly left, not lingering. The Heavenly Book scholar and the ninth prince entered deep thought as they watched Xianxia leave. Unexpectedly, this is what he needs me to do for him. "Changji, is it good for him?" The ninth prince Wang Yan asked, feeling confused. The Heavenly Book scholar shook his head and said, "There are no benefits at all. He might even end up dead. I cannot figure out this person, nor can I divine." Wang Yan said calmly, "It does not matter. Given this, there is no need to worry about him cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique. A person who can make such a request would not be in cahoots with those demonic Tao cultivators." "Ninth Prince, which prince do you think is involved this time?" Wang Yan replied coldly. "Aside from Little 13, which other prince would be so bold, daring to make such a rash move in the imperial capital? First brother allied with the smiling daughter pavilion. It looks like he is really anxious. For the sake of gaining help, he does not care about anything else." The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, "I guessed it earlier as well. However, I did not want Xianxia to know, so I did not say it. Don't tell Xianxia about this first. Given his character, I'm afraid that he will seek trouble for Little 13 tonight." On the other side, Xianxia and the Silver Dragon King fled far away from the center of the lake. When he reappeared, he was in a secluded courtyard. There were already several people waiting for a long time in the courtyard. If Xianxia were here, he would easily recognize two of them. As for the last person, he would probably be able to guess. As Wang Yan had guessed, the youngest of the three was the Yin Emperor's favorite son, the 13th Prince Wang Yi. On his left was Xiaoqian's old acquaintance, Bai Yunfei, who had the royal bloodline of the Bei's Empire. The person on the right was wearing a golden yellow robe with purple patterns embedded in his collar. The purple and gold colors were rather eye-catching. This person was Bai Yunfei's good friend, the famous dragon god crown prince of the Divine Dragon Empire, Qin Ming. Did teacher succeed? Seeing Xianxia appear, Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he hurriedly went up to ask. The nearby Qin Ming seemed to be much calmer, and he already knew the answer in his heart after observing the expressions of the two old men. It failed. He has a great perfection, sovereign emperor by his side at all times. To think that the ninth prince even helped him at the crucial moment. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King said with somewhat unsightly expressions. After all, 2 six-veined sovereign emperors had gone to kill a junior. No matter how they looked at it, it was extremely embarrassing. However, the 13th Prince Wang, he heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. If they had really assassinated Xiao Chun and investigated the matter, it would have been problematic. The 13th Prince stepped forward and said, "Seniors, I already did my best to help with this matter. As for what you promised me." Before the 13th Prince could finish, Qin Ming interrupted. 13th Prince, don't worry. Since we are here, we will definitely help the 13th Prince ascend to the ceremony. This failure will not affect our relationship. There is no need to worry. The 13th Prince smiled and said, "Good. In that case, I can rest assured. You can stay in the imperial capital for now. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time." After the 13th Prince left, Bai Yunfei said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If we can't even kill him with this, we will not have another chance in Yin City." Qin Ming said indifferently, "There's no rush. I have a feeling that he will definitely go to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. At that time, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him openly." Chapter 2254. Ancient Yin Emperor Tomb. After parting from a ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, if the ethereal immortal palace appeared, it would be in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb. This was not good news for Xiao Chun. The battle between the immortal palace and the crown prince was bound to cause a great disturbance. However, there were too many uncertainties regarding the immortal palace. Putting aside the accuracy of this prophecy, among the 7 keys, the most important one, the inheritance key, had long been lost. Without the inheritance key, even a faux god would not be able to open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyan once said that the secret of the inheritance key might only be known by the previous Heaven Dragon. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had been imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor had tortured the Heaven Dragon for 20-odd years without finding any clues. The chances of obtaining the inheritance key were extremely slim. Let's put this matter aside for now. The people of the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire have come to Yin City. The people of the profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin Sect will probably join in the excitement, especially the sacred son of the profound heaven. Back in the Netherworld, he even fought with Chu Chaoyun over the ethereal palace's key. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he thought to himself, if I include the experts of the Azure Lotus Church and the Xiuwu dynasty, the number of factions that will come because of the ancient Yin Emperor tomb is somewhat frightening. Of the 8 super factions of the Great Thousand Realms, almost everyone except the Pirate Alliance was present. Currently, of the known keys, Xiao Chun had 1, Yuan Jun had 1, Chu Chaoyan had 1, and the First Prince had given 1 to the Azure Lotus Church. Excluding the inheritance key, there were still 2 keys that had yet to appear. His head was about to explode. All the clues were in a mess, and his thoughts were in a mess. Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. He started thinking about today's battle. In the battle at the center of the lake, Xiao Chun finally experienced the strength and terror of the older generation's sovereign emperors. His divine energy was stable, his cultivation was strong, and he grasped a soul tool. Due to Xiao Chen's age, his accomplishments in the Dao domain made others look up to him. His cultivation stagnated, unable to advance, so he could only increase his strength in other aspects. The Dao domain was undoubtedly a good breakthrough point. As long as he had enough time and his talent wasn't too bad, he would definitely be able to break through. Apart from forbidden techniques, I don't seem to have many other methods. However, as long as I don't get trapped in his pocket dimension, I should be able to leave if I want to. Xiao Chen muttered in a low voice. Condensing a small world was not an easy task. Even the Silver Dragon King relied on his secret treasure to do so. Furthermore, it was very unstable. He carefully took stock of his trump cards. Aside from the forbidden god-demon body unsealing technique, he did not have any other trump cards. Perhaps he could use the 10,000 Dragons art and the Divine Lightning Talisman. The former could activate the potential of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline limitlessly. Xiao Chun could only use less than 1% of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline's power. If he could successfully break through to the second layer, he would experience a huge leap and achieve a qualitative change. The 10,000 Dragons art had a total of 5 layers. Breaking through the bottleneck of the second layer was considered great perfection. However, Xiao Chun had only just started cultivating the second layer and was far from reaching the peak. He was even further from breaking through. As for the Divine Lightning Talisman, he took the risk to use it today, giving Xiao Chun a huge pleasant surprise. However, its power was too berserk. Xiao Chun could not control it freely despite its strong might, greatly reducing its destructive power. If he could control some of the Divine Lightning Talisman's power, it might be possible for Xiao Chun to break the small world maintained by the Silver Dragon King's Pearl. The Dao domain required time or a fortuitous encounter to improve. Within a short period, Xiao Chun had only 2 choices when facing the pressure of the older generation sovereign emperors. One was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art, and the other was to control the Divine Lightning Talisman. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun decided to control the Divine Lightning Talisman first. The 10,000 Dragons art would take its time. He immediately stopped hesitating. Xiao Chun took out the Ice-Fire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then, he sank his consciousness into his soul pool. In the vast and boundless soul pool, the Blue Dragon Divine Seal shone resplendently and dazzlingly. The sun and the moon shone together on the Divine Seal, illuminating the sky. Under the illumination of the light, 3 glistening ripples appeared on the soul pool surface. These were the 3 divine veins that represented Xiao Chun's soul energy cultivation. After Xiao Chun refined the 3 divine veins, they looked like 3 slender dragon images burning with a faint divine flame as they continuously swam around the Blue Dragon Divine Seal in the soul pool. As the dragon images swam around, they continuously infused the soul energy in the soul pool into the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. It went on and on without end. Xiao Chun only needed to control the Divine Seal to erupt with soul energy, driving the sun and the moon's radiance to bring out the 3 divine vein images. In the next moment, Xiao Chun's consciousness entered the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. The Blue Dragon Divine Seal's light twisted and changed, turning into a human figure that looked like Xiao Chun. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like he was in a vast and boundless soul pool, looking boundlessly mysterious. Whoosh! In the soul pool, the clone formed by the Divine Seal looked straight into the depths of the soul pool. It's really hidden deep. I can't see any trace of the Divine Lightning Talisman at all. I have to make a trip down. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun's figure flashed, creating ripples as he dove into the water. When one entered the depths of a cultivator's soul pool, one would discover that the soul pool was even vaster than the ocean. However, less than 1/10,000,000th of the soul pool could be used by a cultivator. Most of the area was forbidden. If one used the Divine Seal as a clone in the soul pool, the slightest carelessness could injure one's soul or cause one to get lost. Normally speaking, no one would take the risk of entering the soul pool unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Xiao Chun had no other choice. For the sake of controlling the Divine Lightning Talisman, he had to give it his all. Xiao Chun continuously dove into the soul pool. The bottom of the netherworld spring was incredibly cold. Soon, he felt uncomfortable all over, and the dragon seal clone slowly dimmed. The surface of the pool seemed to be sparkling, but in its depths, there was an endless darkness. It was deep and silent, swallowing everything, unfathomable like the human heart. Boom! Just as Xiao Chun could not hold on any longer, an electric light flashed in the darkness. His face immediately lit up in joy. However, Before Xiao Chen's joy faded, it froze. That electric light turned into a weapon and charged at his clone. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided the attack. As he dove deeper, the number of electric weapons he encountered increased. He had to be even more cautious. After about 15 minutes, the darkness before Xiao Chen vanished. Under the illumination of the electric light, the pool water turned a transparent gold. I see you again. A talisman lay quietly at the bottom of the water far in front. Xiao Chen did not dare to approach. If he did, he would definitely turn to ashes, his soul scattering. Compared to when he first saw the divine lightning talisman in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Back then, Xiao Chen did not dare to try to control this divine lightning talisman that the immortal epic's thunder ancestor left behind. Now, he wanted to try and control the divine lightning talisman. This was the divine lightning talisman that the thunder ancestor condensed from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning of the immortal epic. Back then, when immortals underwent their lightning tribulations, they all materialized this talisman. The thunder immortal ancestor controlled the tribulation lightning essence and all the lightning phenomena in the world. He was the essence of the Tao of Thunder. If he died, the Tao of Thunder would collapse, and no cultivator in the world would be able to use the power of thunder. Now that this was the martial epic, the might of the divine lightning talisman naturally could not compare to the immortal epic. However, once it was completely released, it would still be earth-shattering and intimidating. As long as Xiao Chen could control 1,000th of its power, he could severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. Although the divine lightning, I could safely use the tribulation lightning's energy, it was not as good as directly controlling it. I need to fuse a strand of the divine seal's origin into this talisman. Xiao. In the blink of an eye, a ray of light shot out from his finger. As the light shot out, Xiao Chen's incarnation became noticeably dimmer. It looked like this strand of divine seal's origin energy would enter the talisman after dodging the countless electric lights. Kassier, a weapon made of divine lightning, broke the divine seal's origin energy. In reality, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. Again, after staring for a while, Xiao Chen flicked his finger again, sending out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. Wuxia. He failed again. In reality, on the Ice Fire Lotus platform, Xiao Chen's body gave off many distorted images of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. One last chance. Go all out. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen sent out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. If he failed again, his soul would suffer severe injuries. At best, he would need to recuperate for 10 years. At worst, his soul would scatter. Rumble. However, this final attempt did not disappoint Xiao Chen. That strand of divine seal's origin energy dodged the electric lights that the talisman sent out and entered it. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he felt the divine seal's origin energy slowly merging with the talisman. The instant the merger was complete, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Then, the divine lightning talisman, which lay quietly at the bottom of the water, shot up like an arrow. The divine lightning talisman was like an unsheathed sword, soaring straight up like an arrow. As the divine lightning talisman continued to rise, Xiao Chen felt his soul energy rapidly draining. Just as the divine lightning talisman was about to break out of the water, Xiao Chen sighed. After exhausting all his soul energy, the divine seal clone turned into countless motes of light and leaped out of the water. Then, it reformed into the blue dragon divine seal. Xiao Chen had failed at the last moment. However, the divine seal's origin energy had already merged with the divine lightning talisman. The next attempt would be much easier. However, just as Xiao Chen felt disappointed, the surface of the soul pool suddenly released tens of thousands of layers of electric light, eclipsing everything else. A careful look revealed a sharp edge of the divine lightning talisman, looking like a flower bud waiting to bloom. On the lotus platform, Xiao Chen rejoiced. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A talisman slowly grew in Xiao Chen's right palm. This was a miniature divine lightning talisman formed by the electric energy contained in the tip of the iceberg, combined with Xianxia's Dao domain. Good. This 1,000th of the divine lightning talisman's energy is already sufficient. Xiaochun revealed a smile. The usually calm, Xiaochun found it hard to hide his joy. Someone is here. Xiaochun raised his eyebrows and spread out his soul energy. He sensed Su Yi rushing over, seeming to have something urgent. Then, he quickly put away the divine lightning talisman in his palm. It turned into a flash of purple electric light as Xiaochun leaped out of a window and appeared before Su Yi. Xiaochun, there's a change to our agreement. Xiaochun frowned slightly. What happened? Su Yi smiled softly and said, It should be something good. Ling Yu just told me that headliner Ling Long invited him to meet her outside the city alone. Xiaochun's expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it, that fool got fooled. There are only a few days left to the wedding. How can the smiling daughter pavilion let Ling Long go? Quickly chase after her. Chapter 2255. On the streets of the imperial capital Yin City, Ling Yu looked like he had been reborn. A smile appeared on his face as he dashed through the crowd. Occasionally, he even knocked over some people. After apologizing, he continued on his way. Wait for me. Wait for me. This time, I will not disappoint you. Ling Yu repeated these words in his heart. His expression turned grave, and his eyes slowly turned resolute. 10 years ago, he let down a person's feelings, leaving the person he loved the most covered in wounds. 10 years later, Ling Yu's wedding day approached. She would be marrying the most powerful prince of the dynasty. Ling Yu passed each day like a year, suffering painful torture every day. The cause he sowed 10 years ago resulted in today's consequences. This made him feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. He spent every day and night in pain and regret. Today, Ling Long finally gave him another chance. This time, no matter what, he had to grasp it. After Ling Yu left the city gates, he did not stop at all. He rushed straight to the rendezvous point with Ling Long. The silhouette of Yin City behind slowly turned blurry. Then, he finally saw the figure of a beauty at the endlessly gushing, flaming river. Dressed in a red dress, her slender figure looked at Xianxia in silence. Ling Long, under the setting sun, this beauty's figure looked like a feather cloak made of the setting sun. 50 kilometers away, Ling Yu, who saw Ling Long's figure, immediately felt stunned. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran at full speed and arrived before Ling Long in a moment. Elder sister Ling Long, I let you down. When Ling Long got closer, Ling Yu felt unbearably guilty and choked with sobs. 10 years ago, I should not have let you go. Come with me. This time, I absolutely will not let you down. In the end, Ling Yu said resolutely, no longer hesitating. Headliner Qiu Yu. However, when the woman before Ling Yu turned around, he felt greatly startled. This person was one of the headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Qiu Yu. Ling Yu had met her more than once, so he immediately recognized her. Why is it you? Where's elder sister Ling Long? Where is elder sister Ling Long? What did you do to elder sister Ling Long? Ling Yu immediately felt flustered, showing a nervous expression as he looked around. However, he could not see headliner Ling Long. You are really naive. Headliner Ling Long is the person who will become the dynasty's empress. Why would she come to see a minor character like you? In the imperial capital, Yin City, you are just an insignificant lesser sovereign personage. Who do you think you are? To think that you even have designs on headliner Ling Long. Qiu Yu revealed a mocking expression as she mocked. Headliner Ling Long asked me to give you this sword. The first prince already knows about the matter between you and headliner Ling Long. If you do not wish for her to suffer in the future, then take your own life. What? Falling from heaven to hell, Ling Yu was instantly stupefied. He was completely stupefied, not knowing what to do as he held the sword that Qiu Yu handed him. Is this really Ling Long's wish? The hand holding the sword was trembling. The sword was in his hand, but it seemed to have been stabbed into his heart. His heart was bleeding, but he did not feel any pain. Is it important? Qiu Yu sneered and said nonchalantly. Ling Yu paused when he heard that. That's right. Is it important? If the first prince knew that headliner Ling Long once had an affair with him, how could he let headliner Ling Long have an easy time? Rather than letting that happen, Ling Yu might as well let this relationship remain a secret forever after his death. However, this was truly unbearable. Those beautiful memories, those past events were going to wither like a flower. This sword was most definitely not handed over by headliner Ling Long. Elder sister Ling Long could not even bear to let me shed tears. How could she let me bleed and die? Suddenly, the confusion on Ling Yu's face vanished. A sharp expression appeared in his eyes as he looked straight at headliner Qiu Yu. This gaze was pure and sharp. Hidden in this gaze was the unyielding pride and sharpness of youth. For some reason, Qiu Yu felt some fear. She could not help taking a few steps back. Ling Yu's aura surged as he took a few steps forward. Then he smiled self-mockingly. It looks like an insignificant person like me has some sense of existence, making someone feel threatened. Let me guess, is it the first prince or your pavilion master Yang? Qiu Yu's expression changed slightly. Then, she said sullenly, Ling Yu, are you still dreaming? Your mistake is loving someone you should not love. Today you must die. Letting you commit suicide is just to lessen your pain. Ha ha. Wrong. 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 Ling Yu reared his head back and laughed maniacally, appearing maniacal. I have missed out on many things in my life. However, meeting headliner Ling Long was the best decision I made in my life. In this imperial capital, Yin City, I, Ling Yu, do indeed have a lowly status. However, what does liking a person have to do with status and status? Back then, my mistake was that I paid too much attention to this, resulting in the current situation. You madman, stay away from me. Seeing Ling Yu's somewhat crazed state, Qiu Yu threw a palm strike at him in a fluster. The headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were not weak. Qiu Yu was a sovereign personage in the first place. In her desperation, she used her full power in this palm strike. Scram! Ling Yu snorted coldly. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His aura flourished, bursting out with a might that rivaled that of a sovereign emperor. Pussy-eye! Qiu Yu vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying back. Heavy shock flashed in her eyes. All along, Ling Yu had been chased away by the guards in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion several times without retaliating. The impression Ling Yu gave Qiu Yu was that he was incredibly cowardly. She had never expected Ling Yu to have such a disposition and strength. Qiu Yu immediately understood why headliner Ling Long took a liking to this youth back then. Don't worry, I will kill myself with this sword that you gave me. I, Ling Yu, have never been someone who fears death. I'm not dying because of you. I just do not want martial uncle to take risks for me. I do not want everyone to make up for the mistake I made back then. As Ling Yu looked at Qiu Yu, heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Although Ling Yu was lowly, he had never lived an ignoble existence in this world. During this period, Ling Yu had remained in the Misty Rain Pavilion, not leaving at all. However, Ling Yu was not stupid. He could sense that his martial uncle, Xiao Chun, had been silently working hard for his sake. The Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, Su, was also carefully preparing. Ling Yu did not know about it, but he could feel it. He once cried in the middle of the night, speechless at the moon. It was not guilt because he felt inferior or helpless. It was just some silent gratitude that he could not bear to endure. To be able to meet Ling Long, martial uncle, Uncle Beggar, and the others in this life, it is all worth it. Crack! The sword in Ling Yu's hand stabbed into his chest. At the same time, Xiao Chun used his veritable essence energy to shatter Ling Yu's heart. Ling Yu fell over, his life force fading at a visible rate. Qiu Yu stood up somewhat blankly and wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. As she looked at the fallen Ling Yu, she appeared somewhat dispirited. The initial arrogance and mockery in Qiu Yu's eyes were completely covered up by shock. As Ling Yu's consciousness slowly turned blurry, he seemed to see headliner Ling Long in the soaring dragon Great Realm. He saw her smiling faintly and scolding him for being stupid, unable to learn no matter how she taught him. Then he saw his martial uncle, Xiao Chun, and he remembered the past in the Purple Flame sect. He remembered the absurdity of their first meeting, the absurdity of Xiaochun saying, "I am your martial uncle." Lingyu really wanted to become someone like his martial uncle. If he were his martial uncle, perhaps he would have brought elder sister Ling Long away 10 years ago. Goodbye, elder sister Ling Long, goodbye, martial uncle. Little Lingyu, I will repay all the favors in my next life. You did well. He committed suicide. No matter what, the first prince cannot be blamed for it. Furthermore, the smiling daughter pavilion will not be implicated. This fellow is rather courageous. Such a result is a happy ending for everyone. Many blood-sucking vines shot out from the ground, flickering with crackling electric light. Then, the blood-sucking vines gathered and formed an old man. This old man was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows who fought with Xiaochun for the five-element divine lightning back then. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained the blood-sucking vines and obtained another opportunity. I thought that this fellow would run. Unexpectedly, I was overthinking. Let's go. The blood-sucking vine old man grabbed headliner Xiaoyu. Then, after a few leaps in the air, he landed on a fortress ship in the middle of the river. There were already people waiting on the fortress ship. One of them was no stranger to Xiaochun. It was the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. The blood-sucking vine old man nodded slightly to indicate that the matter was settled. Then, the holy son Ming Xian sent a voice projection. The mysterious person sitting on the ship stood up and walked to the bow. Then, he looked coldly at the body in the distance, whose blood had yet to turn cold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Xiaochun and Su Yi, who had rushed over, saw Lingyu lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Lingyu no longer had much life force left. His breathing was weak, and he was somewhat powerless to reverse the situation. Su Yi checked Lingyu's pulse with her finger. After a while, she shook her head at Xiaochun with a somewhat dispirited expression. When Xiaochun looked up, he discovered a fortress ship heading for Yin City in the middle of the river. A person stood at the bow of the ship, looking in this direction expressionlessly. The first prince, Wang Fei. Xiaochun could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He soared into the air, wanting to give chase. Martial uncle, don't chase. Don't chase. Don't take risks for Lingyu. Lingyu cannot bear it. Let me rest in peace. In my next life, I will be your martial nephew again and properly serve you. However, Lingyu firmly grabbed the corner of Wang Fei's clothes. It was like he had the final radiance of the setting sun. Wang Fei's soft voice was barely audible, making one feel heartache. Wang Fei held on tightly, not daring to let go even for a moment. Xiaochun felt a pang in his heart. He looked up at the sky but could not bear to lower his head and look at Lingyu one last time. He feared that he would not be able to hold back his tears. Let go. Martial uncle promises not to chase. The instant Lingyu spoke, he closed his eyes and let go of Xiaochun's clothes. Chapter 2256. In the Flaming River, the fortress ship carrying the first Prince Wang Fei and the others gradually moved further and further away. Then, it disappeared from sight. Since he had already promised his little martial nephew, Xiaochun naturally would not chase after him. At the shore, Lingyu no longer had any vitality left. Naturally, one short sword could not take the life of a sovereign personage. However, if a person wanted to die and committed suicide, even a deity would not be able to save him. Xiaochun squatted down and looked at Lingyu's corpse, which had yet to turn cold, wordlessly. He severed his own heart meridian and wholeheartedly sought death. Even if we wanted to save him, it would be difficult. Su Yi, who was at the side, had a worried look on her face. She had a complicated look in her eyes, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. There was no lack of divine physicians in the imperial capital, Yin City. They could bring the dying back to life and bring the dead back to life. Although it was difficult to save someone like Lingyu who had just died not long ago, it was not impossible. One just had to pay a sufficient price. However, if a person wholeheartedly wanted to die and had no desire to live, even if all the divine doctors in the world gathered together, they would not be able to save him. Idiot, why are you so stupid? You were provoked to commit suicide by just a few words from others. I've suffered so much over the years, but haven't I still made it through? Sui looked at Ling Yu's complexion, which was slowly turning pale. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked with sobs. Don't blame him. He doesn't want me to risk my life for him. He cares about us more than he cares about himself. He doesn't live happily. Xiaoqian said softly as he held Ling Yu's hand. His voice was gentle and warm, as though Ling Yu was still alive. He blamed himself. If he had not brought him to the soaring dragon great world, if he had not met Ling Long, perhaps everything would have been different. He was still young, becoming a king before the age of 40. Given time, he would definitely grow. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiaoqian had to face the pressure of the Yinwu dynasty's first prince alone at such a young age. If it was him, would he be able to bear it? Xiaoqian was silent, unable to give an answer. Perhaps he couldn't bear it either. Sometimes he wondered why he cared and doted on his little martial nephew so much. Most of the time, when he looked at Ling Yu, he was looking at his past self. Once he met Exquisite, he would miss his whole life. I can make a mistake for the rest of my life, but I will never regret it. Even if Ling Yu was given another chance, he would definitely not regret meeting headliner Ling Long if he had a choice. Suddenly, Xiaoqian recalled something and rummaged through the storage ring for a long time. After a while, he took out a pearl. What is this? Xiaoqian muttered. This is a soul fixation pearl. It can protect his soul for 7 days. If I have the chance, I really don't want to use this treasure. The soul-fixing pearl was the congratulatory gift that the ghost race's Qing Cheng gave to Xiaoqian during his king conferral ceremony in the Kunlun realm. What happens after 7 days? Xiaoqian said unhurriedly. This is the reason why I don't want to use it. Because I don't know what will happen after 7 days. So. Someone had arrived. Xiaoqian and Suyi raised their brows and turned their heads to look. A slightly sloppy figure, as light as a swallow, rose and landed in the air. A moment ago, Xiaoqian was extremely far away. In the next second, he arrived before Ling Yu. The beggar's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt. Xiaoqian could not see the beggar's expression. I just made a trip to the hidden spirit temple. This time, Big Brother will not be able to save you. The beggar's eyes filled with surprise, sorrow, and helplessness. Before Xiaoqian and Suyi could ask, the beggar seemed to think of something. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly left. Senior. Suyi stepped forward and shouted a few times at the beggar's departing figure. The beggar did not even turn his head back. After a while, he vanished from the two's sight. Suyi appeared disappointed, showing a sad expression. The two were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that this beggar possessed a special skill and was rather strong. However, they did not know how high this beggar's cultivation was. They could not help but hold on to some faint hope. Xiaoqian said softly, "Let's go back. If he can save you, he will definitely do so." 5 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the imperial capital Yin City. The sky was cloudless for thousands of kilometers around. Such good weather was rare, even in the imperial capital Yin City. Many people said that the heavens were on their side. Even the heavens were giving their blessings to the first prince and headliner Ling Long's wedding. The entire imperial capital brimmed with a festive atmosphere. That was right. Today was the day the first prince would marry headliner Ling Long. After preparing for a month and a half, the grand wedding that had spread throughout the world and everyone knew about finally arrived as scheduled. The entire city celebrated, and the atmosphere was very lively. Before the wedding, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already worked with all the headliners of the pleasure districts in the imperial capital to parade the streets for 3 days, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Even in the most bustling city in the world, such a scene was incredibly shocking, something that no one had ever seen before. This resulted in a hubbub of voices on the day of the wedding. Everyone in the city anticipated the wedding. The streets near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were packed with people, looking like a mountain or a sea. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had to send experts in and out to guard against unknown dangers. However, no one would dare to be careless. Be it the First Prince or the Pleasure District Alliance, none of them were easy to offend. Furthermore, the two sides worked together. Everyone knew that the first Prince Wang Fei would soon ride the Huang clan's lucky beast. The first prince would lead the vast wedding procession to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to bring headliner Ling Long to the first prince's residence before holding the wedding. The better viewing spots in the pavilions on both sides of the street had long since been occupied. Before the wedding procession arrived, the cultivators in the pavilions were already in a heated discussion. The first prince is truly incredible. With the succession race around the corner, he married in such a high-profile manner and formed an alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He immediately overshadowed the 8th prince and the 13th prince. I heard that 2/3 of the 108 feudal vassals rushed over to attend this wedding. That is natural. We are just here to watch the excitement. However, this is different. Originally, the 3 princes had similar trump cards. Now that the first prince obtained the Pleasure District Alliance's help, he immediately pulled away from them. That is not all. The Sword God's noble clans, which had not chosen a side all along, finally made their decision after learning about this wedding, placing their bets on the first prince. This is even more incredible. This can be considered a chain reaction. Without this wedding, there would not be so many feudal vassals coming to offer their congratulations. The Su clan, who was watching from the sidelines, would also not make a decision. I can only say that the first prince's move of marrying headliner Ling Long is a good one. Indeed, although luck is something ethereal, everyone in the world knows about this wedding. Everyone in the entire dynasty knows about it. Everyone probably already has a candidate for the crown prince in their hearts. Unknowingly, this reputation will definitely boost the first prince's luck. Let's just casually chat about the matter of seizing the throne. Only the major characters can participate. Let's just watch the excitement. I heard that the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will all be coming to the first prince's residence to celebrate the wedding. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. The wedding invitations have already reached sky-high prices. It is not something we can afford. Otherwise, I would really like to see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals dance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we can see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals again. The atmosphere in the pavilions became extremely intense, not stopping for even a moment. However, the people at the tables in groups of 3 to 5 did not notice that there were 2 people at a table by the window with calm expressions and some helplessness on their faces. One of the 2 people held a folding fan. The other person wore a hood, hiding his face. These 2 were the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince Wang Yin. They looked at the expectant crowd on the street below and listened to the endless discussions in the pavilions. Both of them seemed disinterested and out of place in this world. Brother Xiao, are you still not willing to receive guests? The 9th prince asked softly as he held up a cup of wine under the hood. The Heavenly Book Scholar nodded and said, "The Misty Rain Pavilion has been closed for 5 days already. The security is tight. I only managed to enter after a few rounds of questioning. However, I only saw Pavilion Master Su and did not see Xiao Chun. This is truly worrying." The matter of the first prince hounding Ling Yu to death was originally a secret. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the heavens and divined that someone by Xiao Chen's side had died. Back then, when Xiao Chen agreed to help the 9th prince seize the throne, his request had something to do with Ling Yu. After the 9th prince learned of this, he did not dare to delay. After Wang Yin asked around, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. He felt it was unfortunate. Originally, the 9th prince wanted to console Xiao Chun. However, he did not see Xiao Chun, which made him even more worried. Now that Ling Yu is dead, would Xiao Chun still intend to stand up for his martial nephew? Naturally, the losses outweighed the gains. Ordinary people would not take any action. However, if it was Xiao Chun, everything would be unpredictable. As the 2 watched this extraordinarily bustling and joyous scene, they felt somewhat sorrowful in their hearts. However, they were not willing to say anything. In the end, the imperial capital Yin City was not Ling Yu's city. At the very least, no one would care about the death of an insignificant person. In fact, no one even knew about it. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for the first prince to appear and bring them the grandest wedding in the history of the dynasty. Chapter 22:57. They're here, someone said from downstairs, and all the cultivators on the floor rushed over. All of them rushed to the railings in front of the windows, craning their necks in anticipation. In the distance, two snow-colored azure phoenixes were leading the way, and they were slowly approaching. Azure wands were holy beasts with the bloodline of the phoenix holy beast. They had been known as auspicious beasts since ancient times. They were rare and symbolized pure and beautiful love. Now, they were auspicious beasts that the royal clan reared. Furthermore, these two snow-colored azure wands were unusual among azure wands. Their feathers were pure white, like the evening snow of the Xianxia mountains, untainted by dust. There was a male and a female, a perfect pair. Rumor had it that when the Yin Emperor and Emperor-Empress got married, they used these two snow-colored azure wands. It would be impossible for a regular dynasty disciple to borrow them. The cultivators of the imperial capital had not seen snow-colored azure wands in pairs for many years already. The azure wands spread their wings and flew low, releasing a holy light from their bodies. Everywhere they passed, seven-colored auspicious signs descended, shining with spiritual light. This bathed the procession in light, draping them in colorful clothes made of auspicious signs. The procession looked brilliant and vibrant, making them look extraordinarily valiant and boundlessly handsome. This made the entire procession stand out from the masses, radiating light. Behind the snow-colored azure wands were pairs of dainty women riding red-crowned cranes. They smiled as they scattered seven-colored spirit pills along the way. Naturally, the spirit pills of the princes were of extraordinary grade. Those who managed to snatch them all rejoiced. What a grand display! The first prince is really generous. These are all rank 5 heavenly pills. If those sage monarchs consume them, they will be overjoyed. Even sovereign emperors would not dare to casually waste them. Where's the first prince? Why don't I see him? There's no rush. The procession is very long. I heard that it is 50 kilometers long. We will have to wait a while before we can see the first prince. The 50-kilometer-long procession, bathed in seven-colored auspicious signs, headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before everyone's eyes. The procession moved very slowly. Occasionally, it had to stop to accept the congratulatory gifts from the feudal lords and ancient noble clans, showing off its might to the world. The cultivators in the pavilion only saw the first prince's true appearance after 4 hours. Surrounded by the crowd, a man riding a tall steed covered in flames slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The horse's long hair seemed to be burning fiercely like fireworks. Its eyes revealed a mighty gaze, and its body was suffused with an ancient divine might. A fire Qilin. Is that the legendary divine horse with the Qilin bloodline? It really is this divine horse. I heard that the Yin Huang founding ancestor rode this horse and conquered the entire Yinwu dynasty. I didn't expect it to still be alive and used by the first prince as a mount for his wedding. This is an extraordinarily extravagant gesture. The first prince truly treats headliner Ling Long well. I have nothing to say about it. In front of the window, the 9th prince smiled bitterly under his hood. The warhorse that Yin Huang used to conquer the country, the Fire Kirin, has not appeared for 1,000 years. It actually appeared at a wedding. How ironic. To the 9th, the Qilin, son 9th. To was S, the daughter, the Qilin. If it appeared one day, aside from a battlefield, no other place could match its stage. The heavenly book scholars said softly, "Be quieter. The first prince is coming." Congratulations, first prince. I hope that the first prince and Ling Long will be together for 1,000 years, forever united. Boom! When the first prince appeared on the 5-kilometer-long street, thunderous congratulations rang out at the same time. This scene was very shocking. The words of congratulations drowned out all the clamor. Even the auspicious clouds in the sky scattered. Blessings rang out, echoing in the clouds. The first prince Wang Fei wore golden battle armor and a scarlet cloak, bathing in 7-colored auspicious signs. As he rode the fire Qilin, the first prince looked handsome and extraordinary. He looked like he had already become the crown prince of the dynasty, exuding a vast imperial might. The first prince smiled, showing joy on his face. As he looked at the cultivators on both sides, he nodded slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Delicate palace maids flew over on red-crowned cranes and scattered 7-colored heavenly pills. Among the large number of rank 5 heavenly pills, there were rank 7 heavenly pills. This immediately caused another commotion. Those who managed to snatch rank 7 heavenly pills rejoiced, unable to stop smiling. Reporting. Qi Province's Marquis Qingping has sent a congratulatory gift, a 100,000-year-old herb king. Right in front of the wedding procession, a fast horse galloped over, and when it approached the procession, as it approached, the cultivator on the horse knelt on the ground and offered a gift to the feudal lords. After receiving the congratulatory gifts, the wedding procession continued forward, heading for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Heavenly Book Scholar said with some dissatisfaction, "He is not the crown prince yet, and he is already putting on an even grander show than Yin Huang's. To think that all the feudal lords are offering him gifts on the street." The ninth Prince Wang, Yin, remained silent. Naturally, he understood the first prince's intentions. The first prince wanted to use this wedding to let the world know of his, Wang Fei's, power. Since ancient times, there had been very few people who provided timely help. However, there had never been a lack of people who added flowers to embroidery. With such momentum, the various feudal lords and noble clans who were wavering would definitely side with him. This would make his momentum truly unstoppable. It was easy to imagine that after this wedding, even the 8th prince and the 13th prince will be left far behind by the first prince. As for the other princes, there was no need to mention them. First brother is really going to become the crown prince. The 9th Prince Wang, Yin, sighed softly. He did not have much of an obsession with the crown prince position. He only worried about the Azure Lotus Church behind the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a demonic church with deep connections to the Shuwu dynasty. However, no matter how worried the 9th prince was, he could not deny that the first prince's limelight had already surpassed that of all the other princes. At this moment, the first prince felt very pleased with himself. Not only could he obtain the beauty of the top 10 headliner of Yin City, but he could also use this to build momentum. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be said to be unparalleled. When the wedding procession stopped about 25 kilometers from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince rode on the fire Qilin, the guardian divine beast of the nation. Under everyone's gazes, the first prince slowly advanced with the wedding procession amid the auspicious signs filling the sky. Finally, the first prince arrived at the very front of the wedding procession on a tall, handsome horse. Wang Fei took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "I, Wang Fei of the Yinwu dynasty, invite headliner Ling Long to come out and be friends with me forever. We will not leave each other for generations to come. Present the betrothal gifts." Right after Wang Fei spoke, an old man shouted with great vigor. Many cultivators walked out of the wedding procession in an orderly manner. They lined up in rows in the empty space in front, a total of 10,000 people. Whoosh! The more than 1,000 people opened the brocade boxes in their hands at the same time. The treasures and treasures immediately dazzled everyone's eyes. The treasures and treasures formed a 7-colored light that illuminated half of the imperial city. Then, the light coalesced into a 7-colored rainbow bridge that pierced through the sky, extending all the way to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. There are 10,000 kinds of treasures, all of them different. Every one of them is incredibly precious, worth cities. The first prince's betrothal gifts are truly extraordinary. It is not just extraordinary. It is simply rare in the world. Clearly, these treasures are extraordinary. This 7-colored rainbow bridge seems to light up the entire imperial city sky. This is simply incredible. The instant the brocade boxes were all opened, all the cultivators in Yin City paying attention to this wedding set the entire imperial city abuzz. Boom! When the 7-colored rainbow bridge extended to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, The hundreds of windows on the majestic top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion opened. The entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to burn with a fierce flame. Just as everyone exclaimed in shock, a bright moon slowly rose from the flame, mysterious phenomenon. Nearly in that instant, a white-clad woman flew out of each of the 100 windows. She held a basket in her left hand and a sword in her right. Flying together with the moon, she looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight, stunning the world. It's the Azure Lotus Fairy. To think that they all came out. This is too beautiful. I no longer have any regrets being able to witness this scene in my life. All sorts of praises rang out endlessly. All the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned by the group of white-clad women dancing under the moon. Before everyone's anticipation, headliner Ling Long walked out of that bright moon with a veil over her head. Then, she slowly landed on the seven-colored Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge looked solid. A hazy moonlight covered headliner Ling Long. The instant she appeared, the entire world sank into absolute silence. It was like all the light in the world focused on her. Ling Long was like a fairy walking out of the Moon Palace, descending to the mortal world step by step. At this moment, Wang Fei, who originally only treated this as a show, felt a ripple in his heart. Light flickered in his eyes. Ling Long did indeed possess outstanding beauty and air. She was a peerless beauty, inspiring one's imagination. I want the world, but I cannot lack beauties. Wang Fei revealed a faint smile on his face. Only then can this be considered perfect. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a vast and majestic Swana sound rang out in this absolutely quiet world. This tune appeared very abruptly. There was no warning at all, no indication at all. Just like that, it was grand and majestic, containing a trace of solemnity and desolation. It ignited everyone's anticipation as it appeared abruptly. This was a tune that no one had experienced before. It appeared just like that, catching everyone off guard. Dang, dang, dang. When the Swana's sound turned deep and deep, the sound of metal clanging rang out. Lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness instantly surged in everyone's hearts. Soon after, many pipa sounds rang out at the same time. The fingers of the musicians moved quickly, and the pipa sound were like 10,000 rivers moving at the same time, each wave louder than the last, each faster than the last. The lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts seemed to turn into a river, gushing towards their hearts. This made their hearts pound endlessly, like they would leap out of their chests at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone's gazes immediately shifted away from the peerless Ling Long. No matter how reluctant they felt, they could not stop the hot-bloodedness in their hearts from gushing out. Only such a soul-stirring tune could make people's gazes shift away from Ling Long's stunning figure. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. When the crowd saw the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden, they exclaimed in shock. However, what was even more unbelievable was that these 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden were all wearing white mourning clothes, without exception. Today was the first prince's grand wedding. Why did the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden come in mourning clothes? The impact of this was like a horrifying wave, questioning everyone's heart. Chapter 2258. Unexpectedly, at the grandest moment of the wedding, when everyone was attracted by headliner Ling Long's beauty, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. Wearing mourning clothes, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. An invisible barrier stood between the ice coffin and this sun, splitting the sky into two extremes. When facing the laughing saber and sword performed by 100 soul treasures, they felt a mountain-like pressure and quickly retreated. The pressure stuck in their chests with nowhere to vent, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. Just as the spectators discussed this, the veiled woman snorted coldly. That ice coffin under the barrier brought an unparalleled chill. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky, creating the mysterious phenomenon everyone saw. Before the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden's performance stopped, the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky. The white jade capital in the sky, the 5 cities in the 12 pavilions. Immortals touch my head, tying my hair and receiving eternal life. The veiled woman stopped walking and pulled up her veil, looking over with her pretty eyes. The first prince's expression remained calm. No fluster could be seen on his face. In mere moments, the snow covered the ground. A thick layer of silver instantly covered the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the two sides only fought near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Otherwise, half the city would have been torn down. Kong Fiyun, one of the few royal clan experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, was in the imperial capital. The veiled woman shouted, and the white-clothed women around her began to sway. They used sword lights to form a budding, powerful peony. When they spread their arms at the same time, it looked like the peony was blooming. Just as the flood was about to crush the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a shout resounded in the clouds. However, this hot-bloodedness contained a trace of tragedy. The newcomers were actually the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. Furthermore, all of them wore mourning clothes. The first prince had already set up many guards on both sides of the street. He had also hidden several experts. While everyone was caught off guard, the two's figures clashed, and their sabers and swords hummed. Fearful of Huai, he wanted to ascend to the sky and kill the group of immortals. Whoosh! Wang Yan's expression turned grave as he said, "I know that. However, why did this golden crow come to my imperial capital, Yin City? Furthermore, it appeared at Big Brother's wedding in that ice coffin." He took off his hood, pushed through the crowd in front of the window, and looked up at the sky. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden were already arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Before the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden could answer, they saw the flood of people arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. That is, Wang Yin was stunned, feeling some disbelief. How terrifying! A battle between peak sovereign emperors is probably only at this level. Countless petals fell from the sea of flowers that covered Yin City. It was like a storm, densely packed and falling towards the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. This caused all the swordsmen within 10,000 miles to raise their eyebrows. High up in the sky, in the distant streets, a piercing light lit up the sky as if 2 suns had appeared in the sky. What were they here for? No one knew, but they were definitely not here to congratulate him. So. Clang. The newcomer showed a calm expression on his face. He held a sword and stood on flowing light, looking like an immortal as he soared through the air. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, who were still 50 kilometers away, were immediately ambushed. In the pavilions on both sides of the street, a horrifying sovereign emperors might spread out from this person. This person was actually a terrifying 6-vein sovereign emperor expert. This sword strike scattered the various mysterious phenomena, shocking the surroundings. Such a scene looked incredibly horrifying, eliciting startled cries. The genuine fairy basket in Wang Yan's hand suddenly flew out, and countless flowers flew out. A sea of flowers covered Yin City, covering the sky and sun. This superior grade soul tool that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years erupted with its startling might and pressure. The fight between the two quickly reached a startling level. Gasp! Just as everyone cheered inside that this sword finally arrived, a saber light appeared in this shocking world. A saber light appeared, and a saber hum tore through the clouds, turning the world black and white. Aside from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, all the other buildings within 5,000 kilometers collapsed, turning into rubble. Just as the flower petals filling the sky were about to swallow up the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, the music changed wildly. This was a poem, a legend. It was grand and imposing, shocking everyone and making their blood surge. An old man dashed out from beside the first prince and bellowed. The 9th Prince Wang Yin revealed a confused expression in the pavilion. What's going on? Are the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden going to rebel? Now, it suddenly started snowing heavily, and the coldness of the snow could be felt. This chill made many of the people with high cultivations in the imperial capital, Yin City, shiver from the cold. Sword lights spread out, sweeping out in all directions. These thousands of sword lights shattered the scattered mysterious phenomena. There seemed to be an ice coffin hovering under this sun. There was no need to report. With the first prince's cultivation, he could clearly see the scene in front. The 100 fairies of the pear garden moved like a hot knife through butter. The ensemble was like 10,000 rivers flowing together, appearing unstoppable. A figure in colorful clothes soared into the sky from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It was the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master. She held a sword in one hand and the authentic fairy basket in the other. On the Rainbow Bridge, headliner Ling Long instantly paled. Her body even wobbled somewhat. The 100 fairies of the pear garden, Su Yi, remained calm in the face of danger. She pressed her index finger on the zither strings and started to vibrate endlessly. Immediately, the tune of the ensemble changed. The heavenly book scholar at the side said softly, "Your Highness, that is the golden crow holy beast. There is no need to doubt it. However, this holy beast is still young. It is not as scary as the legends make it out to be. However, it still cannot be underestimated." All the cultivators in the imperial capital Yin City were startled. The two sides had only exchanged blows for a moment, but they already caused huge destruction. Ling Long, who was on the Rainbow Bridge, felt her heart skip a beat. The uneasy mood that she had been feeling for the past few days reached its peak at this moment. The flute music, the zither, and the pipa changed. Rumble! At the same time, miserable cries rang out. These were the guards of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who had charged over. Before the guards could get close, the sound waves shattered their internal organs. They bled out of their 7 orifices and died, a cruel sight to behold. The instant Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan passed each other, they exchanged glances and smiled. "Your Highness, should I make a move?" Boom! Immediately, a sword intent tore through the air like a rainbow. All the elegance of the world seemed to focus on this sword light. Many cultivators wearing battle armor leaped out and drew their weapons. Surging with killing chi, they charged at the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Azure water, orange light fills the clear sky. Linglong Pagoda's full moon hangs. Under the lead of the veiled woman, all the azure lotus sword immortals danced in the air. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, appearing at the perfect time. This sword light appeared when everyone's blood surged and their chests felt blocked, but they had nowhere to vent it. The 100 fairies of the pear garden. You're seeking death. To think that you dare to cause trouble at the first prince's wedding. It's Kong Feiyun, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Senior Kong. With Senior Kong around, the 100 fairies of the pear garden should not be able to cause much trouble. Falling dust peony, falling petals profusion. The vast and unrivaled 100 fairies of the pear garden faced resistance for the first time. Su Yi, who was playing the zither, leaked out a corner of her lips, and her complexion paled slightly. The black-clad Kong Feiyun behind her said sullenly. In an instant, snow covered the imperial city. Everyone who paid attention to this wedding in the imperial capital, Yin City, revealed confused expressions. They could not understand what was going on. Great ripples appeared in the air, appearing boundlessly strange. They were waiting for a sword, waiting for a sword that could save the world, waiting for a sword that could clear everyone's hot-bloodedness and impulses. A bright light shone above the barrier, illuminating the 9 heavens. The azure lotus sword dance and the 100 fairies of the pear garden actually clashed. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, who could have imagined that the sound that contained Emperor's might and soul energy? It was like mud falling into the sea, instantly vanishing, not hindering it at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown off their feet. The majestic procession was thrown into chaos. Bang! The swaying sword lights layered over each other, appearing dense and illusory. This sight amazed everyone. Above the clouds and under the bright moon, the dreamlike dance looked unparalleled, shocking the world in the snowstorm. Ice coffin, azure lotus sword dance, unparalleled in the world. Even a peak sovereign emperor would not have an advantage when fighting with the Azure Lotus Sword in the imperial capital. If the Azure Lotus Sword fell, the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden would suffer severe injuries, even dying on the spot, given the might of the authentic fairy basket. However, the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden played an unprecedented piece. The music was ear-splitting. Despite the immense pressure, the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden played an unending tune, not pausing at all. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden's thunderous voice contained the sound of the great Tao. They wanted to use their cultivation to scatter the laughing saber and sword that the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden played. A moment ago, the weather was still very good. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden held their soul tool instruments, wearing mourning clothes. They showed no expression as they focused on playing their instruments. Your First Highness, the situation is not good. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden are actually holding soul tools. More than 1,000 of the Divine Guard's brothers have died. The 3 Sovereign Emperor leaders are already severely injured. Bang! However, what's going on with the ice coffin below? A melodious hum rang out, accompanied by the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden's wildly changing music. It scattered all the incoming flower petals and soared into the clouds without losing any momentum. Everyone, don't panic. The wedding will continue. It is just a group of women. They will not be able to disrupt the first prince's wedding. The nearby pavilions seemed to have been crushed by a torrent and collapsed one after another. The spectators fled in a fluster. They had not expected the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to work together and erupt with such horrifying might. It looks like many people do not want the first prince's wedding to proceed smoothly. The white-clad women holding swords in the surroundings sang in unison, dancing with the veiled woman in the center. It was at least 100 miles away. However, before the person arrived, his voice arrived first, attracting everyone's attention. They could bring out the dynasty's holy might to its limits, making them unrivaled among great perfection sovereign emperors. The hot-blooded spectators felt their hearts clench, feeling an impulse. So cold, so cold. When the fire Qilin caught the fire Qilin in his hand, he frowned slightly. It's snowing? The fire Qilin, the divine horse guarding the fire Qilin, neighed for some reason as if it encountered a strong enemy. This startled Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin's back. He quickly tried to comfort the fire Qilin. However, when he looked down, he saw a few snowflakes drifting down. Heavens! What am I seeing? The festive atmosphere of the wedding vanished. Pooh, damn it! Why did it suddenly become so cold? Everyone, quickly look! It's snowing. It's snowing. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. That is the Golden Crow Empire's holy beast. It turns out that it really exists. I always thought it was just a legend. A general knelt in front of the fire Qilin, his forehead covered in sweat as he spoke in a trembling voice. From a distance, the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden were still very far away. In the next moment, the generals pushed off the air at the same time. One saber and one sword charged towards the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion without hesitation. Did you all notice that the Yin Emperor has not made a move yet? The other peak factions that can stop this storm have not made a move, either. Something seemed strange here. Flower petals fell from the sky. Each petal was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one could stop them from falling. Before the person arrived, the sound wave arrived first. Immediately, celestial music spread out, boundlessly vast. Just as the petal was about to swallow up the fairy maiden pavilion, a sword broke it. It was like an immortal descending to the world and bestowing supreme, divine power on her. This was to prevent people from causing trouble. Furthermore, the immortal had issued a kill order beforehand. No matter who dared to cause trouble at the wedding, they would all be killed without mercy. The other musicians all suffered significant injuries. The first prince's expression turned extremely sullen. This was especially so when he saw the ice coffin in the sky. The first prince sang, and the surging flood materialized by the laughing daughter saber and sword immediately showed 10,000 mysterious phenomena. Puxia. Although the first prince's voice did not have the expected effect, The name of this old man startled everyone. When the saber and sword clashed, they did not fight for victory or glory. They fought for the fate of the mortal world, for lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. Chapter 22:59. Afraid of Huai's heart soaring, wanting to soar to the sky and kill immortals. The instant Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun clashed their sabers and swords, breaking the strike of the genuine fairy basket, they each turned into a beam of rainbow light. One saber, one sword, and one saber. They headed for the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Up in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the veiled woman showed a slightly unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun broke the peak strike of the genuine fairy basket. However, the veiled woman did not have much time to lament, as Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun arrived before her in an instant. Peonies bloom, and spring fills the world. The veiled woman shouted again. The sea of flowers covering Yin City spun continuously with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the center. The surrounding white-clad women continuously danced around the veiled woman with their swords. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortals executed their powerful sword dance again, looking like an immortal flower spinning quickly. Dang! 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 The sword dance blocked Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun, preventing them from getting close. The two turned into two beams of rainbow light, continuously attacking the group of Azure Lotus Sword Immortals. In that instant, tinkling sounds filled the air, echoing endlessly and resounding in the clouds. From the outside, it looked like a peony blooming at the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, stirring up a sea of flowers. The two beams of rainbow light surrounded the peony, continuously turning mysterious phenomena in the air. However, they could not penetrate it. After stabilizing the situation, the veiled woman shouted angrily and activated the genuine fairy basket again. A tornado made of flower petals surged over, forcing back Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. Below, Suye's expression changed slightly when she saw the situation. The 10 fingers crisscrossed, and the zither music changed again. The other women moved with it. Immediately, the tune sounded like a clear spring in the mountains. Flowing water struck rocks, reverberating endlessly and looking as gentle as jade. The zither infused Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun with tangible energy. Their divine energy and soul energy soared rapidly. It was so much so that one could see with the naked eye that wisps of spiritual light formed by the tune entered their bodies. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun had grave expressions on their faces as they looked at the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers. Within the tornado, the veiled woman and green lotus sword fairy hid within it. Using the sword dance to activate the tornado, it violently attacked. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be quite relaxed, but in reality, they were facing an enormous pressure that outsiders did not know about. Even though the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden were continuously injecting spiritual energy into it, it was not enough. However, the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers could only retreat step by step. If it were an ordinary sovereign emperor, they would have been smashed to death by this storm in just one exchange, torn to shreds. Xiao Chun, with our strength, we can't break through this sea of flowers by ourselves. Xiao Chun, who was brandishing his saber and fighting against the tornado, heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. He was referring to the sea of flowers, not the tornado in front of him. Indeed, while it looked like there was only one tornado, the true source of this tornado was the entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital. The entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital came from the power of the genuine fairy basket. It was already a peak superior grade soul tool. Furthermore, the many Azure Lotus Sword fairies worked together to drive it, bringing out the fairy basket's might to its limits. If not for the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden's support, the two would not be able to last one exchange against this tornado. The Azure Lotus Sword fairy took the initiative to attack. She stirred up the sea of flowers and materialized the tornado, bringing out the true fairy basket's might to its limits. The storm slowly surged forward. The 100 fairies of the pear garden relied on Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan to hold on. If Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan could not hold on, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would not be able to escape destruction. The reason was that the soul tools of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were slightly inferior to the original fairy basket, which had been passed down for a long time. What do you think? One more dance. We need to bring out the laughing saber and swords might beyond normal before we can break this tornado. After that, we need to take down that veiled woman in one go. Otherwise, we do not stand much of a chance of victory. All right. Xiao Chan did not hesitate, choosing to trust Chu Chaoyun unconditionally. The two exchanged glances. Immediately, a kind of tacit understanding passed through each other's hearts. A clash of sabers and swords required extremely high tacit understanding for perfect execution. Such tacit understanding could only be achieved by trusting one's life and death to the other. Everyone watched as the Azure Lotus Sword Fairy pushed Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan back like a hot knife through butter. The two of them suddenly made an action that shocked everyone. At the same time, they stopped using the weapons in their hands to block the tornado. Just as everyone cried out in shock, the tornado looked like it would swallow up Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan. Then, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan turned into two beams of rainbow light again, clashing with this tornado. The two brought out their saber Great Dao and sword Great Dao to their limits. Before the tornado, formed by flower petals, the two's auras flourished. The instant they clashed, it even looked like the two had a deep grudge against each other. Such a scene was incredibly shocking. If one really wanted to kill or had a weaker tacit understanding, they would either die to the other party or the tornado. Dang! However, when the saber and sword clashed, accompanied by the music of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, it looked like the two were in a life-and-death battle. A vast aura that could shake the world erupted. The two vividly brought out the ancient contradiction of the clash of sabers and swords. At this moment, the two forgot everything else, only having each other in their eyes. Decades of life-and-death grudges and entangled fates perfectly materialized in this clash of sabers and swords. Furthermore, the two possessed outstanding talent in the saber Dao and the sword Dao. As the 100 fairies of the pear garden sang the laughter of the saber and sword, the world entered a profound state. Everything else in the world seemed to become a side character, just a stage for the two to clash of sabers and swords. It's done. Among the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Su Ye's eyes turned moist. The zither in her hand released a weak light. There was no need for her to do anything. As the saber and sword clashed, the aftershocks from the clash naturally played. The other women also discovered this scene in surprise. Then they released their instruments. They allowed the aftershocks from the clash of sabers and swords to freely play the laughter of the saber and sword. Rumble. The instant the mysterious phenomenon appeared, the sea of flowers covering the sky of the imperial capital shrank continuously. The sea of flowers looked like a funnel, retracting into the authentic fairy basket at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. In the instant that the sea of flowers disappeared, the tornado suddenly dissipated. Dozens of green lotus sword immortals. The dozens of azure lotus sword immortals revealed their true forms and vomited a mouthful of blood, knocked back. How could it be like this? The veiled woman paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. This was completely unexpected. To think that the azure lotus sword immortals would lose to the 100 fairies of the pear garden in such a sorry state before everyone. Now, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan separated from each other again. Each of them transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the green lotus sword fairy. The moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Boundless chaos, heaven and earth sword dance. The two took advantage of the clash of the saber and sword to create their strongest momentum and unleash their killer moves. In an instant, saber light and sword shadows flashed, and green lotus sword immortals were cut down one after another. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. After a while, only 3 people remained on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chun, Chu Chaoyun, and the veiled woman, who was kneeling on the rooftop with a sword and a saber on her neck. Snowflakes reappeared in the sky that was previously covered by the sea of flowers. Pa pa pa. Just at this moment, applause suddenly rang out. The first prince, Wang Fei, was riding on the nation's guardian divine horse, the Fire Qilin. He was alone in the ruins, clapping his hands as he walked out. Lord Xiao, thank you for giving me such a big gift for my wedding. Thank you for your kindness. However, it wouldn't be good if someone died. You can leave now, Wang Fei said with an indifferent expression. As soon as he finished speaking, rumbling footsteps resounded throughout the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless armored figures surged over from all directions, surrounding the smiling daughter pavilion and the 100 fairies of the pear garden in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The encirclement was airtight. Xiaoqun looked around. Banners fluttered, and people moved. This Wang Fei actually mobilized the entire divine guards while the two sides were fighting. I wonder if the 100 fairies of the pear garden still have the strength to fight and break out of my divine guard's encirclement. The first prince, Wang Fei, said indifferently as he looked coldly at the exhausted Su Yi and the others, speaking calmly. It's over. The first prince's move is truly unrivaled. He mobilized the entire divine guards. No wonder he did not make a move earlier. It turns out that he was preparing this trump card. This trump card is the first prince's true trump card. Although a small number of top-notch experts are very intimidating, they are not enough. Although the few peak experts are very intimidating, it will be somewhat difficult to surround Xiaoqun and the others. There will always be a chance to leave. Right now, the entire Yinwu dynasty's elite army has surrounded them. There is no chance for them to leave. Furthermore, there are the noble clan experts waiting outside. This is simply a flawless plan. No one expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Xiaoqun and the 100 fairies of the pear garden could not escape in the blink of an eye. However, after thinking about it, they felt that this was only natural. After all, this was the imperial capital, Yin City. If not for the other princes restraining the Yin emperor, preventing him from making a move, this farce would have ended before it started. However, now that the first prince brought out his trump card, it was time for everything to end. Boom! However, something strange happened just at this moment. A terrifying killing chi suddenly appeared outside the city. That was the horrifying killing chi that could only be materialized when countless soldiers who had killed in hundreds of battles gathered together. The killing chi was like a strong snowstorm. The instant it arrived, the world seemed to turn into a cruel battlefield. A scarlet cloud streaked across the sky, looking like a sharp knife piercing through the sky and arriving in an instant. The person leading the group wore battle armor and rode a phoenix blood eagle king. He said, "Big brother, it is best not to go overboard with some things." More than 10,000 people rode phoenix blood eagles behind this person. They all showed no expression, looking like Azuras that came out of purgatory. It's the Blood Eagle Army. Why did the 9th Prince's Blood Eagle Army suddenly appear? The Blood Eagle Army's horrifying killing chi spread out, forcing the God's Will Army to change their encirclement and retreat behind the first prince. Now, Xiaoqun, Chu Chaoyun, and the 100 fairies of the pear garden stood in the middle of the two armies. The trump card that the first prince was so proud of instantly crumbled, vanishing without a trace. Wang Fei's calm expression immediately turned enraged. "Ninth brother, do you know what you are doing? Even you want to oppose me?" Wang Yin retorted calmly. "Big brother, I should be the one saying that to you. Do you know what you are doing? Since an outsider has the courage to stop this wedding, all the more I should step forward. It is time for this wedding to end." Wang Feilai's expression turned uncertain. As he looked at the Blood Eagle Army, he felt so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Previously, no matter what Xiaoqun did, Wang Feilai did not fear it at all. This was because Wang Feilai had the trump card of the Divine Will Army. This army was made up of holy venerates. With the battle armor and the support of the dynasty's emperor's might, they could form battle formations. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to retreat if they charged forward. However, Now that Wang Yin appeared with the Blood Eagle army, the situation immediately turned against Wang Feilai. Wang Feilai knew that many princes were waiting in the dark to see him make a fool of himself, not wanting his wedding to proceed normally. If this dragged on, when these people stepped forward like Lord Gio, the wedding would be ruined. However, Wang Feilai could not think of a good solution right now. Wang Feilai still had several trump cards that he could use. However, this involved the Shu dynasty, the Black Lotus Church, and the Azure Lotus Church, so he could not bring them out in the open. Big brother, how long are you going to remain stubborn? Just give up. Wang Yin advised again from the Phoenix Blood Eagle King's back. The entire Blood Eagle army took advantage of the situation to press forward. Who dares to take another step forward? However, just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A sword move appeared with this voice. The Blood Eagle army, which had just taken a step forward, was forced back. Several Phoenix Blood Eagles shrieked in shock as they were forced back by this sword move. One person and one sword forced back an army. A figure slowly descended from the sky and hovered in the air. As this figure stood in the air, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the Blood Eagle army. In that instant, several warriors on the Blood Eagle Kings felt a sword intent attack them. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they soared into the air and continuously retreated. Even the 9th Prince Wang Yin was no exception. With just one glance, this person nearly defeated the entire Blood Eagle army, reducing them to a sorry state. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Such horrifying combat prowess completely surpassed everyone's understanding, so they all looked over. When everyone clearly saw the appearance of this person, they all turned pale, somewhat speechless. It was that person who had always existed in the legends of the imperial capital Yin City. To think that he appeared at this wedding and stood on the first prince's side. Ha ha! How mighty! Su Han's Han, come and try attacking me. Just as the cultivators of the imperial capital Yin City were about to cry out in shock, a beggar walked out of the snowstorm and spoke with a smile as he looked at the sky. This call of Su Han's Han scared many people out of their wits. Unexpectedly, someone dared to directly address the sword by its name. His tone was filled with mockery. Chapter 2260. How awe-inspiring. Su Han's Han, come and try attacking me. The incredibly sloppy-looking beggar appeared out of nowhere in the rubble of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then, he stood on a piece of rubble and looked up. No matter how one looked at it, such a person did not look like an expert. However, this beggar just stood up and smiled as he looked at the sword god in the sky. He directly addressed the sword god by name, Su Han's Han. Who is Su Han's Han? Probably every cultivator in the imperial capital Yin City had heard of his name. When he was very young, his elders had told him about his deeds over and over again. Su Han's Han was the pride of the Yinwu dynasty, a living legend. His name resounded like thunder, but few people had seen him in person. However, the moment he appeared, he hugged his sword and raised his eyebrows, scaring away the Blood Eagle army. There was no need to guess his identity. Aside from the sword god, Su Han's Han, no one else in the imperial capital Yin City possessed such strength. Many people had seen his portrait before. However, when they saw his true appearance, they did not dare to cry out, fearing that they would profane this person. This was especially so for the swordsmen present. They were already incredibly excited. Just seeing him once made their blood surge. Several people even knelt and worshipped him, all because he was the sword god, Su Han's Han. Everyone thought that the first prince's wedding would be settled after the sword god appeared. Who could have imagined that a beggar would appear out of nowhere and call out the sword god's name in a carefree manner, not showing any fear? Who is this beggar? He even dares to call out the sword god's name. Is he tired of living? Damn it, he is simply profaning the sword god. Some people did not understand, and some were upset. However, Su Han's Han did not make a move. He once said that no one dared to take a step forward. In that instant, no one dared to move. Su Hanshan's gaze forced back the entire Blood Eagle army. However, when this beggar appeared, Su Han's Han did not make a move. The strangeness of this immediately inspired speculation. At the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chun, who already despaired, immediately felt some hope when he saw the beggar appear. However, he found this inconceivable, too shocking. The other party was Su Han Han, the sword god Su Han's Han. What gave the beggar the confidence to stand out? You are here to join in the excitement as well. However, something even more inconceivable happened. Su Han's Han actually attacked the beggar. His tone was as if he was talking to someone of the same generation, and it instantly caused an uproar. This beggar was actually old friends with Su Han's Han. You can join in, but I can't. Hee, if we're talking about connections, I'm more involved than you. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in this matter, but since you've come out regardless of your status, it would be too heartless of me to not show myself. The beggar covered his face with his hands and combed his messy hair. He revealed a dirty face, but the smile on his face was clean and pure. It made people feel at ease, like a spring breeze caressing their faces. No one would have thought that this was the smile of a beggar. When Xiao Chan saw this scene, his heart immediately trembled, and his expression changed slightly. This smile? The first time he saw this beggar, he felt that this beggar's smile was somewhat familiar. It was exceptionally clean, but at that time, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Today, he saw that smile again in this kind of situation. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not help feeling shocked. You know who he is? Chu Chaoyan asked when he noticed the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen nodded. I know. If I'm not wrong, he's from the same place as you and me. The Kunlun realm. Yes. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes as he looked at this beggar. He simply could not believe that this beggar was the person Xiao Chen mentioned. I couldn't defeat you 100 years ago, and I probably can't defeat you now either. What do you want? Speak. Su Han's Han said calmly with an indifferent expression. That might not be the case. I have not improved at all in the past 100 years. You could try drawing your sword. The beggar's smile remained the same as he said softly. Whoosh. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Many people were even more stunned by Su Hanshan's words. It turned out that Su Han's Han was not just an old acquaintance. The two even fought 100 years ago, and Su Han-nin did not win. It's him. I know who he is. It's the Spring Snow Bladesman, Pan Huang. The Bladesman present connected Su Hanshan's words and guessed the beggar's identity. The Spring Snow Bladesman, Pan Huang. This was another legend, a bladesman whose name resounded like thunder but faded from everyone's sight long ago. Pan Huang's deeds were no less legendary than Su Hanshan's. Instead, he was even more legendary. Who could have imagined that the first prince's wedding would first cause the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal to fight? Now, it was even more exaggerated. Two legendary figures actually appeared at the same time. The clash between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan between the saber and the sword was about to happen in reality. Su Han's Han, the strongest person of the sword Dao, and Pan Huang, the strongest person of the saber Dao. Just thinking about the clash between the two excited everyone. However, everyone was very clear that Su Han's Han and Pan Huang would definitely not fight. Even if they did, they would not do it in the imperial capital, Yin City, with so many people watching. However, Pan Huang's words, "You could try drawing your sword," still filled everyone with anticipation. What if he really drew his sword? Su Han's Han stared at Pan Huang and said sullenly, "There is no need. Either I don't draw my sword, or once I do, even if it is life and death, victory will be decided." Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Su Han-nin, in that case, there is indeed no need for you to draw your sword. Didn't you see the clash between the saber and the sword of the two little fellows earlier? What we are fighting for is not victory or defeat, not glory or disgrace, but the fate of the mortal world." Su Han's Han showed an indifferent expression. "You have your Tao, and I have mine. In my heart, the sword will always reign supreme. My heart for the sword has never changed, not even for 1,000 years or 10,000 years." The beggar no longer tried to persuade Su Han-nin. He said sullenly, "Very well. In that case, I won't speak nonsense with you. Neither of us need to make the decision for this wedding. Let her make the decision." Pan Huang pointed at headliner Ling Long, who was on the rainbow bridge in the sky. The first Prince Wang Fei's expression changed slightly as he said, "No way. This is my wedding. I cannot allow others to make the decision for me. Is it your place to speak? Not even if your father came." Scram! The beggar roared. This was the first time Xianxia saw the beggar, who had a frivolous smile. A saber light seemed to flash in the beggar's eyes. When the beggar swept his cold gaze across, the Divine Guard's army was struck by a saber and knocked back 50 kilometers. In that instant, a vast crowd surrounded Wang Fei. When he looked up, he saw that he was the only one left riding on the flame Qilin. The army that had been surrounding him a moment ago was swept away like trash. Fear flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. He wanted to check if he was injured or not. However, when he saw the beggar's gaze, he did not dare to act rashly. Su Hanzhan remained expressionless, acting like he did not hear anything. After a while, he looked at Ling Long and said, "You make the decision." Whoosh! After obtaining Su Hanzhan's approval, Ling Long did not give Wang Fei another look. She directly landed before Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan. Ling Long glanced at the veiled woman coldly before looking at Xiao Chun. Her voice trembled as she said, "Lord Xiao, that ice coffin in the sky." Xiao Chun did not say anything, only nodding silently. Boom! Ling Long immediately felt like she had been struck by lightning. Indeed, this was the worst possible outcome. Ling Long, listen to me. He is already dead. Don't overthink it. Since you are the one making the decision now, just agree to the first prince's request. In the future, when he ascends to the throne and becomes the Yin Emperor, the veiled woman grasped this opportunity, wanting to win Ling Long over and make the right decision for her. Bang! However, right after Ling Long spoke, a short sword flew out of her sleeve and pierced the veiled woman's mouth the moment she opened it. "You promised me that you would protect his life." Ling Long's expression turned frosty as she looked at the veiled woman coldly, not showing any pity in her eyes. Xiao Chun looked at the veiled woman, who was already dead. Then, he moved the saber away from her neck and said, "Headliner Ling Long, my little martial nephew, is already dead. However, that beggar uncle brought him an ice coffin to protect his soul and prevent it from scattering. It can extend his life. Perhaps he will wake up one day. I want to leave this place with him. Can you bring me away?" Ling Long sounded fatigued. There was no sorrow or pain in her eyes, but it made one's heart ache. "Sure, I'll get the Golden Crow to bring you away." Before everyone's eyes, Headliner Ling Long soared into the sky and mounted the Golden Crow above the clouds. Then, she left with the ice coffin. From start to end, Ling Long did not even look at Wang Fei. Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin, flushed. He felt like someone had slapped him swollen. To think that he could not even defeat a dead person. On the day of his wedding, a dead person snatched away his bride. This was definitely the greatest joke since the establishment of the Yanwu dynasty. Chapter 2261. The first prince watched helplessly as his bride rode away on the divine bird, the golden crow. At this moment, many princes snickered in their hearts. The first prince knew that his father would not appear to uphold justice for him after such a huge commotion. He also knew who was the one who had done this. His father doted on Little 13th the most. He refused to believe that Little 13th did not do something this time. The 8th prince probably put in a lot of effort as well. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch still did not arrive. Barring any surprises, Little 13th prince must have done something. However, the one that enraged the first prince the most was the 9th prince. To think that the 9th prince Wang Yin directly led the Blood Eagle army to Yin City, standing out to oppose him. If not for the Blood Eagle army putting the first prince in the most dangerous situation, Su Hanzhan would not have appeared. If Su Hanzhan did not show up, that Pan Huang would not show up either. However, there were no ifs in this world. Everything had already happened and could not be undone. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master died, and Headliner Ling Long chose to leave. Only Wang Yin remained in the vast rubble. He was like a joke, receiving everyone's pity and mockery. This wedding caused a huge commotion. Practically everyone in the world paid attention to it. Everyone knew about it. The entire imperial capital paid attention to it. The 100 feudal lords and 18 noble clans all came to offer their congratulations. Wang Yin showed off his luck, appearing awe-inspiring. However, everything changed now. Wang Yin got slapped in the face again and again. In the end, he could not even compete with a dead man. Ling Long chose to leave with Ling Yu's ice coffin, not even willing to look at Wang Yin. The country and beauty became nothing. Su Hanzan looked around. However, he did not look at the dispirited Wang Fei. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yi. Whoosh! Su Hanshan's figure flashed, and he appeared before Su Yi. After some thought, he asked, "How have you been?" Su Yi trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, the godlike old ancestor of the Su clan, Su Hanshan, still remembered her. "I'm fine," Su Hanshan said calmly. "Your father has always missed you. Go back with you. My Su clan's bloodline flows in your veins. Your talent should not be wasted." Su Yi immediately felt angry in her heart. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to her talent. She immediately said in a sullen voice, "Thank you, clan ancestor, for your concern. In this lifetime, Su Yi will never return to the Su clan, much less meet that man who is worse than a beast." Seeing the undisguised disgust and hatred in Su Ye's eyes, Su Hanshan fell silent. He also knew about what had happened back then. However, a lady from a brothel would not have a good reputation. It would be better if Su Ye's father was not the family head. However, now that he had become the clan head, he definitely could not allow his mother to be the official wife anymore. Otherwise, how would the family head's face remain? Whoosh! Seeing Su Ye's attitude, Su Yin did not try to persuade her any further. Instead, he simply said, "If you're willing, you can come back anytime you want." Upon seeing this, Pan Huang did not linger, leaving as well. With their current strength, they could practically come and go as they pleased in any forbidden area of the Great Thousand World. As for Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun, they did not have such strength, so it would be difficult for them to leave. The two leaped down from the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. After Xiao Chun and Su Yi nodded slightly, they arrived among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and stood before a woman holding a bamboo flute. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, holy daughter, for coming to help. I am filled with endless gratitude." That was right. The woman playing the bamboo flute among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter that Xiao Chun had sent a letter to. However, her face remained shrouded in a layer of fog, making others automatically overlook her. Furthermore, she hid among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden, so she did not attract much attention. In fact, no one even knew about her. However, this was in line with the Holy Daughter style. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had always been neutral, not getting involved in any disputes. Coming to help was already the Holy Daughter's bottom line. Young Master Xiao is too polite. My Heavenly Fragrance owes you a debt of gratitude. How can I not come? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly. She clearly stood in front of Xiao Chun, but she gave off the feeling of being 500 kilometers away, as distant as that. The holy daughter gave off a natural sense of distance, preventing others from getting close. Xiao Chun, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch's people, are here, Su Yi said as she pointed to a group of black dots rapidly flying over from the distance. When Xiao Chun looked in the direction of Xiao Chen's finger, he saw the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs with extraordinary cultivations. Xiao Chun was not surprised by the appearance of this group of people. In fact, he even felt that they were a little late. Presumably, the prince, who was secretly helping, saw that the wedding had been destroyed. There was no need to continue helping to block the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Just let them come and cause trouble for Xiao Chun. So. In the blink of an eye, this group of people led by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor appeared before Xiao Chun and the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. "Greetings, Patriarch." Xiao Chun cupped his hands and said, "Lord Xiao, how impressive. Come with me. You're the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, so it is not convenient for me to kill you. I will discuss this matter with your alliance master before deciding how to punish you. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor looked coldly at Xianxia, showing no expression on his face. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor did not give Xianxia a chance to explain, nor did he intend to waste his breath. Needless to say, after causing such a huge commotion, nearly tearing down half of Yan City, Xianxia had definitely caused a great disaster. No matter how good the reason was, there was no way to explain what happened before Xianxia. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor wanted to take down Xianxia, but Xianxia was not in the right. Even if he brought this matter to Hua Tianyang would not side with him. Xianxia looked around, hoping to see the beggar's figure. However, there was no trace of the beggar at all. If Pan Huang were here, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs would not dare to ask. However, Pan Huang clearly did not want to care about this matter. Since Su Hanzhan left, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs left as well. Count me in. If you want to take him away, then take me away, Xianxia said as he stepped forward. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and stepped forward. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor focused his gaze on Chu Chaoyan. Then, he said, I advise you not to be a busybody. We are not seeking trouble for you on account of the Universe Origin sect. Don't go overboard. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect master was well aware of Chu Chaoyan's identity and background. He was a Taoist of the Universe Origin sect. Although he was an accomplice to Xianxia, he was not the mastermind. Thus, he didn't want to ask too much about it. However, he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to interfere. Count me in too. Whoosh. A petite figure flashed and appeared beside Xianxia. It was Ao Jiao, who had arrived with the Golden Crow. Sun Goddess. Senior, there is indeed nothing wrong with taking young Master Xiao away. However, since he was going to be punished, it had to be fair and just. The first prince killed young Master Zhao's martial nephew for no reason. He had to pay with his life. If young Master Xiao did not die, today's matter would not have happened. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she walked over while holding her flute. Who are you? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor was enraged. Each of Xiaoqian's friends had a greater background than the last. First, it was the Universe Origin sect's Taoist, Chu Chaoyan. Then it was the Sun Goddess. Now, a mysterious woman appeared from somewhere. When the Imperial Ancestor took a few more glances and recognized the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, his expression changed slightly. To think that it was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. I was blind earlier and was too rash. I did not recognize this lady as the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor had no choice but to suppress his anger and apologize while holding back his anger. It's fine. However, I still stand by what I said earlier. Young Master Xiao must have committed a grave mistake. There is no need to explain. However, this prince killed someone for no reason. We still have to give him a proper explanation. Otherwise, if we end up with an unfair punishment, that would be an even bigger joke. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter stood up as well. However, she was smarter than Chu Chaoyan and Ao Jiao. From the start to the end, she kept insisting that Wang Fei killed someone, not letting go. The people who stood up one after another startled the cultivators, watching from all around Yan City. They had not expected Xiaoqian to have so many friends. Furthermore, each of them had a deep background. What was even more shocking was that even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter appeared. Bullshit. This prince did not kill Lingyu. That person committed suicide. What does that have to do with me? Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. Although you are the holy daughter, you are just a woman in my dynasty. You speak without thinking and malign this prince. That is a heavy crime. The first prince Wang Fei said in exasperation. The first prince had already embarrassed himself. At this point, if he still could not take down Xiaoqian, it would be like having his left cheek slapped. It meant that after the left side of his face was slapped, the right side of his face was going to be slapped again. He couldn't stand it. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said coldly, "Is that so? In that case, Do you dare to swear that if Ling Yu's death has anything to do with you, you will give up on entering the ancient Yin Emperor tomb? Wang Fei felt stifled. How could he dare to make such a vow? He said angrily, "Humph! I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Imperial ancestor, take down this brat. Disrupting the prince's wedding is equivalent to insulting the royal clan's dignity. He deserves death. May the Lord Buddha show mercy. This humble monk, Yin Shun, is here on my master's orders to capture Xiao Chun and bring him back to the hidden spirit temple for punishment." Just as the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor hesitated and the two sides entered a stalemate, a Buddhist proclamation rang out in the air. A Buddhist name rang out from nowhere, and a youthful monk turned into a beam of silver light and descended from the sky. Chapter 2262. This humble monk's Dharma name is Yin Shun. On my master's orders, I am here to bring Xiao Chun back to the hidden spirit temple to receive punishment. The instant the Dharma name rang out, a silver light tore through the sky. The light descended together with the voice. It was a young monk with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. He still looked like a child. This was clearly a young novice monk, but he addressed himself as a humble monk. This was a rather comical scene. Unfortunately, this little monk was simply too handsome. He gave off a rather adorable feeling. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor frowned and said, "Little monk, this is not a place you should be. Quickly leave." Yinshin said gravely, "Greetings, imperial ancestor. This is the abbot's personal token, and this is my master's token, Su Yun's. Imperial ancestor, please take a look." One was from the hidden spirit temple's abbot, and the other was from the venerable Su Yun. Imperial ancestor. Anxiety flashed in the first Prince Wang Fei's eyes as he tried to advise the imperial ancestor not to care too much and directly take down Xiao Chun. Don't be impatient. Suspicion flashed in the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's eyes as he received the two tokens. After a while, his expression changed drastically. The abbot's personal token stated that Xiao Chun caused havoc in Yin City at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, affecting several temples and destroying incense offerings. His crimes were unpardonable. Hence, the imperial ancestor sent Yin Shun to capture Xiao Chun and bring him back to the temple for punishment, cleansing his heart and cleansing his sins. The other token was the venerable Su Yun's personal token, proving that the little monk's identity was real and that he was his disciple. The two tokens complemented each other. They were absolutely authentic and could not be wrong. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor wanted to find some mistakes, but could not find any, so he could only return the token helplessly. Xiao Chun, you led the crowd to cause trouble in Yin City, destroying the Buddhist sect temples and injuring innocent pilgrims. You have committed grave crimes. On orders from my master, I have to capture you and bring you back to atone for your crimes. Yinshin received the token and walked over to Xiao Chun with a grave expression. Then, he asked, "Do you admit to your crimes?" The bystanders felt somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chun had caused such a huge commotion, nearly destroying half of Yin City. Many of the first prince's subordinates had died. Finally, the hidden spirit temple wanted to take Xiao Chun away for destroying the temple and injuring pilgrims. On the surface, it looked like he wanted to punish Xiao Chun. In reality, he was clearly trying to absolve Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun indeed should not have destroyed the temple. After being taken away by the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, who knew if Xiao Chun could return, the little monk appeared at the right time. Naturally, Xiao Chun had no reason to reject this favor. "Pa!" Yinshin leaped up and ferociously smacked Xiao Chun's head. He said angrily, "There is no sincerity at all. You are really sinful." The slap stunned Xiao Chun somewhat. Then, Yinshin quickly took him away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. The sect Chun Yin Yin Xiao is Yin Chun. Yin Chun. Yin. Yin. Yin Yin. Chun. Yin. 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 Chun. Chun. Yin. Yin. Yin Chun. Yu. Yin. Yin King. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. Then they recalled the silver light that appeared when the little monk appeared. It really was the little demonic monk silver saber. Imperial ancestor, there might be a trap. That little demonic monk silver saber has a bad reputation and is not well liked in the temple. How could the abbot hand such an important matter to him? The first Prince Wang Fei said seriously as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor reacted and looked around. However, Xiao Chun and the little monk were nowhere to be seen. Outside the city, pa, 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 Xiao Chun continuously smacked the little monk's bald head. Then he said softly, "You are so impudent. To think that you dare to hit Big Brother in front of everyone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Big Brother, stop hitting me." The little monk held his head with both hands as he dodged left and right, crying out in pain. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and said, "Your token should be fake, given how you are in such a rush to leave, it seems." Xianxia smiled and said, "The token is indeed fake. However, the part about destroying the temple and harming the devotees is just something I made up. Master only wanted to meet you, so he got me to invite you over. Before I left the mountain, I did not know that you caused such a huge disaster. Hence, I could only make up a reason to bring you away." Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. "You are rather smart. Let's go. I also want to take a look at the Hidden Spirit Temple. The top holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Hidden Spirit Temple ruled over all the Buddhist sects in the world. Xiao Chun had a fate with Buddhism. This was especially so since Xiao Chun cultivated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, a Buddhist sect forbidden technique. Perhaps he could make some breakthroughs in the Hidden Spirit Temple. The two did not dare to linger for too long. They quickly rushed to Spirit Vulture Mountain outside Yin City. There were many temples on Spirit Vulture Mountain giving off a Buddhist light. There were many devotees, all of them grand and magnificent. Even though such a huge commotion happened in the imperial capital, Yin City, there was still an endless stream of devotees. Among them, there were ordinary mortals, as well as martial artists with varying cultivation levels. There were both strong and weak people. Everyone was different. The only thing they had in common was a pious heart to Buddha. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun looked at this sacred mountain from a distance. He felt the vast and deep power of faith contained in the mountain. That was a kind of power that was as vast as the sea, containing countless inheritances and opportunities. The endless stream of devotees accumulated the power of faith. The Buddha accepted the power of faith and enjoyed the incense. Then it passed on to the devotees, forming an orderly cycle. This cycle repeated endlessly, accumulating endlessly. This resulted in the scene that Xiao Chun saw right now, vast and unfathomable. The sea of faith formed by the incense felt as weak and insignificant as an ant in the depths of it. Of course, ordinary people could not sense the profoundness of this. What they directly felt was the Buddhist light supporting them, calming their bodies and minds, making them even more pious. After walking along the mountain path for a while, Xiao Chun saw many temples along the way. These temples were hidden in the forest, burning incense and giving off a dense Buddhist light. This made Spirit Vulture Mountain look like it was bathed in Buddhist light. Walking in it gave off a wondrous feeling of entering a place of bliss. The colossal golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha stood at the summit of the mountain. A bright light shone behind it, guiding all the devotees down the mountain. Behind the Kasyapa Buddha were indistinct bodhisattvas and arhats. They looked dignified and divine, not to be profaned. I heard that the Hidden Spirit Temple is not among these mountains. Even if ordinary people searched the entire mountain range, they would not be able to find it. In that case, is it in the Buddhist light of the Kasyapa Buddha? Xiao Chun guessed that the Hidden Spirit Temple might be in the secret realm of the Buddhist light behind the Kasyapa Buddha. One needed a certain identity to enter. Big brother, you guessed wrong. The Hidden Spirit Temple is not behind the Kasyapa Buddha, nor is it in a secret realm. It is in this forest. Come with me. The little monk smiled mysteriously and led Xianxia into a secluded path. Although the path was hidden, one could discover it if one paid attention. The mountain path had not been maintained for a long time, looking like it had been there for many years. Even though the sky was already dark on the mountain path, it was still as bright as day when illuminated by the Buddhist light. After entering this ancient path, it was like entering another world. It was cold, desolate, and dark, but it seemed even more real. Beside the desolate ancient road, green pine trees were planted, swaying slightly in the wind. White moonlight sprinkled on the path. Aside from that, there was no other illumination. Xianxia experienced a profound state. However, he felt suspicious. Could the hidden spirit temple be at the end of this ancient path? If that was the case, it would be rather simple. Although this place was desolate, if a believer wanted to look for it, they would definitely be able to find it. This was because there was no illusion formation or secret realm. It was just a simple ancient path filled with pine trees. Just as Xianxia felt suspicious, a faint fragrance wafted over. Raising his head, he saw an ordinary-looking old temple 10 miles ahead of him. A few osmanthus trees grew in front of the temple. Under the white moonlight, the osmanthus flowers looked like they were bathed in a faint layer of silk. From 5 kilometers away, Xianxia could clearly see the words Hidden Spirit Temple written on the temple door. It really is the Hidden Spirit Temple. Surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he muttered to himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. The pine trees face the ancient path, and the white moon covers the cold mountain. This winding path leads to the Hidden Spirit Temple. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Xianxia turned his head and saw a middle-aged man holding a folding fan with a sword hanging at his waist. This person walked with a majestic gait and extraordinary air. A sovereign's aura was hidden on his face. As he slowly approached, an overwhelming pressure pressed down. This person did not purposely hide this aura. Just as Xianxia was about to use his dragon might to block, he discovered that the aura had already silently enveloped him. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it felt strangely harmonious. It was like he was in this aura. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine Hidden Spirit Temple. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine Hidden Spirit Temple. The person who arrived said softly as he flung open his folding fan. Xianxia asked cautiously, "Which expert of the royal clan are you?" This person's strength was unfathomable. His sovereign's might was much stronger than that of the many princes. Xianxia had just caused a huge commotion in Yin City and got into a conflict with the royal clan's people. When he suddenly saw a royal clan expert, he could not help but be cautious. "Who are you? Are you the Heavenly Alliances, Xianxia? The Dragon Races, Xianxia? Or is it the Bladesman Xianxia who raged because of my martial nephew?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly and countered with a question. While Xianxia hesitated, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "So, there is no need to mind who I am. Right now, we are just visitors heading to the Hidden Spirit Temple." After saying that, the middle-aged man headed straight for the temple without waiting for Xianxia's reply. As Xianxia looked at this person's back, he muttered, "How strong. He gives the feeling that he is undefeatable. Isn't that obvious? He is the current Yin Emperor. Even foe gods might not be a match for him in the Yinwu dynasty's territory. What more Big Brother?" The little monk said in disdain. This startled Xianxia. Only now did he recall that the sword at that person's waist was exactly the same as the Yin Imperial sword that appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Chapter 2263. The Yin Emperor. The middle-aged man who just walked over was actually the current emperor of the Yinwu dynasty. The doubts in Xianxia's heart cleared up. No wonder this person's sovereign's aura was 10 times, even 100 times, stronger than that of the prince's. No wonder this person's aura did not feel any discomfort after containing Xianxia. Everything under the sky belonged to the emperor. As long as one was in the Yinwu dynasty, it was like one was in the other party's small world at all times. Furthermore, this small world had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The 108 feudal lords, 3,000 noble clans, hundreds of sects, and the various factions attached to it would all invisibly increase the dynasty's luck and strength. Even Xiao Chun himself would invisibly strengthen the dynasty's accumulations when he was in it. However, it was too insignificant and negligible. However, that might not be the case after a long time. Now that Xiao Chun's old doubts were gone, new doubts arose. Earlier, Xiao Chun nearly tore down a small portion of the imperial capital and caused a commotion at his son's wedding, turning him into a joke before the world. To think that the old man still had the leisure to come to this hidden spirit temple to offer incense and pray to Buddha. Even when the old man saw Xiao Chun, he did not show any rage or murderous intent. Xiao Chun could not figure out what he was thinking. Strange, Xiao Chun muttered in his heart, feeling extremely confused. Come on, let's go. Don't just stand there like a fool. Even if he is the current Yin Emperor, he will not dare to do anything to you in this hidden spirit temple. Don't worry. The little monk quickly consoled Xiao Chun, thinking that he feared the Yin Emperor and did not dare to climb a mountain. Xiao Chun did not worry about his safety in the hidden spirit temple. He just felt some doubts, so he did not explain and let Yin Chen continue leading the way. After a while, they traveled 5 kilometers in an instant. The fragrance from before drifted over with the wind, faintly drifting over. When they arrived before the temple, the moonlight illuminated the osmanthus tree. However, they could not smell any osmanthus fragrance. The ancient road in the pine forest fills the cold mountain with white snow. The winding path leads to the hidden spirit temple. Xiao Chun recited the poem that the Yin Emperor recited. As he looked at the simple signboard in front of the temple, he still felt some disbelief. To think that this place was the hidden spirit temple. Not to mention the majestic temples on the mountain, even the guest halls at the foot of the mountain were much better than this hidden spirit temple. Return to the natural state? Xiao Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Returning to one's true nature was about being casual and natural. Deliberately making it so simple and crude would instead seem pretentious. Given the hidden spirit temple's status and strength, a grand and imposing temple made it seem more natural. Isn't this hidden spirit temple very hard to find? Why did the other pilgrims say that they couldn't find it anywhere? Could it be that this is some kind of forbidden area? Xiao Chen asked, unable to suppress the doubts in his heart. The little monk smiled faintly and said softly, "This place is really not a forbidden area. When ordinary worshippers come in, the senior and junior brothers in the temple will also treat them with courtesy." He explained the Buddhist scriptures, served tea, and was very polite. However, do you think that these people really think that this is the hidden spirit temple? They probably just think that it is a temple with the same name. Don't overthink. I know you're very disappointed. However, this is really the hidden spirit temple. I grew up here just like my family. I won't lie to you. Yin Chen's youthful face filled with smiles. He probably felt happy to be able to bring Xiao Chun to his home as a guest. As Yin Chun entered the temple, other monks occasionally passed by. When these monks saw Yin Chun, they would respectfully greet him as Little Marshal Grand Uncle before quickly leaving. These junior brothers and senior brothers must have already experienced the little demonic monk Silver Saber's bad luck. Yin Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. Every time this happened, he would laugh loudly and quickly introduce the temple to Xiao Chun, changing the topic. Void Cloud Hall? Xiao Chun thought to himself when he saw the words on the courtyard wall after arriving at a backyard near the mountain. It is clearly a courtyard, but it is written as a hall. This is rather interesting. Xiao Chun thought about how grand and majestic the Heaven Dragon Hall was. This courtyard before him could not compare at all. My master stays here. Come, I'll bring you in. When Xiao Chun entered the courtyard, the ground was covered in fallen leaves. When he stepped on them, they rustled like he was walking on snow. Although the courtyard was simple and crude, it wasn't small. Just the adjacent wing rooms alone numbered quite a few. 2 people were currently playing Go under an old tree in the courtyard. One of them carried a sword. His facial features were sharp like they were carved by a knife. He looked extraordinarily handsome and gave off an extraordinary air. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he felt startled. Isn't this Su Hanzhan, whom I just met? The person across from Su Hanzhan wore embroidered robes. His sleeves looked as gaudy as a skirt. The skin on this person's face was smooth and tender, and his exquisite facial features formed a handsome face. However, this person did not give off a distant feeling. Instead, he appeared very gentle. Coupled with that smooth and tender face, he gave off a surprisingly gentle feeling. This person was currently hesitating, frowning slightly, not knowing where to place his ghost stone. Hey, why does this person feel somewhat familiar? However, I cannot recall where. As Xiao Chun pondered, that person raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. Then, his frown relaxed, and his eyes narrowed as he revealed a smile. In that instant, it felt like winter had passed, and spring arrived quietly. A smile contains spring, but this spring is not that spring. It was a gentle spring breeze that melted the ice and snow. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the spring breeze. Xiao Chun was stunned on the spot. His heart felt like it was in the wilderness. 10,000 horses were galloping and whistling past. It was like heavenly thunder rolling endlessly. This is Uncle Beggar? No, this is the spring snow bladesman, Pan Huang. These were two completely different styles. What was even more inconceivable was that the two seemed to have arrived at the hidden spirit temple one after the other. Little brother Xiao Chun, unexpectedly, you also came to the hidden spirit temple. When Pan Huang saw Xiao Chun, his eyes lit up, and he prepared to walk over. But just as he was about to get up, Su Hanshan's sword landed on his shoulder, forcing him back down. Hurry up and make your move. I want to have a better view. If you want to give up, admit defeat first. Su Hanshan said indifferently with a calm expression. Xiao Chun felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and didn't know how to deal with it. Who are the two of you? Why are you in my master's courtyard? This is not a place where visitors can enter. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Doubt flashed in the little monk's eyes. As he looked at these two strangers, confusion flashed in his eyes. The little monk immediately walked over with large strides, preparing to chase them away. When Su Hanshan and Pan Huang saw the little monk walk over, shock flashed in their eyes. Su Hanshan carefully put away his sword and gently leaped up. Before the little monk could approach, he landed on the wall. Pan Huang's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the wall. The two seemed to fear this little monk somewhat. It was like Pan Huang could see the bad luck the two carried and did not dare to touch him. What a fast movement technique! Yinshin's eyes lit up as he continued to give chase. Don't be rude. Xiao Chun was about to remind Yinshin when a shout stopped him. It was Venerable Su Yun. Xiao Chun had met Venerable Su Yun once at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence. The two could be considered to have met before. Master! Yinshin leaped up and landed before Venerable Su Yun. Then he pointed at Su Hanshan and Pan Huang and asked, Who are these two? They're the abbot's honored guests. They're here to rest for a while. You startled them. Haha, Venerable Su Yun is joking. It can't be considered startling. Is this that child from back then? With one look, he truly lives up to his reputation. Pan Huang and Su Hanshan had already landed again. As they looked at Yinshin, they showed curious expressions. That's good, then. Benefactors, please go about your business first. I have to entertain Benefactor Xiao. After some pleasantries, Venerable Su Yun led Xiao Chun into a tea room in the hall. Then, Venerable Su Yun personally brewed tea. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Looking at the time, it has been 10 years since we last met. Venerable Su Yun smiled softly as he served a cup of brewed tea. After receiving the teacup, Xiao Chun did not rush to taste it. After some thought, he said, Many thanks for Venerable's help this time. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Since Su Hanshan and Pan Huang were both here, Venerable Su Yun was not as ignorant as the little monk claimed. You are too polite. However, since you're already here, you should stay in this hidden spirit temple for a few days. Even without this matter, I would like to invite Benefactor Xiao to stay for a few days. Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The other party should have other intentions. However, Since Ranwei said so, he would not